All right, so last week we saw the kids partway through their deployment in the Moog. They're suffering from the heat, and many of them hoping for something to happen. Sam, especially, was beside herself with frustration due to JJ not answering her calls, with her causing some devastation to their sleeping quarters. Ricky was able to call home and found out Tommy had a new plan to do with building a specific statue in Woodbury. JJ would arrive on the scene unannounced and proposed to Sam, who readily accepted. But there was very little time for the kids to celebrate because they found out they were going to assault the Moog and try to capture Crash, one of the heads of the group that was there. Meanwhile, Pequod and Julius were quite stressed about what was to come, but noticed Icy acting strange. She seemed to be forgetting important things, even not remembering that she had a husband and daughter. Upon asking some people, including her, and doing some digging, they pieced together that it seemed like she was getting ready to ascend to the mana plane. Not sure how that would work for her consciousness, but it would involve her death. The news devastated them, just in time for the kids to actually go into combat. As that happened, they got into combat only for Crash to escape the hands of Delta and shoot down a vertibird. After that, an APC came through, separating the group, with Ricky, Carter, and Colt in one group and the rest in another. They were able to coordinate and say they would meet up at the crash site before being forced apart. The boys made it without too much difficulty, while the other group sustained injuries to Sam, Benny, and Memory Ann. Meanwhile, Julius and Pequod were severely panicking in the Overwatch room. But no matter how much they panicked, there wasn't much they could do. The kids were eventually able to make it to the crash site, where they held out until Sasha and the Rangers came and picked them up. After everything had calmed down, Julius and Pequod went to the ODM Academy and informed their parents of what had been going on with Icy, and that it was largely their fault. They were given an ultimatum to fix things, or that was it for them as parts of the on Rainfall Lane. They left them there with those words, and them feeling quite devastated at what had happened, and I believe that is everything.
Alright, so it's literally the next morning. We pick up the next morning from last session. It's very early in the morning, about 5 a.m. Earth time. Pequod, Julius, Davine, Hunk, Suletta, and Hale have come to seek help from General Lorelei. She's levitating down her water containers, plant waterer things. Couldn't figure the word. Spout droppers. And she hasn't noticed anybody yet, but she's attending to her early morning gardening. As Pequod just glares at Davine. Julius hears her fist clenching. Hunk looks like he's a wreck. He didn't sleep at all the night before. I don't know about Davine.
Davine didn't sleep at all either. And in fact, she looks completely pale and like she's about to throw up at any moment.
Alright, well, Hunk's holding her hand, walking forward. Pequod's still just glaring at Davine. Lorelei hasn't noticed anybody.
And Julius holds Pequod's hand. Let Lorelei handle it, yeah?
Okay. She just glares at Davine.
Okay. Julius will look at Hunk. You ready?
Yeah.
He'll shrug, pat him on the back twice. Go get him, Tiger.
Would you mind leading the conversation, son?
Julius stares at Hunk for a second.
He wraps his arm around Davine.
Alright, yeah, I can do that for you.
Bags under his eyes.
Julius just nods along and walks up a bit. General, ma'am?
She takes her hand, wafting the wind into her nose. I thought I smelled a piece of bacon.
Yes. How are you, ma'am?
Good morning. Doing fine. How are you?
Oh, just wonderful, ma'am. You remember what this meeting was about?
Yes. She'll levitate one of these over here and these over here, continuing to water. Unfortunately, she'll step forward, looking Hunk and Davine up and down.
Davine gives her a meek wave, then covers her mouth, and she seemingly swallows down some bile that made its way up.
Lorelai will grimace, just staring at Hunk and Davine. Help. You've come for help.
Yes, with Nicole and her ascension, we were wondering if there's any way you can get her to talk to these two, ma'am.
She's walking down this way, levitating this thing closer. Besides getting Nicole to talk to them, is there anything else you'd have me do?
Julius looks at Pequod.
No. Pequod speaks of that. That's what we need done. Lorelai, oh, just walks this direction. Hunk, oh no.
Oh, are you not able to help us, ma'am?
Lorelai will turn around and slightly shrug. I am sorry. I haven't been able to read her mind since she was 20-something.
Davine just looks at her feet. Oh, okay.
Hunk, hand on his forehead very hard.
Davine looks up. Is there any... Do you have any idea where she might be, ma'am?
I have little to no idea beyond Anova. Quite interested in the planet. And Cancun. I know she has a place there. Suletta groans loudly, glaring at Hunk and Davy.
Oh, her place. Her place, she might be
More
there.
of a home. It's just a guess. Lorelai shrugs. I would like to help. I am sorry. I'm not holding anything back from you. I can tell you're devastated, looking at Davine and Hunk. Pequod, yeah, we thought you were gonna yell at them. Lorelai just shakes her head no, looking at the mess that are these two.
Julius just nods with what Pequod said. Davine looking at Lorelai. Is there any way you could tell us where the apartment is? Maybe she's still there.
Hunk, address, please, ma'am. Lorelai, I'll forward it to your wrist computers. It's more of a home than an apartment. Very large, private beachfront property as Hunk starts to cry. Like father, like daughter.
Davine just puts one hand, covers both of her eyes, uses her other to hug onto Hunk's arm tightly, and she starts to cry.
How long has she had it? Lorelai, I don't know, honestly. Gondar and I, walking this way, it took her the following week after your trip to Cancun. Begins glaring at Davine again.
Julius just groans, tightens both of his fists, and then lets them go. Davine nods. Well, that was very nice of you. Thank you for that.
I would imagine she could be there. There's a hope.
Well, at this point, I think hope is all we can go off of.
Hunk's looking at the address on his wrist computer. Suletta, oh, that isn't a very expensive area. Pequod will tighten her fist again.
Julius looks at the address, lets out a whistle, and shakes his head. Very expensive area as he looks over at Hunk.
I can't believe she bought this. We could have bought it for her.
Oh, why would you want to ask you guys? You left her.
Hunk will look down at his feet.
When Julius says that, Davine starts to cry.
Lorelai will turn around. I would hate to see this happen. I wish I could do more. She's too young for this to happen.
I would agree, ma'am. And I don't even have much knowledge of the mana plane or anything to do with it, but I would have to agree with that.
I know Master Yen walking over here stressed that she stayed close to home in some of their final conversations I was present for. Anyway.
And do you know this from personal experience, ma'am? Staying close to home makes you not want to ascend to the mana plane?
You have to have a reason to want to stay here in this, wearing those show gesture, as attractive as it is, meat suits up and down with her hand at Julius.
Julius thins his lips. So that means she doesn't have a good reason. And he looks back at Hunk and Davine.
Hunk will, yeah, we gave her one for a while, and then we took it away, I think.
Because
Lorelai will just hiss through her mouth, like not angrily, just inhale sharp.
Davine just nods. Because we failed as parents.
Suletta will wrap her arm around Davine, trying to comfort her.
Davine, still holding onto Hunk's arm, wraps her arm around Suletta and starts to cry into her shoulder as well.
Bending over, still watering her plant. Pequod raising her fist slowly to hit Davine.
Julius gently puts his hand on Pequod's fist, lowers it. All in due time, honey.
Lorelai will spin around. Elves, high elves, have foresight. Do you remember a long time ago when you fought Pinhead, as he's colloquially known around your parts?
Yes, of course, ma'am. How could I forget?
Well, if you were to find Ash and ask him, he was standing next to me. And when I saw you defeat Pinhead, I said essentially that we were going to win. Our victory was assured, at least in my mind. Events along the way made me have, let's just say, doubts about the outcome, but overall, with the use of my foresight, seeing events that played out ahead of time, I was mostly sure we would win, save for a few bumps on the road. I have foresight in terms of Nicole as well, and I think you will have a chance to commune with her. He'll smile at Hunk and Davine, if that helps.
That makes Davine perk up a bit. She's still crying, but Suletta and Hunk can definitely feel a bit more hope coming off of her than before.
Hunk looks shocked up at Lorelai. Lorelai, temper your expectation. It's not exact foresight. As I said, there was bumps on the road back all those years ago that made me second or third guess myself. But I think you will. And that, unfortunately, is the best I can offer you.
Thank you, Mom. You've done more than enough to help us.
You're welcome. It would be, to walk over this way, it would be a big loss to your family and your friend circle, but it would be a loss to the world. This is quite significant. She needs to be around to train people. Oh no. Just both his hands on his face.
Davine rubs her brow just over and over again, thinking, oh,
There's
God.
no arcane council anymore. I'm not coming back to military service. I'm retired. So, she'll grimace slightly. The vast majority of the spellcasters you have in EarthGov now were trained by people that your daughter trained, and or your daughter, Soul, beautiful girl, she would be an utter wreck if it wasn't for her teaching, so I would endeavor to find her, even not wait around for this chance. Done. Cancun, we're gonna go. I'm not sitting on my ass.
Davine nods. Yes, as soon as possible. We have to go. Just very quickly.
Pequod, fist raising again at Davy.
Julius lowers it again. All in due time.
He's literally just mumbling right near Davine's head, staring at her now.
Davine looks at Pequod, and all she can manage to do is nod in understanding.
Lorelai will come over here, collect some water out of this fountain, walk back over here, levitating her water pourer spouts. I just have one question. She's scratching the back of her neck. Why did you rush to camp? I could read your mind. I respect you. I'm not going to probe in without your permission. So, why? Hunk starts crying, looking at Hale. Okay, well, that doesn't tell me anything. Pequod, because they're idiots. Lorelai, the actual reason, we know that.
Davine raises her hand meekly. It's because he had the dream where he walks away, where I walk away from him.
Oh. She just glares at Davy.
I know. She puts both of her hands on her face, shakes her head, and then hugs Hunk again.
It is the worst dream ever, but it doesn't excuse my action. Lorelai, yes. And we'll just go back to watering.
Julius looks at Hunk and Davy, nods. Well, at least you guys will probably have a chance.
And we will capitalize on it. But in the meantime, the day is young. We can get to Cancun, dear.
Davy looks up at Hunk, still holding him very tightly, and nods. Yes, we can. Very, very quickly we can.
How are the other children doing? I heard they're on deployment.
Was that Lorelai asking?
Yep.
Julius looks at Lorelai and nods. They're doing just fine. They went on their first deployment in this deployment yesterday, and they did just great. They held down a crashed Verdi in a defendable area pretty much all night until the Rangers arrived.
She will golf clap respectfully. Excellent. Yeah, they should be home today. Ah! Julius, which reminds me, you're going to tell them what happened, Julius. They have a right to know what happened to their aunt. Looking at Davy.
Julius looks at Pequod. The whole thing, starting from Cancun all the way to...
Tell them all. Tell it everything. She's now just glaring at Davy.
Davy nods at Pequod and then at Julius. I think they deserve to know.
They have a right to know their aunt's probably gonna die. Lorelai, shakes her head at Pequod's remark.
Julius groans, pinches the bridge of his nose. Yeah, alright. I'll tell them. I will tell them as soon as they get back. Might ruin their moods, but hey, that's life.
Well, their problem created it. Points at these two.
Julius nods. Yeah, fair enough.
Come back from deployment. Congratulations, your aunt's gonna die. She just storms off back to the ship. Lorelai just watching her. Oh my.
Davine puts a hand on her chest. Oh God. We have to get to Cancun very fast, Hunk.
Let's go, darling. Come on, Julius. We'll drop you off at Gateway for the workday, and then let's go.
Julius just nods and follows after Pequod.
They will leave to get back to Gateway. As flashing here, the kids are prepping. It's almost game time to leave for their mission. You've got Oz and Laz relaxing, sharing some mana water. Sam and JJ watching Sasha and Colt out the gate. Benny and Elizabeth prepping their gear. And Mortis, who's chilling in the hot tub, is watching Memory Ann just fling the stick in her arms. Swing it around. Like a sword, almost.
Careful where you're swinging that. I don't want to get whacked before we go out.
Oh no, this is just for him. Looks at Carter.
Carter will smirk at her. I can always give you some tips on how to handle a sword since you're using it like one.
Yeah, I get enough handling of swords.
Oh God.
Oh my God. Benny looking over at her!
Elizabeth just shakes her head at Memory Ann as Carter smirks at her.
You're really in front of the kids, and he's gonna point towards Elizabeth and Benny.
Benny, hey, I get it.
I know, but how rude.
just the truth. Memory and shrug.
Hey, you two like each other. I'm just teasing you. It's a good thing that you're happy.
Carter chuckles, stands up, gives Marianne a kiss on the head, and then rubs one of her shoulders a bit.
She grabs her side. Ow! Still hurt.
Oh god. He bends down over at her side, puts his hand on her knee. Are you healing up okay?
Yes, it'll be fine. Sore, very sore. Like after Aunt Icy heals us, only when she heals you, the soreness tends to go away quickly. Modern medicine can only go so far. Benny will walk over here, Elizabeth. Yeah, especially when you neglect the wound for that long.
Yeah, that probably didn't help. You're gonna be tearing that thing more and more every time you move.
Yes.
Carter sighs a bit, looks Marianne in the eye. If you get hurt, you will accept the heal from Benny, right?
Yes, I will. She'll lightly tap the pointer stick on Carter's side.
He smiles at her. I only say that because I worry about you.
I will accept it.
Good. He gives her a kiss, sits back down next to her, holding her hand not very tightly, just tightly.
I just can't wait to get home.
Davy nods, or Elizabeth nods. Oh, neither can I. I would really enjoy sleeping in my own bed, I gotta be honest.
Benny, arcade room?
Playing some Jurassic Park?
Nods his head.
At this point, I'd take any bed over those cots.
Any home-cooked meal?
Oh, dude, I'd even eat the stuff they serve back at Woodbury. Anything they serve back at Woodbury.
I think we're due for a trip to Mr. Wiseau's restaurant. Celebrate at some point after we get home.
Oh, that sounds good.
Carter nods, rubs his stomach. Oh, one of Tommy's club sandwiches. Oh, that sounds delicious right now.
I hear the chicken quesadillas are very good.
I think Dad said the chicken parmesan there is good too.
Well, I assume the Ranger General will let us go there to celebrate our first deployment as a team.
We are allowed to shop on Gateway whenever we want.
About time.
Hell yeah. Oh, more than anything, I can't wait to get out of the heat.
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning, it'll actually cool down at night.
I can't wait to get back to Rainfall Lane, see Grandma and Grandpa. Hopefully they fixed everything. She'll cross her fingers, see Mom, see everybody. Uncle Scar, Carter.
Carter laughs. Did I ever tell you that I used to be terrified of the Rainfall Productions thing, where Scar would scream into the camera?
The opening reel where his head's in the circle thing?
Yeah, exactly. I used to be terrified of that thing when I was 5.
Promotes a loud laugh out of her.
Is it because of the yelling or because it's your uncle?
I think it was a mix of both. The man can scream or roar, I guess is more accurate. He can roar very loudly, so maybe a bit of that, and the fact that he's just Uncle Scar and he was always just a little hard on me.
Memory Ann, pointing the ruler at Carter. I'm quite a fan of the cartooned caricature version of the intro they play before the children's shows of Uncle Scar.
Carter crosses his arms and nods. Yeah, I remember that one. I remember it every single time I would watch Memory Ann the Explorer.
Did that one scare you too? And he speaks.
No, I was more focused on other things. I think I would actually skip the intro most of the time.
Too focused on looking at me.
Carter nods. Yeah, that is a fact.
You ever thought about rebooting the show?
If they'd like to, they can. I will not be involved. She'll put her finger up. I will, when we get home, get my Memory on the Explorer gear on for you. I'm sure it barely fits.
Perfect.
Wouldn't you want it to fit, though? Remember, not in this case, Benjamin.
Elizabeth puts a hand on Benny's shoulder, leans over and whispers to him, They, they want it to be tight on her body to really accentuate her curves, let's say.
Ah, I get it. Makes sense. He stares over at Carter and Memory.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's not like you'd be wearing it for long anyways.
No, probably not.
Carter just shakes his head. Definitely not.
Well, maybe we can have Uncle Scar fetch it from storage.
Carter chuckles. I wonder if he actually has that whole storage place memorized or not.
I don't know.
I can only imagine the shit you guys got in storage down there, just off of the movies you guys have filmed.
When I was young, Mom would call it Area 51 down there as a joke. Some pop culture reference.
I think I heard that somewhere. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's not like you guys got any shortage of stuff you can dig through down there. Probably gonna feel like a damn amusement park if someone went down there not knowing what's down there, right?
I believe I said this. I think we were at home when I said it, but that is how most of the children's production shows got chosen. Krellin, Samuel, and Fudwick would go. Sometimes I would go with them. They'd go down, choose a couple rooms to go into, dig around, and that is the genesis of Fudvis. They found one of Grandpa's old vinyls of Elvis.
So they're basically playing like Mad Libs, but with show premises and random stuff?
Yes, Grandpa was a big fan of Transformers, the cartoon, when he was young. And they found some of his old action figures, and thus now they're, well, probably most likely filming Transformers.
Transformers, huh?
You gotta say it with the accent. And he not lisp, I guess it is.
Yeah, you know, I almost feel bad saying it, and then I remember that all of the titles are like that.
Honestly, don't feel bad. That they spell it that way. It's TWANS Formers.
Mega Fred.
I am Mega Fred. Feel me.
I don't think I've ever seen the show, but is it true what I've heard? That, like, the transformation sequences, they just go off screen and stand there for a few minutes?
Memory and shrugs, it's not out yet.
Well, either way. How's your foot treating you, Benny?
Okay. He lifts his foot up. It's okay. Sore as fuck.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that'll happen when a pirate gets you.
Space pirate.
Space pirate, that's true. I mean, it had to be scary to mess with you despite all the people around you.
Evil space pirate. But I saved Memory Ann. And Sam.
Elizabeth nods. It was very heroic. She looks at Benny. When we get home tonight, do you want me to rub your feet for you? If that would make it feel better?
Benny will lift it up. Oh, it's just my ankle. Nah, you don't have to do that. I'll do it for you, but I think I'll be okay. I hope to run into Aunt Icy and she could just... Memory Ann, exactly.
Yeah, it is handy having someone who can heal you like that around, isn't it?
Memory Ann nods. Some days I wish I had applied myself in healing magic as opposed to ice, but, well, squeezing Carter's cheeks together.
Is that not something you can just, like, learn more of?
You can if you have the time and the effort and energy.
Alright. So it's like learning a new style of martial arts. You gotta put in all the work.
Yes.
Makes sense. Sorry if that sounds stupid, just spellcasting ain't my thing, you know?
It's probably not as exciting as martial arts. Squeezing Carter's cheeks harder, squishing his lips together.
Carter nods. De- Definitely not. His voice like muffled because of memory and squishing. It's a lot of reading when it comes to spellcasting. Even a simple thing like this, and he just makes like some electricity pop out of his fingers. That can take like weeks of reading to learn.
You say that, but when you're practicing the same kick for the 8th hour, you might prefer to be reading.
Memory Ann nods, but when you do achieve your goal, it's quite gratifying. And when bullets go flying past your head, you wish you had applied yourself harder. She'll kiss Carter's lips and then let go of his face.
No, that's fair. I mean, yeah, it's great when you can hit a perfect question mark kick, but when bullets go whizzing past your head, you wonder, maybe I should have learned something else. You know what I mean?
Benny just head snapping back and forth between the group. I don't know. Med training was easy for me.
I'm sure it was. You seem like you're a bit of a savant when it comes to that.
I try.
I'd say you do damn well, man. I mean, you patch us together like it's nothing.
Memory Ann starts scrolling through her wrist computer. On your official injury report, it is listed as a space pirate. Got you. Benny just shrugs.
Hey, bro, I mean, that's probably one of the coolest injury reasons out there, right?
The Ranger General approved this. She's just looking down at her wrist computer. Benny, I told her when she came in to get me an Elizabeth, space pirate. Then she hugged me.
Elizabeth laughs and shakes her head. It really is impressive how much the Ranger General likes you.
She even helped me to the whatever that thing was, APC thing.
She's really cool. I mean, scary to be sure, but I mean, she doesn't seem like the way Tommy talked about her. You'd think she was almost a psycho, you know?
Memory Ann shrugs. Do you miss Mr. Weiser?
Yeah, to be honest, it's a bit, I don't know, weirdly quiet without him around.
It is. She'll start tapping her chin with her finger, looking around. Not being in Woodbury, you don't feel like any second Mr. Wiseau could come out doing something ridiculous, like dressing his brother up in drag, pretending to be your boyfriend's ex-girlfriend.
Asking
That-
you to steal a jet.
That brother then coming to sit on your lap and almost breaking your legs because of how heavy he is.
Yolanda.
You know, I still got that video.
That's great, Ricky. I love that that exists out in the universe.
Hey, it's not out in the universe. I'm the only one who's got it. So you're safe there, because I ain't gonna leak it.
Well, thank God for that, Ricky. And I'm gonna hold you to that if I find that on the e-net one day. I know exactly who did it.
Oh, yeah.
Memory Ann will shrug. It was quite funny.
It really was. You could probably make a lot of money selling it to one of those, funniest video sites.
I mean, yeah, you probably could. Carter looks at Ricky. Don't do it. You get enough money from Wiseau, dude.
Hey, I ain't gonna do that. Only way I'd do something like that is if you did something really dumb, like cheating on her. And I think that'd be the least of your worries if you did that.
Carter nods. Yeah, I would hope you would knock me the hell out if I ever cheated on her. Carter hugs around Memory Ann's waist, which I will never do, mind you.
I know he won't. He needs mommy to protect him.
Correct.
She'll rub the back of Carter's head.
That and you're too smart. You know what I mean? He's gonna look over at Elizabeth and Benny.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, you would be pretty stupid to cheat on her. Carter nods. Extremely stupid. Why would I cheat on the best woman in the universe?
The best goddess in the universe.
Yes, goddess. Thank you for correcting me.
And one who knows how to handle a ruler really well.
That is an understatement.
She'll just start tapping Carter's butt with it.
Carter raises his eyebrows. Once we get home, yeah?
Eventually, we should be leaving soon for this, final mission. Hopefully it's the last one.
Yeah, man. Hey, Carter and I working together with the Ranger General. We got this, man. There ain't nothing that can stop us.
And just watch out for space pirates.
Elizabeth nods. Space pirates are very common in these parts, believe it or not. You gotta keep your eye out for them.
All over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, we got the space pirate killer over here. We're chill.
Benny will nod his head as Memoryhead kisses Carter on the neck a couple times. Up here, Oz, Laz sharing a drink. Sam is pressed up against JJ, just staring at him.
JJ smiling down at her, messing with her hair. You seem very happy right now.
She flirts or flutters her eyes at JJ. Just glad you're here. Oh. Her arm is in a sling.
JJ sighs, looks at her arm, gives her a kiss on the cheek. You know I am going to take the best care of you when we get home, right?
Yes! She smiles up at JJ. I can actually help me get it off. I need it off for today.
He'll go around to her back and gently take the sling off as to not have her arm just completely drop out of it.
She groans as it comes off loudly. God, that hurts.
Do you want some painkillers? I can ask Benny for some.
No. Nope. I don't want to get loopy before going in.
Okay. I'll be by your side this time around, so if you need anything, just tell me. I'll get anything you need. I'm very fast with my gear.
Oswell, I think she just wants to see you flying around, bloody sword and saber, and I've seen some of the footage from last night.
Laz looks at JJ. I find it hard to believe that you didn't do all that on purpose, like perfectly time it. The airstrike that came down.
With the warthog, yeah. She looks at Laz and then back at JJ.
JJ shrugs. I did not time anything. Laz shakes her head. You posed, JJ. You literally posed.
She buckled at the knees, mate. I saw from Ricky's footage his peripheral.
Okay, maybe I timed it a little bit, but no more than a couple seconds did I have that plan.
It was smashing. Ow!
JJ will hold her arm up just a bit to help with the weight of it and smiles at her. Just like you are, positively smashing.
She'll purse her lips for a kiss.
And he will lean down and give it to her.
So, New York, we get back and settled. We can't go immediately, but sometime next week or the week after that. Sam, plushie.
Oh yeah, we have to absolutely raid that Pokemon store for plushies.
We'll take, the four of us plus Jace, I think. Take him to New York. The Big Apple, love.
Yes, the Big Apple. And it'll be our first outing as a family. You, me, and Jace, that is.
Have a lovely time. The adults of the squad.
The squad mom and dads, as they've been calling us.
Sam, apparently I'm combat mom. She just shrugs.
Well, from what they told me, you did bring water for everyone. That is a pretty mom thing to do.
I just wanted to make sure they... Yeah, well, I'm fine with combat mom. She'll shrug and shake her head. Maybe you'll be combat dad. Looking at JJ.
JJ shrugs. Well, just so you know, I think combat mom sounds pretty hot.
Do you now?
Oh, I do. It just has a certain feeling to it. Like, this is my... He cups her cheek with his hand. This is my combat mom. She takes care of everyone, and she's badass while she does it.
She'll reach for his groin area with her hand, causing her pain because she's extending her arm. Fuck! Oswell, ease down, girl. Down.
JJ holds the hand, makes her rest it. You need to be using the other arm for a lot of things. For at least a little bit, okay, love?
She nods her head. When I was in the Rangers, we have spellcasters, so the soreness goes away quicker than this, and I'm more used to that than this, so I'll be fine today.
I know you will, and I'll have your back no matter what.
Are you too excited to finally get home and see that little cutie?
I've been counting the hours, basically. I just want to hold him and give him a kiss on the cheek, and then he'll finally be ours.
He is adorable. Sam looks at Laz and smiles. Yep, I was exchanging text messages with Blaze through the machine. Apparently Uncle Scott taught him how to use a can opener, because that's what men do. Sam starts laughing.
Les tilts her head. I wonder if we legitimately give Jace a can opener, if he'll be able to use it.
Oh, well, I mean, seeing as how it's Uncle Scott, I assume so, yeah.
JJ chuckles. The man does know how to teach quite well. I managed to get a hold of some of the combat footage. I'm pretty sure Carter only knew how to do that whole APC metal plate thing because of Uncle Scott.
Sam leaning into JJ, like kind of resting her arm against his body so she's not in pain. If I'm remembering right, the captain showed me footage a long time ago of. I did not know of this Uncle Scar individual back then, but a large Leogan man tossing a woman dressed as Bigfoot out of a bush, like 20 feet.
Oh, Sandra the Alley Walker, yeah.
Is it Sandra that? Come again?
Have I never told you about Sandra?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't ring a bell. I think they did refer to her as Sandra in the footage. There was like a police officer there. Your father was there, JJ, and the captain, a young captain, Valorius, and your brother, the colonel, Scar, and Zap.
JJ nods. Yeah, that's when Sandra the Alley Walker, who was the Saint's ex-wife, was trying to hunt him down and kill him. She was dressed up as Bigfoot to hide in the woods and, I don't know, freak people out.
Oh. Sam starts laughing.
Laz starts to chuckle a bit. Yeah. And then I'm pretty sure that's the last time we saw her. Until Grandpa and Grandma accidentally ran her over with the RV.
Accidentally! He puts his hand out. He pulls Laz in.
Well, apparently, she just jumped out holding a knife, screaming at the RV like she was going to do something to it, and then bump, bump, bump.
Sam nods her head. I've heard that from the captain too, yes. Apparently the colonel was, I suppose, if this Sandra woman is the same one we're discussing, your brother took care of a lot of issues for the Saint.
Oh, you have no idea. I don't think any of us or any of you, either of you two, would know about it. But Greta Thunberg, if you know her.
Oh, I kind of remember. I saw like a shitty like E-tube doc on her. She just like vanished one day. She was basically an eco-terrorist. Sam, the name rings a bell.
Les looks at Oz. Yeah, my dad killed her.
Oh, darling, trying to drink.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Sam, he killed her.
Gigi nods. Yeah, good old Greta. She was trying to go after the Saint. Tommy had then asked my brother to kill her, and what can I say? My brother gets things done.
Sam starts chuckling. I see now why Tommy and your brother are such good friends.
He did a lot of things for Tommy, and Tommy did a lot of things for him. So yeah, they are pretty damn good friends.
Oz, it wasn't until, the kid showed up at Woodbury, and this one, tightening his grip around Laz, that Mr. Wiseau started making his presence known. Prior to that, he'd be down at the base every once in a while. You'd see him mumbling in Julius's office about things. And occasionally he'd say, like, how do you do? I can't really do his voice, but yeah. And then everybody came, and all of a sudden it just became Wiseau Central.
Would you see him coming in and out of his little warehouse that he usually goes in?
A few times, yes. A few times.
Do either of you, since you are in the headhunters as well, do either of you know what is exactly in there?
Sam shakes her head. No. I inquired once to the colonel, and he said don't ask.
Oh my, then you definitely don't want to know, I would assume.
Always found it strange how a civilian just paraded around one of the most illustrious military towns and bases in the universe, but it makes a lot of sense. They have a very deep friendship.
Last nods. They have a very deep friendship, and if I remember correctly, Mr. Wiseau is like a master at teleportation magic.
And having a lazy eye.
Oh, if he asks you to look into his lazy eye, you look into his lazy eye, sir. Trust me.
Sam, I've always wanted to see the room on the big screen, and at Rainfall Lane, we have a big screen.
And at Rainfall Lane, we have film reels of the room.
Sounds like a good weekend to me. Playing with JJ's call. Ow!
JJ lowers that hand, puts the other one up to his collar.
This is my dominant hand.
I know, yeah, that sucks. You'll have to be a southpaw for a bit here, honey. And so he'll take her left hand and give it a kiss on the knuckles.
I will try. The captain taught me to be an ambidextrous shooter, but I prefer my right.
I can definitely understand that. I prefer my left arm, believe it or not, as opposed to my right when sword fighting.
Oz looking down at the group. I don't like stirring up drama, but, is Ricky's father anywhere near as bad as Ricky made him out to be? Sam, ugh. No. No.
Laz nods.
I didn't think so, given his rank and, all these things, but I saw the gold trim and Jesus Christ, what is this guy doing down here?
I've never personally met the man, or at least from what I can remember, but I always assumed that he was just a pretty nice guy. Like you said, especially given his rank.
Sam, playing with JJ's collar with the good hand. I mean, he's priority one for the colonel, and I'm just gonna call them aunt and uncle. Uncle Julius, Aunt Icy, and Sasha, my aunt and or mother. So, when there's missions that need done, they send him.
JJ nods. And you don't get that kind of treatment if you aren't a good person.
He has his own dropship, you realize that. There's a robot that flies it for him. And they sent him to pilot school. She gestures with her good hand. Yeah, well, things seem to be working out for Ricky. I just wanted to know from another source. Sam just shakes her head, looking at the group down here.
Laz shakes her head. His own personal ranger dropship, or like a civilian dropship that EarthGov provided to him?
Sam, oh well, it's a ranger dropship, but he can do what he wants with it.
Laz just lets out a whistle. It's almost like mine and yours 30, honey.
Oz nods. Yeah, you gotta be pretty high up on the food chain to get that type of deal.
Laz nods. And as out of combat squad mom and dad, I think we are pretty high on the food chain.
I agree, love. Kissing her on the cheek. Sam, I like being part of the adults club.
As do I. It seems a lot more calm over here than... As he points over there, with memory and slapping Cotta's ass right now.
Minus the fact that she's older than all of us.
Yeah, that's true.
She's going to be 30 in a year and a half. Sam starts laughing. Could have fooled me.
Chi-Chi just shakes his head. Yeah, I suppose she's a prime example of age does not equal maturity.
Sam, when she told me her age when I first was in the Headhunters, we were the only 2 girls on the squad, and one night we were just talking, and she told me her age, and I assumed she was lying.
No, yeah, she's she definitely looks younger than she is, but she is up there in years as compared to everyone else.
You wouldn't think she's damn near close to 30. Back then, storming into the colonel's office, you'd see the flame erupting from the door and then steam because she was, I guess, casting ice and flame and ice and water and boom, steam everywhere. Then Bash and Okier would go running in and come out drenched in water, dejected. Sam starts laughing, remembering back.
Laz chuckles a bit. That is something that I would have liked to see, just maybe one little freak out between the two of them.
Oz, they had one before you arrived, darling. That was day one when they all showed up.
Oh man, that it would have been sort of funny to see. I love them both to death, but those two bickering I think would be pretty funny.
Oz, from what I saw, Bash and Okier imitating them, it was quite funny.
Oh yeah, I remember Julie's showing Pequod that footage where one of them has the lighter and the other one has like ice cubes in his hands.
Oz, that is essentially what would happen, yes. And the Colonel would always win because fire trumps ice. So,
Gigi starts to laugh. God, those two are just so awesome, Okier and Bash.
Sam, yes they are. You know what's better, though? Not having to be down at Woodbury. She'll look over at Laz and smile. Oz, yeah, we'll be spending time at the lane, and I think we'll spend an hour or two at Woodbury, check on everybody, make sure everything's copacetic, and then we go back home.
Oh yeah, I agree. I want to spend as much time at the lane as possible, especially now that we have Jace.
It's a good deal.
A very good deal, I'd have to say. Not only that, but I'd get to give you even more personal lessons on the OTM gear you are getting quite adept at using.
Playing with JJ's collar, Oz. Yeah, yep. We got. I'd say we got the best deals.
I'd say so. As he puts both of his hands on her hips and brings her in closer. In more ways than one, darling.
Smashing. Kissing JJ on the chin. Oz will. So that accent you did for us yesterday before we set off, you going to use that in the movies?
Yes, that's plan. Brooklyn JJ? Brooklyn 99 JJ, is that what you called it, hun?
Sam nods her head. Yes, he'll be showing it off in the movies.
I will. I sort of wanted to keep it a surprise up until we were on set, but she wanted to hear it, and I had to oblige.
Poking JJ's, running her fingers down JJ's chest. Say yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Oh god, okay, one second. Hey, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Jesus Christ. He puts his helmet on, face mask on to hide the laughter.
Laz puts her wrist computer up, covering her, so it covers her face, so she puts on some earphones and starts to, like, silently laugh.
Memory Ann's loud laughing down here woke Soul up finally. She's got her gear on. She knows it's almost time to go, but she slept in a little bit, and she is looking for, I imagine, Cole.
Oh yes, 100%. She walks forward, jogs up to these guys. Hey, have you guys seen Colt around?
Say, what's another action line you can say?
JJ looking up at the sky.
Say I'll be back. Like, like the Terminator scar.
I'll be back, you already know.
Starts laughing, turns around. Good morning, honey. Looking at Soul.
Soul staring at JJ, barely managing to hide a snicker. Hi, Oz. Are you guys doing okay today?
Yes, we're doing lovely. Kissing Laz on the cheek, removing his mask again because he's done laughing. Just being serenaded by our local Brooklyn night.
They want to hear the accent. What can I say? It's a hit. As Soul just nods. Yeah, it is. It's really good. Do you guys know where Colt is?
He looks around. I thought he was with Ricky. Looks down at Ricky, seeing him in the pool around the. Well, he was with Ricky earlier. I don't know.
Oh, okay. She just looks around the base real quick.
Sam, he's out there gesturing wildly at my mother. Gesturing this way? They're both now gesturing wildly at each other. Sam looking over at them.
JJ leans back a bit. They are really gesturing at each other. His arms are going wild.
Looks like an argument. Sam will squint. Not that they have many.
Oh, should I go up to them and try to break it up?
Sam nods.
Okay. She pats Oz and then
Wish her good luck, tapping JJ on the chest.
Hey. Good luck, Soul. You're gonna need it. Soul looks back at JJ, starts to laugh as she runs over to where Sasha and Colt are.
As Soul's running over Oz, she doesn't even have to say in the accent anymore, love. He just knows.
I think when she asks him to say something, he just instinctively knows. Oh, she wants the accent.
Oh, Sam will start laughing, kiss JJ on the cheek, and then, ow! She tried to lift her dominant arm again. As Soul comes up, and these two are gesturing wildly at each other, she could vaguely hear. She's walking in with no context, so she can't understand what they're even arguing about.
She silently walks up to him.
I heard you!
Sorry, ma'am.
She'll turn around and stare at Soul.
Soul puts both of her hands up in a mock surrender. Looks around. Am I interrupting something?
Colt, no. He'll come over and take her hand.
Oh, okay. Is everything okay between you two?
He wants to provide aerial sniper support today. From a vertibird. Colt, that's the best decision possible.
Soul looks at Colt
From a vertibird! Keep going.
with a worried expression on her face. From a vertibird, the thing that they were shooting at?
Sasha will point at Soul's face. Look at that face. Colt will squeeze her hands tighter.
Soul squeezes Colt's hands. That's super dangerous, Colt. I don't know if you should do that.
Colt, as a sniper, it's the best position I can be in. If I tail the squad in a verti. Sasha, and did either of you realize nobody else, there's other snipers, Delta snipers, and there's snipers and marksmen and 1st Battalion Infantry Division. We weren't doing that for a reason. Colt just takes Soul's hand and kisses it, removing his mask. This way I can watch over you. 360 eagle eye vantage point.
Soul looks at her hand, then up at him, still a really worried expression on her face. Okay, if that's what you think is best.
It's what's best for a sniper, and that's my skill set.
But I'm sorry, the place is has a lot of vantage points. I saw a lot running through the city. I'm not sure exactly where we are going to be in there, but I'm sure there's enough vantage points that you can keep an eye on all of us.
There are. Sasha just glares at Colt, and Colt shrugs. It's gonna be a smash and grab, in and out. Ricky and Carter are gonna take care of Crash. I just want to be able to watch over you. This way, we can't get separated again. And I won't be stuck with Ricky and Carter 20 miles away from you.
She swallows hard, grabs both of his hands, pulls him in close to her. You will stay safe if you do this, okay?
He nods his head. Absolutely.
She rubs his knuckles with her thumbs, gives both of his hands a kiss. If you're really sure this is what you want to do, then I'll support you on it. But know that it sorta scares me.
Colt, what scared me more was being trapped away from you. However many miles it was, wondering if you guys were okay, and then I showed up, see Memory Ann's shot, see Benny's messed up. None of that's gonna happen this time around. Most especially to you.
That only happened because you weren't with us. You will be with us this time. We won't get separated.
Can't get separated if you're on an aerial platform. Sasha just groans.
Soul mumbles something along the lines of, yeah, but other things can happen other than being separated and the... Okay. She just shakes her head.
Other things won't happen. Put his hand on her cheek and kiss her lips lightly.
She sets her jaw a bit, nods. Okay. Okay, I'll trust you. I don't think I can change your mind anyway. On this one, at least.
I'll be over your shoulder and in the sky the whole... He'll kiss her one more time. Stroke her cheek. I have to go get acquainted with the Super 6-4. It's the bird I'm going to be on.
She smiles and winks at him. I'll try and give you a nice view from up there.
Always. Especially from behind. He'll start laughing.
She chuckles, smacks his ass. Get going, cowboy.
He'll wink at her while putting his mask on and run off as she just groans at him. Too much like his father.
Soul bites one of her thumbnails and shakes her head. There's too many... It's too much that can go wrong with him in one of those.
Agreed. And I tried to tell him that, but he won't listen.
I don't think he would listen to me either.
Well, he better start. She's just glaring at him, run off.
She chuckles. I really hope he does. But it's gonna be okay. Like you said, just a smash and grab. You guys get Crash, and then boom, we're out of there, right?
Exactly, honey. She'll take Soul in for a hug. He is way too much like his father.
Did his father usually run off and do stupid stunts like this?
Yeah, actually, he liked to work alone, liked to do his own thing. Yep. Asshole.
She chuckles. I never thought I'd say this about Colt, but yeah, what an asshole.
Well, we'll be leaving in a little while here. It's just, she watches him. He disappears, like, over his sand dune. Go head back with the rest of the squad, and I'll come get you guys when it's time to go. Okay? And I'll be with you guys every step of the way, so we're gonna be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mom. She smiles at her, gives her a little salute, and then runs off to the other group.
I'll walk off to go do her duties, getting ready to go, and Sam, what's that about?
Well, apparently, Colt is going to be providing aerial support from a Ferdy.
Just watching in the direction that Sasha disappeared. Do you know how many rockets we dodged yesterday and last night? Hundreds, love?
More than 100. I'd say we might have even broken 1,000. Soul rubbing her temples. Yeah, I'm aware. I tried to tell him that, but he's a bit stubborn, and he wouldn't listen.
Sam, he wants to protect you.
Yeah, he wants to protect. He wants to protect us all. He wants to protect
No,
us.
he wants to protect you.
She smiles at Sam and nods. Yeah, I just hope he doesn't get hurt because of the want to protect me.
He won't. Sam will try to comfort her with her bad arm. Oh!
JJ lowers that arm, puts the non-dominant hand onto Soul's head and pats it for her.
Thank you.
JJ nods. Soul gives Sam a bit of a hug. Yeah, it's gonna be okay. It's a quick mission, so odds are it's not gonna be like a full-on combat like we had yesterday.
No, it shouldn't be. Be out of here in no time. Back home, better than ever. Finally relaxed. And not covered in sweat.
Laz chuckles. Not covered in sweat, not having to use a manual fan to keep us at least a little bit cool. It's just gonna be nice to get out of here.
You can say that again, love. We take Jace Lakeside by Uncle Scar's house. I'll set up the lawn chairs, a couple beers, maybe what's that drink your grandmother likes? Margarita, kiwi. There you go.
Oh, that sounds wonderful right now.
Oz will pull her in for a kiss, if she allows.
She does.
Down here, Memory Ann and Carter's. She's squeezing Carter's cheeks again, going to be a movie star. She was just rambling about The Rock.
Hot damn, man, you're gonna be starring in a movie.
Yeah, that's the plan. I hope I do a good enough job, but I know I will because I have to show off for my goddess.
Benny sitting down here with Elizabeth on his lap. Goddess, huh? He just starts laughing.
Yes, Benny, goddess, and I call her that because she is.
I am. Cleaning her nail. Don't look like one right now. I am disgusting. Shower as soon as I get home.
Yeah, a shower sounds... Oh god, a shower sounds really good right now. A cold shower, not a hot one, please.
But you don't want to take the shower here where it's damn near boiling just because the water's got into the heat's got into the water?
Benny, normally I kind of like the heat. I would never come back here. You could not pay me.
Yeah, fuck that, man. I don't know what they could possibly build here as some kind of attraction, but it ain't for me.
For crazy people who like the heat. Memory, one day we'll get deployed to an Arctic landscape.
Oh man, I'll take that any day. Just put more shit on.
Memory, the best part about being deployed and going home is, as the Ranger General said last night, we can't do anything for a month. Anything. Just light PT training and firearms training. That's it.
Elizabeth puts both of her arms up. How that is gonna be amazing.
A lot of time to play games, relax at Rainfall Lane, focus on studies, because I have to go to school there, but yeah. And do side work for Mr. Wiseau.
No, that sounds actually really great. Gives me time to not spend time at home, but also work on training a bit more. I don't know, seeing how much I'm countered by people with guns. It's a bit of a wake-up call. I feel like I need more than just the commando.
Memory Ann will nod. Well, live and learn, Ricardo. She squeezes Carter's cheeks together again. Either way, I think we all did very well.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? 3 injuries, only one of them really serious?
She nods her head.
It's pretty damn good for what happened, right? I mean, and I lost count of how many people we took out in exchange, and no deaths. I'd say that's good.
Did you see how JJ posed for Samantha?
Oh,
He posed like he was walking down the runway and he was showing off some clothes.
the only
He
thing-
had to know that Warthog was coming, right? She looks at everybody.
He had to have. The only thing that kept that from looking like one of those, those cheap romance audiobooks you can get on the net, looking like one of those covers, is that he had his shirt buttoned up most of the way.
Or a cover for some action movie Grandma would make.
Elizabeth nods. I think he even said that he was thinking about locking up the plasma on his sword, so he definitely had that planned.
That was all intentional. Marianne wagging her finger. He goes to great lengths for her.
I'd say she enjoyed it, looking back at my footage.
Oh, her knees buckled, yes. She is quite horrifying, actually. Now, hopefully you understand why Oz and I went out of our way to acquire her for the team.
Oh, I do. There was like 4 guys who didn't even notice us, and she just massacred them. Red dust is all I could think when I saw them.
Yeah, she needs a playing card, I think.
Yeah, I had an appreciation for her from our first, meeting, but she's even scarier than I thought.
Any fuck trying to imitate her. Memory, not so loud, Benjamin. She doesn't like it when people imitate her. Oh, he just stares over at.
Luckily for you, Benny, I think she's too engrossed in JJ right now.
So I'm guessing she's not joining us because of her arm?
Memory, oh no, she'll be coming. An injury like that won't stop her.
Shit. That's pretty metal, man.
That's actually a very good way to put it. She is very metal.
Every time I think we've seen how scary she is, she one-ups herself, doesn't she?
Benny, yeah, when she tells you to stop talking, you should stop.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan, Benny.
Memory, and Benjamin was rambling about how nice it would be to be back home, and when I was bleeding out, and yes.
Yeah, might not have been the time, bro.
Yeah, rubbing Elizabeth's head.
It did add to a stressful situation, Benny.
Sorry. He looks at her. I just was daydreaming about being home. Rainfall Lane's like home to me now. Marianne, good.
Yeah, good. You're probably gonna have to get used to it, considering, he'll look at Elizabeth, the girl you picked.
I'm mostly used to it now. There's a lot of people, a lot of places to learn, but he shrugged. It was overwhelming at first, but now I'm mostly used to it.
Good. That's very good. She rubs Benny's knee, pushes herself up, opens the mask up just a bit, and kisses the side of his mask.
He'll he has like the blue visor. He'll make it translucent, big smile on his face, memory. And when Rainfall Lane was, I was like 9 or something when it was completed. She'll air quote. I honestly thought the academy and all these places were like factually different places. And I didn't have, an understanding of time. No child that young would. It's like, oh, well. And then you grow up and realize the academy is just beyond that gigantic wall, and you can get there within 5 minutes, and this person's house is less than 2 minutes away. But when I was young, yes.
Makes sense. I mean, it's like a 20-minute drive by hovercar from my house to the flower shop. But as a kid, you'd think that was in the next state.
Home of Fudvis. She smiles then.
Home of Fwedvis, and soon to be the home he returns to if we can talk your grandpa into it.
Marianne nods, puts her hand up. When things are settled, please, Ricardo.
You know that I don't want to intrude. I ain't gonna ask until you think it's safe.
Oh, Carter will ask. At least he'll get the ball rolling. Then you can ask Grandpa. Right, Carter?
Yeah, well, I'll have to open up with some line of, hey, Grandpa, you know how Saris really likes Fudvis? And then you can take over from there.
Yeah, that'll be very him and Mom, and all of them were pretty close, so I think that works.
Fledvis. Ugh.
You get used to him when you grow up there. You kind of can't get away from the music, you know?
I think we'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Carter.
Well, if I can help it, yes. He smiles at her. With you writing our songs, I think it will be unstoppable.
Memory Ann, I have some ideas. A song for your father. We could put on a small concert at Woodbury, but once we get home, I'll begin writing. So long as Elizabeth will sing.
Elizabeth nods. I'll sing for you guys, most definitely.
Awesome.
Sounds cool to me. Hell, maybe you guys will have a debut show just as good as Fredvis is.
Oh, I don't think anybody can compete with that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. That's setting our sights really high. I don't like Fedvis at all, but Jesus Christ, did he get an audience?
Benny, just make sure you have the towel around your neck, Carter.
Yeah, I'll make sure I have the towel around my neck and a big goofy smile on my face, just like Fedvis.
Hey man, I think you guys should shoot for it. Shoot for the stars and be happy when you just land on the moon.
Agreed. Memory Ann nods as Sasha comes over their wrist computers informing the kids it's time to deploy.
Ah, shit. Well, looks like you gotta make your goddess proud, Carter. As he's getting out of the tub, time to go catch an asshole.
Let's go. She'll sit up, grab her side, and wobble around. God damn it.
Carter stands up, stands on her side, and lifts her body up just a bit to help her out on it.
Benny, I assume you don't want any, and he's reaching around in his medkit. Memory Ann, negative. Need to stay sharp. She'll smile at Benny, and Benny, alright. Shakes his head at her.
I don't know how you do it. That shit, I'd be taking that shit. Pain in the side's a lot to handle, especially when you're running around.
I don't know either, honestly, but this helps as she whips Carter in the ass with the stick. Loudest crack anybody's ever heard. Benny winces.
Carter just lets out a yow! Jesus. Hey, honey, I have to go fight Crash in, like, at least 20 minutes. Come on now.
She will spin the ruler, snap her fingers, and make it disappear. Duly noted. And rub Carter's butt cheek for him. Carry me.
Yes, ma'am. He carries her.
They will leave. The rest of the squad will leave for deployment to their verties. As flashing up to the office, Pequod's just staring at a reflection of herself in the popcorn machine. Arms crossed.
Julius, both of his hands rubbing the sides of his temple, shaking his head. He looks over at Pequod. Honey?
She does not respond.
He gets up, walks over, puts...
As he's traversing distance, she punches through the glass into the popcorn machine.
He just smacks his lips a couple of times. He reaches her. Let me see your hand.
She pulls it out, glass sticking out of it, bleeding everywhere. Got blood on the popcorn.
That's fine. We can make more popcorn. He smiles with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes as he gently pulls out the glass and grabs some bandages off to the side and wraps her hand up.
Pretending it was Mom.
Yeah, I can pick up on that, honey.
Well, she deserved it.
She does. Trust me, I want to hit my father more than you could possibly know, honey. But we just gotta wait for the right moment. Apparently they still have a chance to get things done.
Do you believe Lorelai was nice to them? She took pity on them.
I can't believe that, honestly. Every single time I talk to that woman, granted, I was a shit soldier with a shit attitude, but every single time I talked to that woman, I would get pistol whipped or, like, choked out or whatever. My hair grabbed and yanked back. Whenever she was angry at me, that's what happened. but no, not them. I suppose I can understand it though. Maybe she understands the feeling of losing a child, I guess.
Your mother has a talent, a real talent at causing permanent self-esteem issues.
Yes. Yes, that woman does. He just shrugs, finishes wrapping her hand up, gives it a kiss. Yes, she does.
For years, we found out recently he wasn't even eating, working out every day. I mean, he has to be in constant pain, even when you take days off.
He rubs the back of his neck and nods. Yeah, it's important to take days off. You need to give your body a rest, and oh, that poor man is in constant pain.
Even if they resolve this, and they better, I'm still going to hit her.
And I'll still hit Dad.
That way they'll never forget anybody again, because they won't be rushing to some idiotic location to appease her.
Julius nods. Sounds great to me, honey. And holds both of her hands. Please don't punch glass anymore, though.
Yeah, wasn't this popcorn machine expensive?
Yeah, it was. It really was.
She groans, looking at the popcorn machine. Well, if Icy ever comes back, she can mend it.
Yeah. Well, she will come back, remember? She said she would tell us if she decided to ascend or not.
Oh, please. She'll forget. She didn't even remember what age she was.
Julius gets a really depressed look on his face, and he looks out the window off to his side.
Maybe I'm just being a defeatist, but yeah, I probably am. Which is not in character for me, but I don't like problems where I'm powerless. And our parents have found an excellent way of creating one which never needed to be created.
No, it did not. And trust me, if I could have fixed this, I would have. We tried. He looks at her. We both talked to her yesterday. I think we almost got through to her at one point, but it didn't work. Most definitely, it didn't.
I don't think we can understand. He shrugs. We don't know what it's like to be. She'll do that and spin her finger around her temple, and we never will.
He just shakes his head. You don't think any of our spellcaster kids are gonna do that, right?
Are we going to ditch them and leave them on a vacation? No. So no.
Fair enough. Just, do you think any of them feel that kind of pull to ascend?
She thinks for a second, and I hope not. From what little I can't understand most of it, but I think you have to be incredibly powerful, and I don't think no slight against them. They're no Yen or Icy or Lorelei, which in a way I'm grateful for, because I think it's hard being that, whatever the word would be. Insert spellcaster term here. Powerful?
Yeah, I think powerful is the best term to put there. Well, even if they do, we won't give them a reason to want to remove themselves from the family, let's say.
No. Nope. Nope. She stares back at the popcorn machine.
Julius hops up onto the counter that the popcorn machine is on. He just shakes his head, rubbing his thighs a bit. The kids are not gonna take it well.
They have a right to know.
Yeah,
she's important to them.
Very important to them. But I know for a fact they aren't gonna take it well. Especially Soul. You know how close they got during her whole headache era. Both her and Carter got closer to her during that time.
She'll clench her fist really tight. Well, I would prefer Mom and Dad tell them, but I don't think they'll be able to. So, they have a right to know what's going on.
Maybe you know more than I do. Was Mom, like, throwing up?
She looks sick, yeah. She kept... I think I saw a bulge coming up in her throat, yeah. Sick to her stomach. I would be too if I had fucked up this badly.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be doing great either. I would probably be sick to my stomach as well.
Lorelai's right. She'll put her finger up. We'll be lost. I didn't even think about that because she's my sister. I'm not gonna think about EarthGov in her relation to EarthGov, but we'll be screwed. She's our trump card, like our ultimate trump card. If aliens invaded right now, you're not going out and throwing a sun at their fleet, and I sure as fuck ain't. She points back at herself.
Chili's just shakes his head. Oh, God.
I mean, that's big picture thinking. That's, but still, yeah, she's right. I never even thought of that. We're fucked. We'll be fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be. Just completely and utterly... He just closes his eyes for a second, and his fist, like, instinctively goes out and punches out the other side of the glass on the popcorn machine.
There you go. Feels good, doesn't it? Pretending that's Dad, huh?
Yeah. He reels his hand back with glass puncturing pretty much every part of it. Don't think it would hurt that much to punch him, though.
She'll take out her med kit and start fixing Julius's hand. I feel like of the three of us, the original Rainfall children, if you will, she was the easiest to please, too. Pulling glass out of Julius's hand.
I mean...
I was a wreck, you were a wreck, and she was a wreck too, but all she wanted was to be around them.
Yeah, she was the, she was the easiest to please, definitely, and they still somehow managed to fuck it up.
She takes Julius's hand and starts kissing his knuckles, but very sad expression on her face.
He inhales a bit, moves her head up to look at him, and rubs her cheek with his thumb. It's gonna be okay, honey.
It's always darkest before the dawn. Sitting in the chair. Pequod, where the fuck did you come from? Talia, relax, please. Puts his hands up.
Julius looks at Tommy. What can I do for you, Tom?
I just wanted to let you know we've acquired the materials to construct the said statue.
Julius blinks a couple times. Covers his mouth. Oh god, I forgot I said yeah to that.
Crosses his arms, hands behind his head, leans back. Ranger General C. The best seat in the house. You should send her out more. Pequod. Fuck off. Tommy, what the fuck is the problem?
We're having a moment together, Tommy. A discussion together.
What you talking about, Julius?
Nicole and her... the possible ascension.
Yes. Yeah. I plan to give Carter egg for memory and have a little hatchling. But nobody can resurrect that thing but a Novian, so... This would, like, fly in the ointment situation. But that is secondary to the fact his aunt would be dead, I think. Pequod, she gulps big. Dead and gone forever, never to be seen again. Pequod starts crying.
Tommy, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave now.
And what a shame it would be that you all let this happen. You are all responsible. Don't just blame your parents. Points at Julie.
Tommy, gonna ask you to leave now.
Tommy will stand up, fix his suit. I will be leaving. But everybody is responsible, not just your parents. Points at Julius. Pequod, I guess he's right.
Julius just nods at Tommy. Yeah, he's right.
Those kids shall not have to grow up without their fucking aunt, Julius. Points at Julius. What would the Scion think of this situation? Ask yourself. Pequod, oh my god, I guess he'd be fucking disappointed in us. She actually starts sobbing, like, heavily. He would be fucking disgusted with you.
Julius hugs Pequod, puts her head into his chest and pets her head. Yes, he would be, Tom.
And every day at Woodbury, you will have to look at his face and the beautiful statue, knowing you'll let him down.
Julius purses his lips, nods a bit. That why you had the statue put up, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. That and to commiserate the new saint that will be Ricky very soon. Going to turn him into the saint. But anyway, I will look for ways to fix this with Nicole. Call me if you need anything. I've done my work here for the day. He disappears, walking out. She's just crying.
Julius holds her tightly, gives her a kiss on the head. It's okay, honey. It's okay. We can try to find a way to fix it. We can try.
She'll push off Julius and go to get a slushie. As Julius's wrist computer is going off over.
He sighs, pats Pequod on the shoulder, and walks over to his computer.
Just Sasha calling very briefly. Julius. She looks around, looks over at Pequod. How are things there?
Not great, Sasha. Not great at all.
Okay. Well, we're deploying. I'm taking the kids into the city. We should be done within an hour. I'll call you as soon as we're done.
Julius rubs his temples again, nods. Alright, thank you for letting me know, Sasha.
If you need anything, if there's anything I can do, let me know.
I will. Thank you for the offer.
No problem. She'll look over at Pequod, who the slushie is just overflowing into the cup, shake her head, and close the call.
Julius will sigh.
The door opens before Julius can get up. Boom! Icy holding some type of frog creature and Sasha's bodyguard. Sir.
Julius turns around in his chair. Hi, boys.
We found her wandering around Ring 8, sir. This guy's looking at his feet. This guy's looking at Julius, the one who's doing the talking. Looking for Captain Valorius. Wanted to give him a gun. Some type of gun she had made for him. Pequod just starts crying louder.
Julius rubs his face.
We hailed the captain. He is busy on a mission. So we brought her here.
Thank you, boys. You can leave her here for now. Thank you.
Affirmative. They'll go back out to guarding as she comes over with holding this frog creature and sits down next to Julius.
Julius looks at her. What you got, Nicole?
Look at this frog, Carter. She'll sit on the table and start stroking Julius's head.
Carter?
Mm-hmm. It makes a weird noise. I found it on a planet. Stroking Julius's head, Pequod watching, tearing up.
Julius looks at the frog, then at Icy. And he stands up, puts his hands on her face. I'm Julius, Nicole.
Carter is his son, my son. Ah, come on, Carter. Sit down.
He shakes his head. Julius, Icy. I'm Julius.
She squints at Julius and then, sit down, Carter. Memory on the Explorer will be on soon. She looks around for a TV remote.
Julius starts to inhale and exhale heavily. His eyes start to water up. Hey, Nicole, Do you remember that time where it was just me, you, Pequod, and Banksy at the beach house, all around the bonfire, and we just talked for like 5 hours? You gotta tell me you remember that, right?
The frog hopping off the table, hopping around, just looking around. Icy just stares at Julia. No.
He lets out a very stuttered breath, and he nods.
Look at this, Carter. Maybe this will make you feel better. She snaps her fingers. She has this. It's almost like it's a large photo she has to roll out across the whole table. I found this planet with those frogs and all these churches, and look at this creepy guy. Because that's Darth Namaste.
Julius looks at Namaste. He points to it and points to her. You killed him.
At a comic shop, Earthside. We all did. Ash was there. Dad was there. She just looks back and forth between Julius and Pequod.
Julius just stares at her. Please tell me you remember that.
She looks down at the picture and looks at Julius. No, Carter. You're too young to know about killing people, Carter. You have quite the active imagination. She'll start stroking Julius's head again.
Julius hangs his head as he lets out a few sobs, wipes one of his eyes, and looks back up at Icy. Julius, Nicole, that is Pequod. We killed Namaste altogether about 20 years ago when he invaded a comic shop.
You shouldn't cry, Carter. She's stroking Julius's head. One day, no matter how bad things get, and they will be bad, I assure you, but one day you and Memory Ann are going to be very happy together. Your life essences, she'll twist her fingers, are intertwined. I can feel it. I've been able to feel it since you were a baby.
More tears start to fall, running down his cheeks, hitting onto Icy's lap as he's bent over to hold her face. He just shakes his head. Carter and Marianne are already together. They got together a few months ago, I see.
She'll wrap her arms around Julius and start rocking him. Pequod, I remember this. She's fighting back tears. The frog just hops around. She's reliving a conversation that she had with our fucking son. He comes over here just staring, crying. He was crying because Memory and the Explorer went off TV. She came, put a DVD of it in. I was cooking. He was like 7, I think.
Both of Julius's hands start to shake as he hugs onto Icy. He just shakes his head, crying into her shoulder.
Pequod, well, I'm sure you can find Ash pretty soon. He's a busy man nowadays. Icy just still rocking Carter, air quote, in her arm. Maybe seeing Ash would help. She shrugged.
Julius leans back. Can he just pull up a picture of Ash?
Yeah, of course.
He pulls up a picture of Ash and shows it to her. You know him, right?
She looks down at the picture. Kinda.
Do you know his name?
Ash. Kind of. But you should know about Ash, Carter. He's busy. He works with this guy, rocking Julius, named Colonel Curtis. He's gonna be a big ranger someday. The Ranger, Carter. Maybe you'll meet him when you're older. Pequod, oh god.
That was Colonel Curtis retired a few years back. I see. Oh god, why am I even trying?
These guards come into the room. Sir?
Julius wipes both of his eyes quickly, turns around. Yeah, how can I help you?
The Ranger General just, sent a recommendation. Observation, if you can nail down the General, she should probably come just in case anybody gets, hurt today.
Julius nods once. Yes, sir, I agree.
We'll escort her with the best care possible, sir.
Thank you. Both of you, thank you so much.
Pequod will hug her, and she's hugging Julius and her at the same time. Whenever you're ready.
Julius gives her one last big hug. You stay safe, okay, Nicole?
I'll be back, Carter. She rubs Julius's head and kisses it. Pequod will let go. Step aside. This guy will put her in the Ranger General's charge as soon as we get her there. And then she'll see her back home, sir.
Julius nods, takes a step to the side so Icy can go with them.
She'll happily walk off with them. Follow them, just talking to them about Carter. As they leave. That's my grandson. I'm sorry, godson.
Julius just shakes his head.
She doesn't even remember me.
Doesn't remember me either. Remembers our son though, so that's good.
Pequod, I read about this sometimes. Well, if you acquainted to dementia. Grabbing her neck. She's reliving prolific moments in her mind. Sits down, hands on her face, starts sobbing.
Julius sits down next to her, wraps his arms around her, and gives her a kiss on the head.
He will continue to sob as flashing to Cancun. Hunk, Davine, Suletta, and Hale, Suletta holding Hale, are outside of the address. Hunk, nice place.
Very nice place.
You think she came here a lot?
Oh, most definitely.
Like father, like daughter. Private beachfront property. Suletta gesturing. Very large private beachfront property.
Davine has to swallow down some throw up when she says that.
Hunk, dear, holding Davine close to him. The lights are on in there. You think she keeps the lights on in there, but all the time? I doubt that very much.
Davine nods quickly. I do too. Someone has to be in there.
Suletta, Banksy is back at the academy.
Then odds are Nicole is there.
Hunk squinting it. See, look, dear. There's somebody in there looking at the wall or some shit.
She looks at the silhouette that they see. Oh my god. Oh my god, we have to go see. We have to go get her.
Hunk reaches down to his boot, pulling out a boot knife, and will go up to this door. Suletta, Lorelai said you'd get a chance. Walks this way, big smile on her face.
Davine actually smiles for once from like the past week or so.
Hunk, hand on, it's a sliding door, hand on the sliding door. He's trying to stick the knife, he's about to stick the knife between the doors to try and, break the lock, pop it open. And it opens, and he mouths, door open, turning to Davine with a big smile on his face, and then finger over his mouth.
Davine nods and gestures for him to go ahead.
He goes in. Suletta will gesture for Davine.
She'll walk in.
Ah! Blaze turns around, a dejected look on Hunk's face, seeing Blaze standing there. Not happy to see me.
We thought you were Nicole from outside.
Ah, I see. Being proactive, are we? He comes up here, Hunk. Oh, looking at Blaze, gesturing for Davy.
Davine, who's looking at the picture of the walls, walks up to Hunk and holds his hand.
Do you like my work, sire? Madam, gesturing his hand across the wall.
It's beautiful place. She looks at all the pictures once over, twice over. Where's Nicole?
Hunk is looking at the wall. Never seen him bite his fingernails before, but now he is. Multiple fingers in his mouth. Blaze, she requested she be left out of the mural, madam.
Davine claps a hand over her chest and has to lean on a Hunk for support.
Hunk supporting her with one arm, biting his fingernails in his other hand. How do you even know about this place? Blaze, I helped her acquire it. She came to me to buy it. I didn't pay for it, but I searched up. She gave me the specifications as to what she was looking for, sire, and I did the searching. We bought it, 7-ish years ago. Shortly after your trip to Cancun, I believe. Something like that. Maybe it was 8 years ago. Suletta is fighting back tears over here looking at this side of the mural. Nicely done, Blaze. Thank you!
Davine, still having Hunk support her, has to walk around leaning on him the entire time, staring at all the pictures.
Quite fond of the young Elizabeth.
She is quite cute in that picture. She quickly slaps a hand over her mouth and does a loud gag. Uncovers her mouth. I'm okay, I'm sorry.
Hunk will grab her. If you gotta here, he reaches for it in his pouches, pulls out a bag. He's been carrying them since he noticed Davine's getting sick. Here, try this. He'll hand her a mint.
She takes a mint, gives Hunk a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Settle your stomach. Nothing to be sorry about. His eye, he's just looking over the mural. Hand painted.
Davine thins her lips, staring at the mural. I have so much to be sorry about. None of this would have happened if I didn't walk away from you. None of this would have happened. It's all my fault.
As Hunk is about to comfort her, a door opens here, Fredwick revealing himself. Blaze, the intrepid Fredwick. No dice on finding Nicole. Fredwick was going around looking for her.
No, so Blaze, no dice. As he's fixing cufflinks in a 3-piece suit that he's suddenly wearing.
You look wonderful, Fredwick.
Thank you very much. You have to dress to impress.
Samuel, they hear beeping, Samuel coming out here from this hallway. Blaze, he said, no dice, madam.
Davine puts a hand on her cheek and just shakes her head, looking up at Hunk, just repeating, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
He'll stop biting his nails, kiss her on the forehead. How much did this place cost, by chance? Blaze, millions. Spare no expense. Used it often. Puts his finger.
Fledwick looking around. It seems very well lived in. He walks up, pats Hale on the head, and nods to Suletta.
Suletta fighting back tears, but she's tougher than she looks.
Fledwick walks past Suletta, a gentle hand on her shoulder. As it suddenly leaves her shoulder, he looks at the two of them. You do not enjoy the repercussions of your actions, do you?
Not at all, Fred. Not at all.
Good. I do not like to see this family falling apart. I've done everything that I am capable of to keep it together all throughout Carter. ruining it. I've done more for this family than you could possibly realize. I do not like to see it ruined. Thank you.
Shocked look on his face. I apologize for letting you down. And I appreciate everything you've done.
Call us the Three Stooges. Look at you two.
Wagging his finger at Davine, beeping lightly, like she's a little girl.
With Frederick's sudden onslaught and Samuel's disapproving finger wag, Davine takes the bag and throws up.
Hunk rubbing her back, patting it firmly to help her get it out. Just let it out, dear. It's better out than in.
She just nods with what he says, lifts her head up, and then goes directly back into the bag.
Krellin comes stumbling out from a door that leads into this room here. Fine, keep your stupid Janet Jackson. As they hear Scar. Damn right. You're not gonna disgrace Janet like that. Oh, look who's fucking here.
Davine looks up at Scar.
You knew about this place? Scar, who the fuck do you think maintains this place, motherfuckers? Do you really think I was once a month, every third Tuesday of the month? Do you really think I was just sitting in my cabin for a day off? Oh. The only time I left the lane. Come here. And there's no teleporter here, so I had to come in the hover car. No teleporter, huh? Patting David's back, still fighting back to your... Nah, said she didn't want anybody stumbling on the place.
Davine takes out a little handkerchief she has in her pocket, wipes her mouth, puts the handkerchief away, and holds Hunk's hand as she leans on him.
I just wish somebody would have told us about it. Well, we were sworn to secrecy, sire.
She didn't want us to know about it. And I understand why. I failed her. I failed her.
Krellin, could you please help? Krellin looks over at Davian and Hunk. No.
Davine starts to tear up a bit and she nods at Krellin. I understand.
Offspring, he'll put his hand out, is gift. Tarnished gift? No deserving of gift. Especially powerful offspring. He nods his head. In culture, big brain offspring, gift.
Davine covers her mouth, shakes her head, and starts crying.
With big brain comes fragility. Fragile girl, little girl, puts his hand out down to like her old height when she was a little girl. Or, well, in her early 20s. Still fragile even though adult. Squints at David. Samuel beeping louder, wagging his finger.
It's Frederick doing his thing of tutting his tongue at them. Yes, she was a gift and we wasted that gift. We shouldn't. Oh God, I should. She just looks at one of her hands, the one not holding the vomit bag. Just shakes her head.
I'll take that. He'll take the vomit bag from her, starting to bite his nails again. Found these. Pulls out a bunch of tiny scarves. Suppose these are hails that got lost in the wash. He'll just pitch them over to Davine, right near her on the floor. Guess she won't be needing them. Maybe you could save them for Carter's kids or whoever is gonna have it. Jace, good boy. He's already got one, but in case his get lost in the wash.
Davine slowly gets to her knees and starts picking up each of the scars one by one, sobbing uncontrollably. Sorry.
Found these two adult ones. I assume they were hers because they smell like her perfume she wears that Banksy likes. pitches it on the ground.
Davine starts to pick those ones up as well. And she holds them close to her chest and she sniffs the scarf to smell Icy's perfume.
Smells like her, definitely.
She nods. It's hers.
Blaze, arms crossed, just looking down at Davy. It's quite a few scarves, madam.
They are. It is. It is quite a few.
I've got a better sense of smell than most of you here. That one you're holding was worn pretty recently, I'd say. Like within 2 weeks. Guess she's outgrown you two.
Davine starts to cry. Just fully.
Hunk's gonna get down on his knees, try to help her pick some of them up. And he's crying too.
As he helps her pick them up, she continues to hold them close to her chest, handing him some so he could do the same if he so wishes.
He does. He does. Blaze, never had one of those returned to you, have you? The scarves, I mean.
She shakes her head. Not once.
I've been around a long time. Looking down at the scarves, he's gonna kneel down and help pick up the rest. I've been in service to EarthGov, to a hag we no longer speak of, and the Rainfall family. He'll take one of the child scarves looking at it, and even though he's a robot, he has sad expression in his eyes. We'll be seeking new employment if you don't fix this.
I understand, Blaze. We'll fix it, don't worry. We will get our chance.
Not that it would pain me to leave, but I see more pain in the future if you fail, and I do not wish to be around it.
I wouldn't want to be around it either. I understand if you wish to leave. I understand if all of you wish to leave if we do not manage to fix this.
Scar, how exactly did you guys find out about this place?
General Lorelei told us about it.
Oh, trying to pull out the big guns, huh?
Well, she looks down at the scarves. I think the biggest reason Julius and Pequod asked her to help was so she could yell at us.
And she didn't. She told us about this place, helping Davine stand up. And she told us we'll most likely have a chance with her foresight thing. She can see these things. Blaze, and I have the utmost faith and confidence that you'll pull it off. He'll smile at Davine.
Davine does not smile back. She just nods at him. We will pull it off. We have to.
But like I told you last night, all we need is one chance. And we'll get it.
Just one chance. She looks at the adult-sized scarf she's holding. Sniffs it again. Just one.
Well, hopefully you'll get it. Scar, hands on his hips, looking at Davine and Hunk.
Yes. Yes, hopefully we will. I certainly hope so.
Stiletta, still just looking at the wall. It is a wonderful painting. Missing one very important piece, but wonderful. Blaze, I do as requested. Right, Frederick?
White boys. And you have always done a very good job as requested.
Hunk, well, when we get it all sorted out, I request that you amend it and fix it. Blaze, done? Smiles, hands behind his back. Put Nicole there somewhere, or here, anywhere. Just get her on the goddamn wall. Blaze, easy.
Thank you, Blaze. She puts a hand on his arm, gentle enough that he could easily pull away if he wanted to.
He does.
She pats his arm a couple times, then goes back to hugging around Hunks.
Scar, and maybe if you get it fixed, scratching his nose, looking around, you guys can actually like enjoy a weekend here at Cancun, because this is a nice place. Hunk, yeah, she's got Dad's taste, I think.
She does. Private beachfront. Very much like her father.
Well, I think maybe we all could enjoy a weekend at Cancun. Hopefully soon. Krellin, very soon, hopefully. Squinting at Davey. Samuel, beep, 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 beep. Comes over, wagging his finger right next to Davine's face.
Frederick crosses his arms, shakes his head. Hopefully very soon.
Hunk, and I promise you all we will. We just need the chance.
We have to get the chance. And then I know we will. We will capitalize on it.
Well, then I'll begin preparations to insert the young Nicole somewhere into this picture.
Thank you, Blaze. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking care of our little girl when we couldn't.
No problem at all. Always have been very fond of her. All the children. Her, Julius, and Pequod. A special place in my soul, madam.
She smiles at him. I'm very glad to hear that.
Hearing the special place in soul makes Hunk start to sob into one of the adults' scarf.
Davine hugs him to comfort him, gives him a kiss on the side of his head.
Well, they're gonna stay like that for a while, as shifting to the northeastern part of the Moog, the kids land. Laz and Oz drop the kids off, and on Sasha's orders, immediately take off. Now everybody's spread out behind cover because there's a lot of small arms fire dinging around them from these goons all around the area. Now, as the vertibird takes off, Ricky and Carter see Sasha sprint up to the front line drawing her sniper rifle. She, with her hand, go get him, gesturing this direction for those two to go off and get Crash. Sasha's not leaving the front line.
Well, I guess she trusts us a lot, bro. Come on, let's go fuck him up.
Carter nods, and he'll walk in a way to cover Ricky from fire from incoming bullets.
You said I needed a shield.
Carter shrugs. It's my job. I have to protect people.
Ah, come on. I'm the one who's supposed to get shot, not you.
He shrugs. Well, if I can get shot instead of you, that would be preferable. Just get going.
This ranger grabbing Ricky. Less fucking talking, more moving on the mission.
Yes, sir.
Covering them with cover fire as they disappear down the alleyway. Laz and Oz have taken off. There's an EarthGov APC here. We don't need any initiative orders for this one. APC is firing down the street at, these guys that have just taken cover as one of Zarkon's APCs rolls up. JJ sees it rolling up. Sam, fuck, lifting her rifle, her light machine gun in pain.
JJ groans a bit. He yells out, APC, 12 o'clock!
Aha! Whipping out a railgun off her back. Shoots through the APC, same as Laz's. There's like a delayed explosion, then a delayed effect of the rail shot going through the APC, then an implosion, and it explodes, putting the railgun back on her back. Sasha, she doesn't fuck around. Sam, she doesn't fuck around.
JJ shakes his head. No, she does not. You take it easy, okay?
She has to prop the light machine gun up. She has to hold her shitty arm out and prop the light machine gun up on her fucked up forearm, basically.
JJ sighs. He looks around. It is not very advantageous for me to go out right now. Just here. He'll prop it up for her using his arm.
She begins firing in this direction. She'll take out a couple of these goons as Memrian slamming up against the wall here. What do you say we tag team them again?
Soul gives her a smirk. I'd say that's a great idea, ma'am.
Misty, step us up on top of the rooftop.
Soul nods, says some arcane words, and casts Misty Step on both of them.
They will. This guy, I like to imagine they teleport right behind this guy. So we'll see Memrian grab... Turns around, Memrian grabs him by the face. Freezes his head, squeezes her hand, and crushes his head.
Soul just lets out a whistle. Wow! She turns around to this guy right here and just shoots her lasers at him.
Flavor it up. She's above him, looking down on him. He was like trying to shoot her in the general direction, so.
The shot sort of just goes past his like face mask, manages to get inside of it and bounce around in his helmet. So maneuvering it so it can do just that.
He dies, falling over. Benny, wow, she's really cool. Not paying attention to the fight, just watching Sasha.
Sasha gently like taps him on the arm. Benny, pay attention!
Look! He points at Sasha. This guy up on the roof here is aiming at Memrian, and Sasha will pitch a grenade that hits the guy on the mask. He starts to freak out and panic, and boom! Blows up into a cloud of red mist. She underhand pitched that so accurately, moves up for a better view. Get down, idiot!
Benny! She runs over. Come on now!
He, steps back behind covered, finally drawing his P9.
Elizabeth does the same. She gets behind cover, just looks around for any shot she might have on anyone.
Well, she can see this guy jumping down here, and this guy coming around. I like to imagine there's a wall here, so he's aiming his gun up over the wall.
Yeah, she'll take 2 shots at one at each of them.
Flavor.
With a high amount of accuracy for a shotgun, she spins around the corner, 1 shot, 1 kill, both of them straight through the head.
Heads go clean off.
She cocks the shotgun, loads 2 more slugs into it, looks at Benny. Okay, we got this. This is going somewhat well, actually.
That was pretty cool, too. You handled those space pirates. He winks at her, his mask translucent.
A little smile emoticon pops up. I did. Space pirates got nothing on the 2 of us.
This guy, aiming up, firing at Memrian, almost hitting her. She falls backwards as this guy starts shooting at, he's going to raise his gun at Soul. Soul sees him. He's got the drop on her. She thinks she's done for.
She just gets prepared to take some damage.
Well, she doesn't have to, because she hears the sound of a vertibird, and this guy's head clean off. And this guy who's up on this roof shooting up at Memrian, head clean off.
Soul ducks quickly, jumps down right next to Memrian, puts 2 fingers in her mouth, and just lets out a fucking whistle loud enough that Colt can hear it.
He's a crack shot, that boy! Looking up at them.
Best in the world, I'd say, other than probably her. She points down to Sasha.
Coming crashing through the wall here, another APC came down the street in the same vicinity. This one crashed into the building, doesn't know they're on top of it. And its gun, Soul sees it almost in slow motion. Its gun is already pre-aimed up at the vertebrate.
Soul's eyes widen as she attempts to put an absorb shield around it, obviously failing to do so as she feels terribly hopeless.
She hears the sound of a railgun go off, the same one she had slung on her back. It goes through the APC, but the delayed nature of the explosion, it gets off one round that goes right into the cockpit, sending the vertibird into a tailspin and off the map this direction, out of Soul's line of sight. Sam's watching in horror. Sasha's looking up at the sky. Memory Ann hand over her mouth. Benny, oh god, I think Colt was on that.
Oh no, oh god. Soul staring at where the Verdi tailspinned off into. She just starts breathing heavily, like,
Get up, get up, get up, get up.
she gets up, looks at Memory Ann. We gotta go get it.
Memory Ann helping her get up, jumping off the roof. Get down here.
Soul jumps off, does a roll to lessen the impact.
Sam's just staring mouth agape in the direction the bird was.
JJ staring off in the same direction. Fuck. He looks at Sam. It's alright. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna go find it.
B squad, move out to the crash site. I'll stay here. There are more guys coming. I'll stay here and then go get Ricky and Carter. Go get Colt. She's looking right at Soul.
Soul nods. JJ looks at Sam. I'm gonna go scout out ahead of you all, as he'll run off and start scouting out the way to cover them.
She'll limp her way, well, not limp, but with her arm, drag herself basically over to Soul. He's gonna be fine. Let's go.
Soul nods. Yeah, he is. He's always fine.
Memory Ann will take point, cocking her pistol behind me, smiling, trying to be reassuring to Soul.
Soul just nods, holding both of her Centurion defenders, hand shaking. Elizabeth covering their 6. It's all gonna be okay. We'll get there just fine. JJ's got all. He's scouting it all out.
Memory Ann leading the charge through the city as Sasha will stay here. There's another APC. They're pulling up. Ricky and Carter find their way to their designated coordinates. A warehouse right by the beach. A dock, basically. Warehouse and a dock for small ship.
Alright, so he's definitely in there waiting for us, right?
Carter nods. He will slowly walk up and listen to the door that's right here.
Doesn't hear anything inside.
Alright, so what's the plan? You want to bolt in as quick as possible and take him by surprise, or try to sneak in?
I think, taken by surprise, we got that advantage right now.
Alright. Just get ready. He's gonna wait at the door. Alright. Want to do it on the count of 3?
He nods. I'll breach.
Alright, you count down.
3, 2, 1. He'll breach and roll in with his sword drawn.
Ah. Doesn't see anything. There are 2 rooms here.
Critter looks around. He gestures for Ricky to come in.
He'll move in. See anything?
No. Check the doors. Be careful about it.
Ricky, and now Carter, definitely. But you can hear somebody talking faintly from in here. Ricky... I like to imagine Ricky's senses are heightened because he's in combat, same as Carter, even though Ricky's not magic. So you can hear somebody talking in a very hushed, muffled voice.
Can he sense any key from the room here?
Yeah, big amount, for sure.
He's in there.
Carter nods. Alright, you ready?
It's over, Laz.
Laz. The fuck?
Critter looks at Ricky. He looks at him, shakes his finger. Head in the game.
How did you fuck this up, Crash? He recognizes the voice immediately.
Head in the game.
They paid us a lot of money, you fucking ape!
In 3, Carter.
Okay.
All right. I'll breach this time. 3, 2, 1. He's gonna breach and move into the corner here.
Yeah, he's right here with he's got a hollow communicator, a handheld one, and Ricky sees Laz on it. He closes it immediately and turns.
Hey, about time we got here, huh?
Critter looks at Crash. We're gonna ask you first to come in peacefully. We do have you surrounded. Escape is not recommended, or at least attempted escape. Just come with us quietly, and no one else has to get hurt.
Be better for your health, man. There's God knows how many guys coming this way right now.
Cracks his neck, loudest neck crack you ever heard. Flexes his fingers, sounds like every bone cracking in his hand.
I'm gonna take that as a no, then.
Just one thing. He'll put his hand up. Names.
Carter Rainfall.
Ricky Valorius.
And there's a bonus in it for me if I can get out of here and kill you. He points right at Carter. Big one. You, gestures with his head over to Ricky. I'm supposed to just beat you so bad you tuck tail and run back home to mommy and daddy.
Bad for you. I'm too dumb to run away and he's too tough to die, so...
Oh, he rolled very badly too. Roll initiative. He's gonna fight. He's been given if he can kill the Rainfall kids, he gets a bonus. Yeah, roll it up. Ricky's first.
He's gonna run right up to the dude and take 3 attacks with his keyblades. Second 2 hit, and I will hit my energy rolls. That is 1 stack.
Does not seem surprised by the Keyblade usage, almost allowing himself to be hit. He doesn't put up a defensive stance or anything.
He's gonna stay where he is, kind of lower himself a bit into a more defensive stance, and just that's it for my turn.
Okay.
His eyes have not left Carter's head.
Carter is going to automatically enter into a rage, static energy building up all around him. As he'll rush forward and takes 2 attacks.
He puts his hands up in a guard position in front of him, the sword hitting him, causing his arms to bleed. Absolutely. Anything else?
Carter just gets into a defensive stance, smirks at him. Big bonus on my head, right?
The biggest. As he will turn... Go ahead, finish your sentence.
All he said was, better get it then.
Quickly snaps his body, he's fast, turning to Ricky. Ricky can't see the fist moving, Carter can't see the fist moving, but you see the result of Ricky getting peppered with quick strikes from this guy's fist. Stay down. As he'll walk this way, kick the wall open here and storm out this way.
Alright. I'm up.
Yeah, that's it, just the 3 of us.
Alright, he's going to bolt in right next to him, and you're gonna have to do more than that, bro.
I said, stay down and stay out of the way.
He's gonna slash with the first 2, and I said I'm too dumb for that. my energy rolls. And that's it for this turn.
Carter's up.
Carter is going to rush through the hole he just made, come up behind this guy, take his 2 attacks. Okay, so on the first one, Carter is going to snap his fingers and he gets a static aura onto it.
What's he got to beat?
Nothing. That just gets automatically added to
Okay.
it. He gets a dot.
Perfect. So electricity going all through him. He's static charge. I like to imagine he has a Chi field around him, and the electricity's easily crippling that Chi field. You fucking freak! Turns around looking at Carter.
That's the best you got? I have Uncle Scar as an uncle.
He's gonna try to grapple Carter. Read the description.
Okay. Am I able to make that right now?
If you want.
I'm gonna try.
You stop him from grappling Carter. He will whip his head around to Ricky again. And quick strike Ricky again. Would you just stay the fuck out of it? Moving this way. Twisting his body quickly back to Carter. Stay down, Ricky.
Nope. And
He's a freak. He gestures over to Carter.
we aren't?
No, we're not. We're the pinnacle of evolution. Stay out of my way. I'll take him.
That is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. He's gonna take his first 2 attacks.
Missing both. You are as dumb as she said you were. I should have brought that trank gun.
Yeah. For his 3rd attack, he's gonna spend all 3 of his Mushin energy.
God, fucker! Flavor it up.
Well, that one is gonna be a kick to the chest right after he hears that, followed by 3 free attacks as part of the thing. Only one.
He'll stagger back this way. Go ahead.
I don't think that's
Am
you
I
make those yeah, no, you
I'm
make those
remembering wrong.
attacks. Yeah.
Okay, I remember wrong.
after.
Never mind. That's right. Alright, so then just this one.
Flavor up the 28, though.
Oh, he's gonna kick him in the side as hard as he can, and push him back with the kick.
And Carter's up. Hand on his stomach, grabbing his stomach. You'll see the Chi field reignite stronger around him.
Carter rushes up. First off, he takes static aura damage, so 8 lightning damage that builds on electrical charge.
Dampening his Chi field.
Then he is going to use his surge, which damages Carter for 8, while dealing another 8 to Crash. And then on his first attack, second attack, that gets added to it. And then since he has 7 electrical charge, he will use electrical discharge. So he'll take 17 lightning damage on top of static aura damage, and he has to make a dexterity saving throw of 15.
Not this time.
Then he is slowed by 10 feet.
Alright. Now I like to imagine, with the electricity somewhat impairing his eyesight, and that 20, I believe it was a 6, Carter, hit him with the hilt or something of the sword. You see him very dazed, and he does lash out with a... It feels like a train going right by you. You see his fist go right past Carter. He misses. But you feel the wind, you feel the force go right by you, and he staggers past you, whipping around, to face Carter.
Carter spins around in a defensive stance, still with a smirk that is very much like his father's.
He'll flex his biceps, rear back, let out a roar, and his Kai field reignites stronger. Freak.
Says you, Mr. Roids.
Ricky's up.
Gonna take his turn, come up behind him, and 3 attacks to the back. Only 1 hitting. He'll come up behind him, hit the attack, and just... You're calling someone else a freak when you're just roaring like that, bro.
Locked eyes with Carter. Trying to block Ricky with his free arm and hand.
That's all I can do.
Carter, beginning of the turn, he'll take 9 lightning damage, and then swing twice.
Flavor up that 18.
So the static aura invades Crash a bit. He misses on the first one. Crash manages to duck out of the way. Then Carter spins around, ducks low, swings the sword up. It scratches against the floor, causing sparks as he brings it upwards straight onto Crash's chest.
Large gaping wound. It went through the, combat military grade vest he wears. He grabs his chest quickly. This time he doesn't miss, though. Square right into Carter's face.
What type of damage is that?
Bludgeoning.
Okay, so that gets half because Carter's reach.
He lands the hit on Carter, and he will stagger. He can't go too far. That's as far as he can go with the movement impaired. But he puts his arms out towards the sky and then lowers them slowly. Ricky knows he's calling some type of Kai energy strike. I bet she didn't teach you this one.
Probably not. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Never seen tracking Kai orbs, Ricky, but he definitely knows what they're like. Heard them described. They form all down his arm, little orbs, basically, and then they leave his arm and hand, because one's in his hand, growing to a larger size, surrounding him.
Carter, keep away from those. They go boom if you hit them.
Carter nods. Copy.
It's the end of his turn. Ricky's up.
Well, first things first, he's going to bolt in, and with how they've been described to him, does he think he can destroy them by attacking them?
Yeah.
Just making sure. He's gonna try and take the 2 right here out with his first 2 attacks. Oof.
He attacks, and he misses.
Third attack is going to be at him, actually. Oof. Breathing heavily, just standing there still in his stance, waiting for what comes next.
Didn't make the cut, Junior. Carter's up.
Carter is going to walk up behind Ricky, put his hands on Ricky's shoulders, and can he move him, over to this space?
Absolutely.
He will do so.
Okay.
And then, with his sword up, Carter's looking at it. Is it safe to assume, given who his father is, he has, some knowledge of Ki?
Yeah, absolutely.
Carter looks at it all. You can feel that Ki, right, Ricky?
Yeah, man.
Do you think you can control it and, try to, connect it together so I can electrocute it, chain through them all, and possibly hit him?
Does he think he can do that?
Yeah, Yeah.
I can try. No promises.
Carter just shrugs. Go do it. Try it then.
Can I try right now, or does that wait until my turn?
All you gotta do, if he's gonna give up his whole turn to let you do this, all you gotta do is beat him in a strength check to take control of his Kai orbs.
Will do.
Did you roll?
20.
Well, let's see if he can. Oh! Ricky got close. You see the orbs shifting. You see them shifting, starting to pull more towards Ricky. So they come out of the alignment he wanted them in. The front ones, anyway. Pulsating right, this one right near Carter. Nice try, Junior.
Shit. Alright. Ricky's gonna actually move here.
He's never even got his turn
I
yet. You
apologize.
did your thing.
Apologize.
Good night. As he's gonna send a Kai Orb. This will put you down. Dex check of 15 or higher.
Will do.
Goes this way, shooting through Ricky, exploding. Well, Ricky dodges it, exploding the wall here. Huge explosion! Imagine it takes out like 6 of these tiles that represent the wall.
What was that?
He looks over at Ricky. It's your move.
He will move here and try again to slash at the ones here and here. There we go.
They disappear. Without exploding.
And then he's gonna look and take a strike at Crash for his third attack. Nice. Before stepping back next to Carter.
Carter's up.
Carter is going to go up to Crash, beginning of Carter's turn. That ticks for 11 damage. Which Carter will then use another surge to deal an additional 10 damage to him. There we go. And 9 damage to himself.
Summoning more. It's about to get hot in here.
Carter will then swing twice at Crash. Oop, that wasn't supposed to be an advantage. And then bonus action, he'll do electrical discharge again.
Dampening his Kai field. You see these like almost flicker, but they're still.
Damn. Oh god, he was hoping that the electrical discharge was going to do more to those things. Can Carter like push his back into Ricky to push him back further?
Sure.
He will do so, yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing about here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
And yeah, that's all he can do.
He's sending 2 Kai orbs forward. Out of the way, freak. Tossing Carter with his arm, just pushes Carter out of the way, knocking him here, and he moves towards Ricky. When I say down, I mean stay down. Punches Ricky right across the face, knocking him out.
Alright.
Back turn to Carter.
Okay, so it's Carter's turn, that's all he can do?
Yeah, yep, Rick's out.
Okay. Oh god. Would Carter know if these are able to hurt him?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Carter's going to run over, like, about this way and try and push him into this one.
Have to beat him in the strength check.
Okay. 22. Oh my god.
He will stagger back into the orb, stopping himself. Nice try.
Carter shrugs. You can't blame me for trying.
Well, if I'm going down, you're coming. As he's summoning more with me, freak. He's summoning even more, and definitely strange. You see him pick Ricky up and chuck him through the wall into that direction. And that's all he's gonna do, because he's summoning a lot of these.
He's just gonna look around. Yeah, no, he is going to... Fuck. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second to think.
Hmm?
What's the possibility of a chain reaction going off if he manages to get him into one?
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be a huge... Yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, I mean, because they're all connected, basically. They're all right next... There's a gap here, but, I mean...
Carter will try to push him again. You have got to be kidding me!
He catches the sword between his hands. I like to imagine Carter was, like, trying to lead with the sword, like DBZ style Goku stopping this. And he will... Carter right into the gut. Multiple times, knocking Carter back this direction. Flexes his chest, cracking his neck, surrounding himself with the orb. Carter goes all the way back here, and he's gonna send one towards Carter. It's not, you don't have to roll anything because it's on its way to Carter.
Okay. First attack, Carter's gonna attack the orb in front of him.
Now, does he want to attack it, or does he want to like try to baseball swing it back at him?
Baseball it.
All right. Give me a dex. Give me a dex. Let's see how good it is.
Oh, Carter sucks at dex. 9.
He does hit it. Bounces back here. You see his hand go up, stopping it. Let's see. He's trying to stop. He stops it right here. Ricky finally coming to yourself 5 HP because you're waking up from your unconscious state because he cracked you across the head, Bane to Batman style.
Okay, he's gonna... Oh, his eyes turn to look towards the hole. And I believe... Am I able to get up? Or is...
Yeah.
He'll stand up. And he's able
You
to...
come out to see this mess.
Jesus Christ, I get knocked out for 5 seconds. He'll bolt in, and can he try one more time to connect them?
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll try. Probably not gonna happen.
He turns, looks at Ricky, and shakes his head.
Keep saying it. Too dumb to stay down, bud.
Turning to look at Ricky. He will chuck a Kai orb at Carter.
Carter will once again try and hit it back at him.
Beat the 4. Like Barry Bonds or Gary Sheffield. Perhaps Crash should have just intentionally walked Carter. Carter, flavor it up.
He throws the orb at him. I like to think he's somewhat distracted by Ricky as Carter spins the sword around, does a little flare of a twist, hits it with the blunt side of his blade, and it goes perfectly right into his sternum. Crash's sternum.
It's flying back this way. Ricky and Carter both see him quickly try to put up his hand to stop it because he was looking at Ricky. Boom. A very large explosion that's going to send Ricky back into the room. And Carter into this one, where all the events started. And the explosion continues as you hear the roof concaving in on this place. And Crash, now, if you come out of the room, you find him being covered by debris, basically. But you see the debris moving.
Carter coughs, rolls his eyes, and puts his sword back up.
Never so that easy, is it?
I don't think so.
You see one Kai orb, you see his hand come out, and one more Kai orb coming out, the last one, as he starts clawing out of the large debris, the concaved roof that fell on top of him, some of the supplies. He's crawling out, and there's one Kai orb right here, and he's got it's like in his hand as he's clawing out with his other hand. He looks very weak. His mask is off, hair fucked up, chest completely exposed, multiple cuts from Carter's sword and blades of the Kai nature.
Okay.
He lets out a very, very loud, I should say, roar. Ricky, dex check.
Will do. Nope.
He will hit Ricky with the orb, or I'll just use 10 damage. We'll just use the last one. So Ricky goes unconscious again, and now it's just Carter and him, arms slumped down. He watches Ricky go down. You see him squint over at Ricky, though, to make sure he's not dead. You can tell he's looking to make sure, like, he's still breathing, and he actually staggers over this direction because he has to get that better view.
Carter will just rush forward, hopping onto the boxes as he jumps down, slashing at Crash.
Flavor it up, non-lethal. 17 will do.
Okay. As he jumps down, Carter twists his sword around, hits him in the back of the neck with the pommel, and as that happens, you can hear, like, lightning crash right in front of him, as it looks exactly like lightning coming down onto the back of Crash's neck.
And Crash crashes into the ground. Thud! Unconscious.
Does Carter have any medical stuff he can help Frankie with?
I like to imagine he's got a small med kit, yeah. A 4d4 doesn't matter, just, yeah.
Well, yeah, he'll do that.
Ricky waking back up!
Eyes open, looks at Carter.
You see him lying on the ground. Lying there!
Gonna slowly get up. You got him? Fuck yeah.
Carter just nods. yeah, we got him.
So, who's carrying him back?
Carter looks at Ricky. You're all kinds of fucked up from Timbuktu and back. I'll carry him.
She coming through the hole in the wall, holding the rail gun, looking around, seeing him lying there. She immediately storms over here and starts. There are some places that are a little uncomfortable to be touched by somebody like, that you might see as an aunt, but she's checking Carter over for woo. Open your mouth.
Oh,
Let me see those teeth. She lifts his lips.
he opens his mouth.
Show me the teeth, all of them, and like this.
Ah.
Okay, get up. She puts her hand down to Ricky.
He'll take it and get up.
Uh,
He'll open his mouth. Ah.
okay, good. She looks up and down Ricky and Carter. Looks down at Crash. Nice work. Takes her helmet off and smiles.
Thank you, ma'am.
Carter nods once. Thank you, ma'am.
You guys have to blow up the goddamn warehouse. She starts chuckling.
It was either that or have a lot of key orbs thrown at us, ma'am.
Understandable. She'll pull out a syringe and inject it into Carter's neck that heals him to full, relieving the pain. Come here. With her hand to Ricky.
He'll come up.
Did he knock you on your ass? Does the same to Ricky.
Twice.
You keep getting back up. You're a lot like your father in that regard.
I'll take that, ma'am.
Okay. She looks over at Crash lying there. Well, I would say there's probably intel in this warehouse, but it's probably gone now. She starts chuckling, putting her helmet back on.
My apologies, ma'am.
No problem.
We did get some, ma'am.
Okay. See her, she's got her mask on, but her body language changes. Colt's bird went down.
What?
What?
Colt's bird went down. Hook up with the Rangers, and the APC that were at the LZ. You guys hook up there. I'll get him out of here. I'll call for Ranger support.
Carter nods once. Yes, ma'am. He grabs Ricky by the arm. No more talking, and he'll just run out.
No, yeah, he's gonna follow him.
They run off. As unfortunately for Soul and the rest of the squad, they've made it. The crash site wasn't too far. Soul, I imagine, is really rushing to get there. As she's rounding the corner, she sees this guy's head get blown off and does hear the sound of Colt's rifle.
She breathes in a huge sigh of relief as she takes some cover. Oh, he's alive!
Sam, struggling, coming around the bend. Sergeant Satterley and the Delta guys are here. Memory Ann, good. Coming this way, jumping up onto the roof. Benny, getting his wrist computer ready to start healing.
JJ ODM's up onto the roof, ready to engage anyone who he deems fit.
Memory Ann is waving for Soul to come up. She's running up to Sergeant Satterley. They're picking Colt up. He's still shooting. He's kills this guy now, headshot.
Soul Misty steps up and looks at Colt.
Colt, he's still got his gun raised. You see Soul sees a guy coming up on the rooftop here. He's coming out of the thatched roof. There's a ladder in the house. Head goes clean off. Memory Ann trying to look into the vertibird. Sergeant Satterley. Both pilots dead, crew chiefs wounded, Colt's hurt bad. He's not going to make it if we don't get him out of here. Now he gestures back there, and they see Laz and Oz in their vertibird. Memory Ann, go! Just go! And they drag Colt away from Soul into the vertibird, disappearing. As Laz and Oz fly off.
As they fly off, Soul, who was frozen for a split second, turns around and tries to go after him. And as soon as she realizes the bird is gone, she starts to breathe heavier and heavier and heavier as she covers her face, and it almost looks like she's scratching at her eyes.
Marianne grabbing her face, trying to shake her back. So we are being, as these guys are coming out of the building, starting to shoot. Shot at, we're going to have to defend this crash site, get these men's bodies back. We need to take cover. Soul, as they start shooting.
Then take cover, Memory Ann.
You're coming with me! She tries to drag her back this way as Sam is screaming, "Get the fuck back here!"
Soul does not let Memrian drag her away.
Nuts! He turns around.
Go into cover.
She'll try to pull her one more time, let go, and dive here, shooting this guy with her pistol through the chin, killing him, body falling here. Dive behind the building. Massive amounts of bullets. The vertebrate's actually starting to smoke and explode.
Soul looks at the vertebrate and starts walking towards the people. She just puts both of her Centurion defenders up and starts unloading on the guy in front of her.
Which one?
This guy right here.
Well, he's already dead, so pick one of these dudes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just any of the guys up in the upper left.
Calling back to years ago when Julius and Ash saw Icy go berserk the first time. This guy just gets riddled with bullets, well, lasers, until he evaporates into a cloud of dust, causing this guy to start to try and run away. Soul sees him turn, pivot, and try to run. As these goons jump down here.
She sees this guy trying to run away, stares right over at him, shoots one shot directly into his knee, causing him to drop. You don't get to run! As she just unloads on him.
Same thing, disappears into a cloud of dust.
None of them get to run. Any of these three over here that just hopped down from the roof, she's gonna start shooting at.
The lasers going in and around, swirling around them, catching them in a vortex, and leaving a cloud of dust. Memrian watching in horror at Soul, really. She can't really see these guys, but from the scream, she can definitely tell something good's not going on. Benny will hide behind Elizabeth.
Elizabeth tries to cover him as best as possible as Soul spins around over here. None of you, and she'll use thaumaturgy to empower her voice so all of them can hear it. None of you get to run away from me. And she'll just keep on unloading on them.
I like to imagine the thaumaturgy. She sees them grab their ears where they would be under their combat gear, and their heads explode simultaneously. Drop the bitch! More guys start coming, jumping down. This one running up to her, trying to stop. He's raising his rifle to strike her. Memrian reloading her pistol, trying to shoot him in the back.
Soul will just put a thundershot straight through his chest.
Falls over, legs hit the ground, collapses into a lump.
You may try, and down the bitch. And she starts to yell louder, and continues to unload on them, not stopping. All of her allies, they can see her laser pistols. They start to heat molten red with how much she's just repeatedly hitting the triggers and not letting them cool down.
Same type of vortex catches these guys as they begin to encroach. Those guys disappearing into a cloud of smoke, and then, even though it is broad daylight, it gets very dark very fast. The shadow cast over the city. I don't know. I imagine Soul does not really know what's going on.
No, does she feel like a connection to anything or anything like that?
The moon. At least the moon in this system.
She just breathes in and looks at them all. In darkness you were born, and in darkness you shall fall. As she just brings her hand down in front of her.
Lights from Memrian's watching in shock up at the sky as these almost blue translucent beams start hitting even the dead bodies of the guys that Colt had killed on his way out the door here into the vertibird. And these guys disappear into a cloud of dust. Hands go up, screams of pain and horror as they get disintegrated alive.
I like to think. Oh,
One final group, what probably is the last squad left of these cucks in the city, showing up late as the bombardment hasn't hit them yet. If there's anything she'd like to do.
she just puts her hand out and feeling this connection to the moon in this system, she like starts to tilt her head, and as she does, the moon itself starts to tilt, and all of these four are raised up, and they can feel their muscle and sinew starting to be torn from their bones as gravity starts to pull them in every direction possible, until she finally just pushes her hand down and they all get just crushed into the ground.
Spaghettiified, as if they went into a black hole almost, killing them. These bodies are gone too, save for pile of ash that hits right into the lunar beam, hitting right next to Benny and Elizabeth, pushing Elizabeth into the building, protecting her.
JJ,
Boom! The vertebrate finally explodes.
JJ like hunched over Sam, protecting her from anything that could have happened.
Sam is biting her good hand because her arm's in so much pain because they had to. She ducked down onto the roof when the lunar assault went off.
Soul poofs her guns away. She looks over at Memorian, and Memorian can see her eyes growing the purest silver she's ever seen.
Sam, what the fuck was that? As Benny will pull Elizabeth out of the building. Oh my god. Kicking some of the dust of the guy that was left.
Elizabeth just looks around, seeing all the destruction. Oh my god.
What the fuck was that? She's staring at Soul, still biting her. What the fuck? Blood squirting out of her hand.
JJ grabs her hand so she stops biting it. That was obviously Soul. Soul did that, obviously. Didn't know she could do that, but she did.
Memorian, dusting herself off, puts both of her hands out, gesturing to relax, waving down with her hands, coming up to Soul slowly.
Soul turns to her. She still has like this angry and brutal and menacing expression on her face, but as Memorian starts to walk up to her, that expression starts to turn into sorrow and depression and worry and anxiety as her gritted teeth turn into a frown, tears start to fall, and she starts to cry from all the adrenaline she just got.
Memorian will flail her arms slightly and grab Soul and hug her.
Soul hugs her back very tightly, and for some reason she won't stop saying, "I'm sorry."
What do you have to be sorry about?
I don't know. I don't know. I freaked out. I shouldn't have lost control. I'm sorry.
You freaked out, you defeated and felled the enemy force by yourself. She'll kiss her on the head and tighten the hug around her.
Soul tightens her hug around Memorian, puts her face right into her stomach and chest area, and she can feel the tears start running down her stomach.
They would have skinned you, I, and Carter alive.
She looks up at her. They would have. They're not right about us. They're not. We're good people. We're good people. I saw people I saw all the spellcasters skinned alive before. And I saw my friends, you and Sam, getting hurt, and then Colt, and She just looks around, and she points to the people that she spaghettiified. Did I do that?
Yes, you did. Rubbing your head.
She looks at Memorian. Did we know I could do this?
No. I I didn't. When we get back home, all we need to do is talk to Aunt Icy.
She nods, hugs around Memory Ann even tighter, puts her head onto the same place she had it before. Code's gonna be okay, right?
Of course he is. As there's a vertibird off in the distance. It's Oz and Laz not quite here yet. Of course he is.
She just nods. Good. He better be okay. She tries to laugh, but it just comes out a sob.
Sam, seeing her crying, help me down.
JJ picks her up and ODMs her down.
She'll come up and try to get on the hug. That was impressive, cutie.
Thank you. She hugs around Sam, a bit less tight since she's in so much pain she doesn't want to hurt her.
All the guns and tools and tricks in my kit couldn't do anything that cool. She kisses Soul on the head as Benny's coming up with Elizabeth. That needs to be a card. Look at this guy. He's fucking dust. He kicks and goo. Memory and quiet, Benjamin. It is cool, though.
It is very cool. That was very awesome. So very cool. She just nods. She looks up at Sam. In my opinion, you're still way cooler, though.
Sam will chuckle. Oh, I try. But I think you caused an eclipse. Memory and yes, the shadow cast upon the city. The sun was blotted by the moon, which shouldn't be happening in this system, given what little I know about it.
Oh, she looks up at the sky. I just felt a connection to the moon, and it just sort of, I don't want to say bent to my, we just worked together.
Memory Ann will pull out her earwig and put it to Soul's ear, and she can hear it's most likely a ranger, announcing that the enemy force has been defeated by what he estimates to be some type of weird magic shit lunar beam. All enemies KIA. I'm not sure how. See? Memory Ann smile.
She sadly chuckles, still holding on to both Sam and Memory Ann. JJ pats the top of her head. You did good, kiddo. That was smashing, I might say.
Very smashing.
She actually chuckles at that. Hearing that from you is high praise, JJ. Well, yeah, you should know that by now. I don't say smashing to just anyone now, do I?
Benny, congratulate her in your accent. Memory Ann, that would make me feel better. Do it. Do it. Still blood gushing out of her head.
Elizabeth tugs on JJ's shirt arm and she just nods at him. Hey, Soul, that was the most badass motherfucking solid thing that I've ever seen. You saved us all. You are the fucking MVP of this entire battle. I tell you that much. Goddamn.
Agreed. MVP. High praise coming from Brooklyn Nine-Nine JJ. Sam holds her hand up to JJ because it's still bleeding.
JJ will reach into his med pack and start wrapping it up after cleaning it off with some alcohol.
Oz and Laz landing. All aboard, kids, let's go. Ricky and Carter are safe.
Oh, thank God for that. JJ nods. Yes, thank God for that. As he'll pick Sam up and bring her onto the Verdi.
Benny picks Elizabeth up and carries her on as Memory Ann. Well, our men aren't here right now, but we'll see them soon. Come. Takes her hand.
Soul lets out a worried squeal when she says that.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine. As she'll rush onto the Verdi.
Memory Ann's gonna take one last long look around at all the dust, the destruction from the lunar beams, the exploded vertibird. God, I hope Aunt Icy's home. She heads for the vertibird. As flashing up to the triple office, Julius, and now Pequod's just staring at the picture of Integra. Julius sitting in his chair.
Julius with his chair turned towards Pequod, just watching her stare at the picture of Integra.
Nibbit. Nibbit.
Julius looks down at his lap.
Me. Jumping up onto the seat.
He looks at the frog. Where the hell do you come from?
Pequod sniffling, looking at Integra.
Julius will stand up. He pats the frog on the head twice.
I could sure go for some Integra grandmotherly advice right now. But she's dead too.
He puts one arm around her waist as he stands to the side of her. I would love to hear from Integra right now.
We have a propensity for people we need and love dying around us. Nibbit.
Yeah, and that fucking sucks.
But we're supposed to be the ones in charge that lead people and know what we're doing. But in reality, we're bigger fuck-ups than most people out there, I'd say.
Oh, I'd say 100%. Or at least I am. You're still pretty good.
No. I should have socked Mom right across the jaw all those years ago. That would have... I wanted to. I knew it was, because the dream. I should have just clocked her and that would have clogged up the goddamn trip to Cancun.
Yeah, I probably should have just put a chokehold on Dad, keep him away from the ship. I should have. He just rubs his face. There's a lot we should have done. But now all we can focus on is fixing it. And we will find a way, I am sure of it.
I hope.
Lorelai did say they would get their chance. Possibly. And usually I trust what Lorelai has to say.
She did call you a piece of bacon.
Would you agree? My piece of bacon, honey?
Yes, I would.
Absolutely.
Nibbit. She immediately starts sobbing. Every time I hear that thing, I'm gonna cry. Because she brought it here.
Do you want me to just send it through the teleporter to my office?
No, we could take it back to the lane.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably gonna be all we have to remember her by.
Julius just immediately looks really depressed at the picture of Integra.
Is it that bad? Sasha coming up on the computer? What the hell? Nibbit.
Julius turns around. Oh, I have to take that here. He'll pick Pequod up and bring her over to Sasha.
She comes over. Nibbit. What the fuck? I'm out here fighting for my life with our children, and you're fucking around with a frog.
Nicole brought the frog, Sasha.
Oh. She looks at the frog. Nibbit! Jumping this way.
Julius just sighs.
It is really Nicole-esque. Sasha looking at it, hopping around.
Yeah, it very much is. He just shakes his head. How can I help you, Sasha?
Mission successful. Crash captured. Carter and Ricky took him out together, without my assistance, mind you. Colt's banged up pretty bad.
Oh, shit.
But Nicole's here, and she somewhat remembers me. Not the fact I have a son, though, so... But she's gonna heal him, so he'll be fine. Soul had an episode. Pequod, what now? Starts crying more!
What happened? Sasha, just give it to us straight.
From what little I can gather, don't really know everything yet. Just saw Colt was not doing well. Kaboom. Somehow caused an eclipse over the planet. Some type of aerial magical artillery. Here, she'll play the footage from a couple rangers who were in another portion of the town that saw dudes get light struck. Yeah. She took out the vast majority of enemy forces across the city with this. Pequod, oh god. And now she's going through this! And Nicole probably doesn't remember who she is! She starts almost maniacally laughing and then sobbing. Sasha, yeah.
Julius just hugs Pequod tightly, staring at the footage. Thank you for letting us know. Sasha, thank you.
No problem. Soul is fine. But we probably should get Nicole's head screwed on straight if we want to sort this out, I think.
I mean, yeah, we have to. Who else can give her advice on this? I don't think she would feel comfortable talking to Lorelei about it.
Sasha, well, I will do my best to make sure she remembers me, and I will bring her back. And I'll bring her back to the lane. I'll try to get her back to the lane.
Thank you, Sasha. That is so appreciated.
She looks at the frog one more time, and please take that thing back home with you.
We will. Trust me, we will.
Over and out. She hangs up. You see Icy in the background randomly talking to a wall. Hangs up just so Pequod can't see it, but Pequod sees it and starts crying.
Oh, God.
When it rains, it pours, Juliet.
Hey, maybe that's why we're so fucked up. We're named the rainfall, so when it rains, it pours. Oh, God.
And just like a little kid, she's gonna start pounding both of her forearms onto the desk. Very hard, but it shouldn't fucking be this way! She's really angry.
Julius just...
All because that stupid woman, she comes over here, picks up the slushy machine, and will throw it through the window of the door, smashing the plate glass. Walked away from it!
Julius nods. Yeah. Yep. He'll walk over to her. But we always come through in the end, right?
I don't want to come through. I want it fixed.
And that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be fixed. He'll walk around to her, lean on the counter so he gets a better view of her. It's gonna be fixed. Nicole is going to be okay. We're all gonna have a good time together on the lane when it's all said and done. And it's all going to be okay.
She'll kiss Julius lightly on the lips, but she can't be cheered up. Julius hasn't seen her this sad, probably ever.
He sighs a bit, picks her up. We can get someone else to clean up that glass. Do you want to go home?
I want to go. Take me to the academy. And then... Maybe! Jumping this way. I guess we gotta get rid of that fucking thing. Take that home. And go get the kids and bring them home. And then we have to have a talk with them.
He nods. Okay. Alright. He moves some hair out of her face, gives her a kiss. It's gonna be okay. 'Cause I said it's gonna be okay, and when have I ever let you down?
Never.
Exactly. So I am going to do my damnedest not to let you down this time.
Put her hand on Julius's face and then just bury her head in his shoulder and start crying. Her eyes are just basically bloodshot red this whole session.
He pets her head as he'll carry over, try to pick up the frog.
Maybe. Jumping onto your shoulder. It's small. It's like the size of honey.
He just stares at the frog, shakes his head, and carries the three of them through the teleporter to get to the academy.
Well, flashing back to the Moog. Everybody's gathered here before we get This, though, down here, Benny is in the pool and just picked Elizabeth up and dropped her into the pool, even though she's in all of her gear. They're down there as everybody up here, Oz is. So yeah, the light show was Soul. She went kaboom. Remember, Ann? It was very impressive, Carter. Kissing Carter on the nose.
Carter nods. I was wondering why it suddenly became pretty damn dark in the middle of the day.
Sam struggling to get mana water out with her one good hand that's all fucked up now because she bit into it. Memory Ann coming over. So how did it go with that guy?
We fucked him up. I got knocked out a couple times and Carter finished him off.
Carter gives Memory Hand a thumbs up as JJ opens up a mana water bottle for her, puts it up to her lips. Ready? We're gonna take a sip.
Yes, I'm a gimp now. She'll sip out of it slightly.
He smiles. But you're a gimp that I can take care of, and I absolutely love that.
She'll lean into JJ. Feed me more. Opening her mouth. Wants more water.
He does. He gives her as much as she wants.
Memory Ann, well then, if you got the bad guy, we'll be getting out of here soon, and it can't be too bad whatever's going on with Colt. They rushed him in there. And no medical technicians or surgeons, combat surgeons went in, so can't be that bad.
Yeah, and even if it ain't good, I mean, Colt's tough. He'll pull through, right?
Memory Ann nods her head. Right as you two left down that back alleyway, a couple more APCs showed up, and just bad timing.
Damn it. I know I had orders, but I can't help but feel like I should have been there.
Yeah, I can understand that. Putting her arms out for Carter to hold her.
Carter holds her tightly, sits her down on his lap this time.
But if you hadn't gotten Crash, we'd still be here, and more men would be more birds would most likely go down. More men would still get hurt.
No, that's true. Either way, what? So, was it like magic or some shit that she called down, or like, what was it?
You see Memory Ann scratching her lip with her middle finger. As your squad leader and a wizard, I should have an answer for you. I don't. She looks perplexed. It's definitely magic of some type. But, I don't know what type, I don't know why, how.
It's nothing like I've ever studied, and she's studied more than me, far more than I have.
Here, she'll play footage on her wrist computer of the crash site POV of guys getting spaghettified and lunar struck. That's what it does. Oh, here, she'll rewind, showing the guys get caught in the laser bolt vortex and disintegrated. Oh, Jesus Christ. Under his breath.
Shit. That ain't scary. It ain't strong. That's biblical.
Memory Ann, when you put it that way, yes, if you think about the eclipse, she points up to the skies. It was, horrifying, but amazing at the same time. Yeah. Sam opening her mouth, taking a drink of water. Yeah. Never seen any. I think I'm the one who's seen the most combat here of all of us. Never seen anything like that.
Yeah. Sorry to say this, Sam, but I think somebody might have topped you on my don't piss them off list for the squad.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't even have to fire a round at the crash site. Benny, we didn't either. Speaking up down here.
Elizabeth shakes her head. No, not at all. I tried to shoot, but then, a moonbeam or whatever that was just came down right next to me.
Disintegrated the fuck out of that bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, those whatever you want to call it, the beams from the sky, they look more like, the videos they showed us of orbital strikes, they look more like that than anything I ever seen.
Oz getting a drink for Laz and him. Coming back over, he'll pat his lap. He's got both cups in one hand.
She sits down in his lap, mouth pursed, looking at the footage that Memory Ann is showing them.
Oswell, you know what? We should be proud of her. Make sure we reinforce that.
You're damn right.
Carter chuckles and nods. Yeah, I'd say I'm definitely proud of her.
I don't know a lot about spellcasters, but this is probably a big step of steps, I'd imagine, right, love?
Laz looks at Oz. From what I've read, Memory Ann and Carter would probably know more, but yeah, this is a very big step. They all have to have a, Carter looks at Oz. We all basically call it a freak out. I electrocuted Laz, for example, during my freak out. Or from what Aunt Soletta told me, she froze a couple rooms and her cat. We all have to have a freak out in our own way, and I guess this was hers.
The same cat? The one that's in the hover chair?
Long story, but yes.
Aunt Icy had it resurrected. Marianne's smiling, Sam. Did she have it resurrected that fast?
Yeah, she did, hun. She also put a spell on it, I believe, to never allow it to get any more fat. Or any less fat, I think.
She starts laughing, grabbing her arm. Ow!
And it's okay. Do you want painkillers now?
Just one. Benny, my pouch is over there if you need it.
He reaches over, grabs some painkillers out of the pouch, and hands them to Sam.
She just opens her mouth.
He'll pop the required amount into Sam's mouth.
And then open her mouth again for a drink.
And he does. He pours the water in.
She'll shake her head, take it down in one swig, and then try to kiss him. Her arms and her hand is hurting bad.
He leans forward. Don't worry, love, I can take charge on all this from now on. Or at least until you heal. And he'll give her a kiss.
She'll rest her head on JJ's body, chest. Oz, yep, he'll have to baby you for a while, I'd imagine. Sam, fine by me.
And baby you I shall. You are going to be very well taken care of, love.
She smiles, just carry me for a while.
Any way you so wish, I will carry you.
Oh man. It seems like I got the shit kicked out of me. Cold crashed, and Memory Ann had her freak out. I'd say we had a good day.
You mean soul? No freak out for me, thank you.
Thank you.
Snapping her fingers, pulling out the ruler. No, I don't think I could do something that devastating. She starts laughing.
I think I should get checked out. I think Bro gave me a concussion.
What was he?
He was a Kai fighter. Like Ricky, but no offense, a touch more powerful.
A lot more powerful. One-on-one, that guy would have killed me.
Memory Ann shrugs, but you got him alive, and hopefully get some intel.
Yeah, some intel. We saw him talking to someone on a holocommunicator.
Oh, did you retrieve the communicator?
He's gonna look at Carter. I don't think we kind of bolted out to try and help with Colt and left the Ranger General there.
Carter remembers he put it in a pocket in his pant pocket before he started fighting the boys. So.
It was on his person, so if anyone got it, it was the Ranger General.
Then done and dusted. Hopefully we'll be out of here, and hopefully Colt's fine.
Yeah, hopefully he's good.
He said that the Rainfall kids had a bounty on their head.
What? Oz speaking up, looking right at Laz, locking eyes with her, then back over at Carter. Excuse me? That's... what?
Yeah.
Laz looks over at Carter. Do you mean all the Rainfall kids? And he shrugs. He said the Rainfall kids, but he continuously called me a freak, so I'm suspecting it was just me and Soul that he was talking about.
Memory Ann, isn't that just the opposite reaction? The last mission we went on, we said the Rainfall name, and that man nearly shit his pants. Remember? She looks around.
Yeah. Dude, called Carter a freak. Said the Rainfall kids had a big reward bounty on their heads. And when I said he's a freak, he told me that, him and I are the pinnacle of evolution.
As well, I mean, they were skinning spellcasters alive. There was some type of spellcaster sentiment going on. I don't know. But the Rainfall kids, yeah, I agree with Memory Ann. That is strange, love. Kissing her on the head.
JJ leans against the, table that he's standing next to. So, in a previous mission, someone shot their pants at the Rainfall name, and now this time they, wanted to kill Rainfalls. Should we now suspect that these two organizations are not working together, if we were suspecting that in the first place?
Sam, I'm not sure. As I imagine JJ sitting down, so she's on his lap. It was the mission that got me attached to their squad at the satellite array. Some man clearly posing as a SIS agent heard their last name and was startled, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know, man. They might be, but they might not. I really don't know how to read any of this. It's just weird.
Well, he can have his bounties on our heads. He's in custody.
Yeah, he is. I hope we get to find out more about what was going on.
Oz, I'm sure the Ranger General will not keep us in the dark, playing with Laz's chin.
Lads, I'm sure she'll tell us at least some information, anything that we is not classified enough for us to know,
Ready to go see Jace, love?
Oh yes, I am. I cannot wait to hold that little boy.
I'll take her glasses off and kiss her on the nose.
She smiles at him, squints her eyes a bit so she can see him a bit clearer, and then gives him a kiss.
Give me a little more sugar.
Oh, now you sound like Benny. She chuckles a bit and gives him another kiss.
Sugar.
JJ leans into her and gives her a very nice kiss.
Memory Ann will present the pointer to Ricky, puts her hand up to it, holding it in her other hand. Sugar. Whacks Carter in the thigh with it.
Well, that's one way to show it.
Carter smirks, leans into Memory Ann. I'd call that sugar and spice, wouldn't you, goddess?
Yes. She'll purse her lips for Carter to kiss.
He does.
Soul, these two down here enjoying their pool time. Soul comes to the door. She knows Colt's in here.
She is rubbing her arms in nervousness as she knocks on the door.
The door opens telekinetically.
She steps in. Auntie! Hi!
She turns around, squinting. Red-haired, silver-eyed. Pah! She starts laughing. Pequod! What is this, a new phase of your and Julius's sex life? Sasha, oh god.
Soul gets very much taken aback, even taking a step back. I mean, I know I look like my mother, but...
Your mother?
Yeah, my...
General Rico's wife. Remember back when we pretended Laz was my kid because you were afraid to tell him? She points at herself, Sasha, sighing.
What? She puts a hand on her cheek. I'm sorry, I don't... What are you talking? I'm Soul, Auntie. I think you're talking about my mother, Pequod.
Nicole, she needs your help right now. Grabbing her shoulders from behind. I see. This is Sasha. Gestures to her, comes over. She buys me cigarettes.
What? Soul looks at Sasha, very confused. What's going on?
Biting her lips so hard, Soul sees blood coming out of it. Looking at Icy, oh.
Auntie. She walks over to Icy, holds both of her hands. Something happened. I had my freak out, I think.
Tilts her head in confusion. You freak out every day, Pequod.
What? No.
Sergeant Satterley, go ahead, coming through the back door of this place. Keep going.
No. I'm not Pequod. I'm Soul, her daughter. Julius is my father?
Sasha will snap her fingers, point at the sergeant who, comes over. I just came to check on Cole. I'll leave, ma'am. Oh! I appreciate you looking after my son. Just escort her, points Icy back to my dropship, and make sure she stays there until I come. Yes, ma'am. She'll happily follow, telling them about the frog she found today out.
So watching her leave, she looks at Sasha. What was that?
Both hands on her face. Your aunt, so her voice is muffled. Your aunt is not feeling good right now.
Oh. Okay. She takes a step forward and looks at Colt.
He, on the other hand, as he's giving her a concerned look because of that, and I imagine Soul would know this by now, that Icy is his favorite of the Rainfall adults. Thinks she's attractive, likes the personality. It's rather similar to Soul's, so he's rather concerned look on his face, but he'll wash away the concerned look and give her a thumbs up. As Sasha, he is fine. Luckily, she remembered who I was and healed him for us.
That's good. Well, not good that she's... Is she forgetting? So,
I don't know what I'm trying to think of a way to put this to you, but I don't think it's my place. So I'm sure your mother and father are gonna have a discussion with you guys.
Oh, okay. She turns her attention over to Colt.
I want to talk about it, but it's not my place right now. And anyway, we have this idiot to scold. She'll point at Colt. His chest is all wrapped up. He's got a wrapping over one eye and his head. Colt, everything turned out okay. Smiling.
Soul stares at him. Her hands start to shake. You need to... She shakes her head. You need to listen! Staring at Colt.
He'll nod his head. Keep going.
You need to... As she just drops to her knees holding onto his hand.
He'll reach for her to fall onto him. Gently.
She just continues to shake her head. I can't lose you, Colt.
You're not going to?
Please don't. She leans back to take in his face. Don't do anything stupid like that again, please.
I won't. He'll kiss her on the head, trying to pull her on top of him.
She'll let him. She's careful not to hurt him any. She stares into his eyes. You are mine, and I don't like losing my things, Colt. So the thought of losing you... She shakes her head. I don't know what I would do without you, okay?
I promise you never will have to find out. Next time you call the ball. He'll try to fix her hair and kiss her on the nose.
She lets him. She grabs his face gently, gives him a kiss on the forehead. This isn't to say I'm not angry at you. Thank you for wanting to protect me. Thank you, really. Just... I need you to protect yourself as well, you know? And doing stuff like that isn't protecting yourself. I need you to be safe.
The one eye, she can see a tear rolls out the side. I will put us both first from now on, then.
And I will protect you as best I can with all my power. She gives him a kiss. In all my soul, if you'll allow the little pun there.
Oh, I'll take the pun. He's trying to reach for her chin to give her a kiss on the lips.
She lets him.
I'll take the pun in stride, another tear coming out of his eye, kissing her lightly. Ow!
Don't overexert yourself. I don't want you hurt anymore, okay?
Oh, okay. Ow.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Give me another kiss, please. He's gesturing.
Of course, she gives him another kiss.
Sasha, not to dampen the mood, but you should understand the severity of the situation, so when he's feeling better, and next time he does something stupid like this, you remind him, if your mother sent your aunt here ahead of time, anticipating somebody getting hurt, anybody getting hurt badly. If she wasn't here, he would have died. Colt, I thought we agreed not to tell her that. Sasha, no agreeing. Crosses her arms, glaring down at Colt.
Colt can hear Soul grit her teeth for a second and look at him. You are never doing anything that stupid again.
Whatever you say, I do, okay?
Good. She holds his face again. Good.
I heard you blew up the city. He tries to chuckle. God. Grabbing his side.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to talk to my aunt about it, but... She shrugs. Oh well, you know? I felt like a connection to the moon, and it wasn't like I was commanding it to do stuff, you know? It wasn't like I was telling it to shoot a beam there, or help me kill these guys. From what I can remember, which isn't a lot, I sort of blacked out during it. It was like me and the moon were talking and working together.
Colt will look up at Sasha, and Sasha single-handedly ended what was left of the fight in the city. Colt, not too shabby, honey.
She chuckles. Do you think I got a higher kill count than last now?
I think so, yeah. Sasha, I'll tally the numbers to be sure if you want me to when we get back. Starts chuckling, and I think if there's one thing the Rainfalls are good at, it's squaring away the issues. So I think your aunt will be fine. You can talk to her more about it, hopefully soon.
Soul smiles. I would really like that.
You two make a promise to me. Neither of you, she starts stuttering. Neither of you ever walk away from one another, okay? Colt, huh? Looking up!
Of course not. I won't walk away from Colt.
You would think it would be that easy. Honey, you really would, but it's not for certain people.
Oh, you're talking about Grandma, aren't you?
Most of the I know it makes absolutely zero sense, but most of the problems that are going on with your aunt, I think, stem from the walking away issues. Colt, I would never walk away from her. Thank God. She just sighed.
Soul laughs. Unless it's like me going to the bathroom or something, I'm not gonna walk away from him.
Sasha nods as Colt will take Soul's hand and suck her finger. That's it. He's beat up, but he can still suck that finger.
Soul blushes, leans forward into his face. You think this is gonna give you some brownie points with me, huh?
Yeah, but you gotta go easy on me, at least for, as he said, at least 48 hours.
Oh, don't worry, I will. I'm gonna take care of you. She starts petting his head. I'm gonna pamper you. You're gonna be my little doll, aren't you?
He'll lean in, kiss Soul on the lips, and then try, because Sasha's wrist computer's gone off. She's typing on it, looking down. Ask Mom if we can have a squad celebration lunch at Tommy. Chicken quesadillas.
Excuse me, Mom?
She looks up from her wrist computer. Actually, no casualties across the board in the city at all, save for the vertibird, unfortunately. Wreckage is recovered, what's left of the body's recovered, but because of your incident, powers, whatever you prefer, I'd say you saved a lot of lives today. But yeah, what do you need?
Do you think we could have like a squad celebration up on Gateway at Tommy's?
I knew what you were gonna say. I knew it. Yes. Colt, and you'll come, right, Mom? Yes.
Soul smiles, holds Sasha's hand, leaning off the bed just a bit, holding Sasha's hand. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. She'll put her hand up to her cheek and I'll give you guys, kissing Soul's hand, she'll flick the lights off, alone time. Go easy, like your aunt said. I need to go talk to the rest of the kids. Then you're getting out of here. You guys are the first ship out of here. And then I just need to talk to everybody real quick and then hook up with your aunt. Make sure she's still on my ship. Okay? You'll be out of here in an hour.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
She'll wink and walk out as Colt will pull Soul on top of him. We'll go easy.
I'll let you set the pace.
He's reaching for her face to give her a kiss as Sasha's coming out here and Memory Ann whips Carter right on the thigh because she's sitting on his lap again as Sasha comes up. I imagine Carter lets out a yell.
Yeah, he goes like, whoa!
Enjoying yourself, Carter. She looks down.
Carter looks up at Sasha. Yes, ma'am. Very much so, ma'am.
That's good. Looking down at the stick. Isn't that your mother's prized memory? And yes, please, I'll return it to her when I get home.
Yeah, speaking of that, are we staying here for much longer, ma'am?
We'll be out of here in an hour. You guys are the first shuttle out.
Guys, we did it.
Thank God, darling. He plants a huge kiss onto French kissing her, right? He doesn't care that the Ranger General's here.
Laz kisses him back. JJ gives Sam a kiss, looks at her. Oh, thank God we're gonna be leaving the Moog, aren't we?
Smashing back at the lane, playing Pokemon, being lazy.
Oh, that sounds like a blast, honey.
Yeah, sounds nice to be back home after everything that happened.
It's been about a month and some change. Sasha looks over the group. So, before we leave, tell me what you heard.
On the communicator, ma'am, I'm well acquainted with who he was talking to.
Okay, that's good. Tell me. Carter, what did you hear? One of you is gonna tell me.
It was, Laz. Miss Lazuli, ma'am. Not her.
She holds out the holo communicator that he had, waving it around. And he was talking to her. You saw this too, Carter?
We didn't necessarily see it, but we heard it both.
You heard him use her name. She squints, looks at Carter, then Ricky.
He said Laz.
That, and, he told us that the Rainfall kids had a big bounty on their heads. And that he wasn't allowed to kill me.
Marianne, how do you know this person? Looking at Ricky.
She's, the one who taught me everything I know about fighting.
Oh. Oz. Uh-oh.
Laz with a somewhat confused look on her face, looks at Oz. That's not good.
She's your namesake. Sasha speaks up looking at Laz. Or was.
I always wondered where my parents got my name from.
At one time they were close with her. I was never too close to her, but at one time they were close with her. So was Ricky's father. She gestures over to Ricky.
Yeah. Mom and Dad said that she helped train my dad and Carter, your dad, along with my mom and a couple others, and that he was really close with her, and he wouldn't go into it, but some falling out happened.
Sam speaks up. She's connected to all this? Sasha, it makes sense. There was a lot of things that went on back then. But what I will tell you is, if there's one person I ever met that dislikes spellcasters, it's her.
Yeah,
she dislikes spellcasters, and this organization, they skinned him alive. None of us ever would have thought it was her, but your aunt, Icy, prior to sending you guys out, reiterated that to me and your father. She was the only... Yeah.
If I may, ma'am, the way she was talking, it sounded like she was the boss. She was yelling at the dude, saying they spent a bunch of money and that he fucked up.
Sasha, one of the biggest points of contention between your parents, Carter, and this woman would most definitely be the fact you were spellcasters, and she would have had an issue with you, I suppose. She would have looked the other way because you were spellcasters, but only because you were your parents' children.
I see. So my parents, being, good parents, cut ties with her because she would have hated us just for being spellcasters.
Sasha is going to shrug. Believe it or not, she cut the ties first. It's just this time nobody went out to chase her down. She cut ties once before, and Ricky's father and your father went out of their way to get her back. And when I say went out of their way, I mean they really went out left field out of their way to get her back. They got her back. This repeated again, only this time your parents did not pursue. And I know Saris isn't, that would be Ricky's mother, for those that don't know her name, is not very fond of this woman.
No. She wouldn't talk about her much at all, but anytime Dad did, Mom looked angry.
I don't think your dad's a big fan of hers either, but since good parents are going to try to give their children what they want, and that's why you ended up training under her.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Lucky for us, you didn't... I don't know.
Turn out like that crash dude?
Yeah. That's a good way to put it, yeah.
I mean, why would I hate spellcasters, ma'am? Just because they're a little different than me doesn't mean anything. It'd be like hating Okir because he's a different species.
You would think that, but this woman... Words cannot describe. There's a lot of blanks that need to be filled in. This woman bankrupted herself all these years ago to live in seclusion in Antarctica. Sound familiar, Emrian? Ah, look here, Ricky!
Yeah, that's where I trained with her.
Sasha, well, that's where you trained with her, and that's where she's going to die.
You're gonna kill her, ma'am.
She skinned a lot. She's apparently running an organization that skinned people alive. She's responsible for over 10,000 deaths. She gestures over her shoulder back to the city civilian. She's going to die. And it won't be me. I'm sure it will be Carter's parents. She'll nod her head. Because once they find out she put a bounty on their children's heads, well...
I understand, ma'am. You're right. It's, you can see he's kind of struggling to talk. It's it's the right thing to do, even if I don't like to say it.
Sasha will shrug. I'll leave you to it. I'll be back in like 20, 30 minutes to get you guys, okay? Then you go home and you're doing nothing for a month. Marianne, thank you, ma'am. Smiling as she walks off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Carter looks at Ricky. It's the right thing to do, Rick.
I know it is. I just...
Is that why Mr. Wiseau would say... None of this used to make sense to me, you realize that. But he would say, she done Carl Baltros trying to imitate Tommy. So it's that woman he was referring to?
You can see him kind of sink into his shoulders and start breathing a little heavier. Yeah, it was.
Dear God, you trained under a genocidal maniac.
For half my life. Almost.
But you took what she taught you and helped defeat her... I don't know, what was that guy? Her underling? I don't know.
Lackey.
Lackey?
Lackey, trainee, whatever. Yeah, I did. I just, I'm a lot of thinking about, the past.
I can't believe she'd put bounties on children's heads. I guess you're not children anymore, but if she knew you when you were young, that's pathetic. Oz, I don't know the woman, but sounds like she's a grade A fuck-up.
Laz nods. Yeah, she would put shame on the Lazuli name if, I wasn't around. She chuckles a bit.
Yeah, she would. I just, I don't know. I spent a lot of time with her, and I wouldn't have guessed she'd do something like this.
Marianne, well, we'll be going home soon. And that means we get to see Bash and Oakir. Bash will probably smell of Pap's Blue Ribbon. Oakir probably enjoying the fact we're gone, not having to watch after us. The look of it'll probably be joy, seeing we're back safe and sound, then dejection, knowing he has to deal with us again. And then, if you need a ride or a way to get home, we can arrange one for you.
I appreciate that. I think they'll be able to get me away home, but thank you.
No problem. Everything will be fine. And our parents will handle this. Right, Carter? Smacking him with the ruler again.
They are going to handle it, and they are going to handle it well, because they always handle it well.
They wouldn't be where they are if they couldn't.
No, they would not be.
Ending on that note here, shifting to the academy. As the depression continues. Hunk and Davine and Suletta are just sitting in here alone. Blaze has Jace and Integra in their hover chairs, just staring down at them, arms crossed, smiling.
Davine's staring at Hunk with a vacant expression on her face. If Soletta's been paying attention, it looks like she hasn't moved in the past 20 minutes.
Hunk will pick up her hands and kiss both of them quickly. How's your stomach?
It's feeling better. Not throwing up as much.
This is my fault. He'll look her right in the eyes, not yours.
Davine looks right into his eyes. Stands up so she can lean over the table a bit better and holds his hands. If I didn't walk away from you, none of this would have happened. You would have never had that dream. And we would have been okay. This is my fault, Hunk.
Call me Mark.
Mark. This is my fault.
He'll kiss her hands again. Look, she had her incident. She had her freak out. If I had tried harder, if I had done more, I think it falls to me. I was the first.
If I
I didn't know how to handle it. I did not know how to handle a child back then. Now I do. There is no book. And she is a completely different case. Orphan, kid, I didn't know what I was doing. It all started with me. And I was not good enough. He'll point back to himself. I was not. I let her down back then, and I let her down again.
Davian holds tighter onto his hands.
Technically speaking, dear, that's 3 strikes. Because not only that, but I walked out on her when she needed me the most to retire. That's 3 strikes. That's all on me.
No. Albeit I don't personally believe you should have walked out on her, but she loved you. She loved you so much. You were her father. I remember you would tell me stories about how she would make her nose look like yours.
Chuckles sadly. Yeah, she did. Old Pinocchio.
Yes, exactly. Or how she would fall asleep in your room. She loved you. She loves you so much, and she always has. You have always been her daddy. I had my first chance with a child, and I ruined it. I made it better. And then I got a second chance with her. And I wasted that chance. I messed up so badly. I should have shown her more love, more care, more attention, more everything. She scratches his chin. If anyone has 3 strikes when it comes to our children, my love, it is me.
He's gotta wipe a lot of tears out of his eyes and try to pull her in. Just come sit over here with me.
She does. She comes sits next to him.
Blaze, just looking over at them as to like, I think that you're both responsible, but that doesn't matter. I think 99.9% of the time, you've been excellent parents. So, that's all that matters. And that is how you will get Nicole back. Maybe more like 70% of the time. Blaze, sighing at Suletta. I mean, if we're being less optimistic about it, if you think about it. I mean, come on. You go on a podcast and Blaze, enough! And she just stops talking.
Davian, who was...
I wish she would have saw me as a mother. She puts her hand to her chest. I would have loved another child. To blow that. What a fucking idiot. He'll take the children.
Davian starts to cry.
Thank you! Speaks up. I mean, to let us stop. Sometimes we just try our best and don't do good enough. Yes?
Davian cries even harder.
Hug. No, that is true. We try and we don't do good enough.
Davian wipes her tears away and nods. That just means we have to continue to try, right?
Suletta will, but you'll always have this little one who looks just like her, and look, she's so cute playing with it. She scratches Hale on the cheek and she starts laughing. She'll grow up to look just like her, and will be a constant reminder of your failure.
Oh.
That your daughter died before you. You know, actually, one of my greatest fears was that I would outlive my child because easily outlived my parents. I've been around for hundreds of years. They died when I was in my early 40s, believe it or not. And then I outlived my dear husband. I figured that, given when Memory Ann, one of my greatest fears when she trotted off to the military was I would outlive my own daughter, and no parent should outlive their son. Just starts crying. Child.
Davine starts crying and starts scratching at her hands, something she has not done in a very long time.
Suletta why don't you hold her? And try to hand-hail the hunk who takes her, but lets Davine hold her too.
And she does. She holds both Hunk and Hale at the same time.
Suletta, I put up her finger. I'll be right back. She'll walk out of the lunchroom as Hunk is just, we fucked up.
We fucked up big time.
Suletta's walking through the gym, mumbling to herself that she is not doing very. Julius and meow, the cat meowing as Suletta's walking through, trying to find Mr. Snuffle. I am just not good at this. Oh God, wiping a tear out of her eyes. Oh, the hooligan. Leaping this way, bit. What the fuck?
Nicole got us a frog, Auntie.
She's here! Where? She starts looking around immediately. Meow!
Julius looks at Suletta and just shakes his head.
I sent her to the Moog. In case anybody got banged up, which somebody did. Colt, he's fine, and hopefully Sasha said she's gonna try to send her back here. She's not gonna listen to us. Suletta, I know. Picking up the frog. Jumping this way.
Julius just sighs, shakes his head. Good news, though. Other than Colt, all the kids got out pretty much unscathed. Colt got healed up, so he's doing okay. And, yeah, they're all gonna be home soon.
This thing is totally Nicole. I thought these things were a myth, actually. Actually, it's an Ockercroak frog.
Julius just sighs again. Yep, she brought it to me and then comforted me because I was sad Memory and the Explorer turned off on the TV.
What? She turns around looking at Julie.
She thought I was Carter.
Oh. Reliving past events, yes. Wonderful!
Yeah, just great. Just absolutely amazing.
Suletta, the frog's eyes bulge so much because they store extra oxygen in their eyes so they can swim underwater. At least that was the going myth about these things. She'll pick it up again. Again, they were supposed to be like cryptids, apparently. Maybe. Sounds like he's saying Nick.
It does. It does sound like he's saying Nick.
Is it male or female? She'll start flipping it over, holding it in both hands. Whatever. It can join the cavalcade of animals here. Jumping up here. Meow.
I wonder if those two are gonna have a conversation with each other.
Meow. Ah, I think they are. Noob. Meow. What the fuck are they saying? Pequod, actually, yeah, I'd like to know. Looking over at the frog. Oh, nothing. Petting Mr. Snuffles on the head.
Well, that can't be great.
Meow. No. Meow. No. What in the fuck? They're talking about how stupid Hunk and Davine are. Oh. Or at least Mr. Snuffles is informing whatever this creature's name is of current events. She'll smile. Very sad smile.
Julius groans, rubs his face. Oh my god. He looks at Soletta. How are the parents doing?
Not good. Petting Mr. Snuffles. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. No. Not good at all. She'll come over here. She'll use her scarf to wipe away some of Pequod's tears. Been like this all day? Pequod just nods her head.
It hasn't been a great day, to say the least, ma'am.
Well, your parents are not doing great either. She'll nod her head quickly. Not at all. We went to Nicole's residence in Cancun, and Mr. Freetooth and Blaze and Frederick, Krellin, and Samuel were already there. They had beaten us there. Pequod, how? Because Blaze helped her buy the place, and they went to look for her first, and long story short, there's a beautiful mural. Here, I'll show you the picture. She'll show the picture of the mural to Julius and Pequod. I took a picture of it. Blaze did it.
Julius looks over the mural, same way Davian did once, twice. Nicole isn't there.
No. She'll just close the picture. Nope, she had requested herself not be drawn in.
Julius just rubs his face. Really want to hit Hunk right now.
I don't want to hit him, but I do want to hit your mother, yes? Come. They're in the cafeteria. You can ask them how Cancun was. She'll walk this way. Have fun with your new friend. Come, hooligan.
Julius picks up Pequod and will start following Soletta.
She'll take you in through the back. You guys are in here. Banksy's here cooking with Mama Lamb. He's not taking it well either. We've informed him. Anyway, here they are. They find the slobbering mess of Hunk and Davy.
Julius looks at the two of them.
How is Cancun?
Davian jumps when she talks. Looks at Pequod. She wasn't there.
Oh, I'd assume so, given your reaction.
Julius just clicks his tongue multiple times, shaking his head. Well, hopefully this isn't one of those universes where she just goes off. He stares at the two of them. All because of you two. Both of you, and you know what? It isn't fair to put all the blame on you two. I could have stopped you. I'm to blame as well. I could have just pushed you down and held you down until we waited for Nicole. But I didn't. At the same time, I'm not the one who, just straight up left. I'm not the one who couldn't wait to get to Cancun. I'm not the one who left his daughter behind. Then he just smiles at them.
Nope, you are a better father than I, son.
I wouldn't say that. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You are a good father. You're both good parents. That's why I keep on saying we have a chance to fix it because, given what Lorelei said, you will most likely get a chance, and I have faith that you can fix it because you are good parents. We all fuck up from time to time. But this one was pretty major.
We held you to higher standard. That's all Pequod says, Hunk sighs. We expected better, I guess is what I'll say.
Julius nods. We definitely expected better out of the two. He puts up little quotation marks. Parents of the Rainfalls. I am going to, when the kids get here, inform them about everything that's been going on. None of us wanted to bother them with this knowledge while they were on the field. But now they're gonna find out. You can be there if you want to, or you not. I'm still going to tell them.
Oh, we'll be there, and we'll tell them we are gonna fix it. Because we are.
Good.
And then I'm thinking we take a trip at some point to that house in Cancun and we all have a good time, son. 'Cause it's a big place.
Yeah? How much did it cost?
Millions. Blaze helped her acquire the property. She went to Blaze, asked him to find a place, and he did, and then she bought it. Banksy, 14 million.
Julius just bites his lip. And he shakes his head. Would have been awesome if there were a couple people to help her out buy that thing.
I would have if I knew. I should have known.
He nods to him. Yeah, you should have. Davine this entire time has just been crying into Hunk's arm.
Pequod, Julius is gonna go get the kid. Let me down.
He sets her down.
Julius is gonna go get the kids. Take Hale, Suletta. Suletta will come take her. She'll sit down right next to Davine and just stare right at her. And I'm gonna hold eye contact with you until the kids get here.
Davine acquiesces and holds eye contact with Pequod.
She just stares Davine down as Hunk will wrap his arms around Davine, kiss her on the side of the head, trying to rub her shoulder to comfort her. Go get the kid. She just stares right into Davine's eyes.
Already on it. He'll walk out and go find the kids.
Well, speaking of the kids, they're back. These goofuses haven't noticed them yet, but the kids are finally banged up, albeit, but back and better than ever.
Oh god, it's good to be back.
Hand me that torque wrench. Is it this one? He's looking at his body. Torque wrench. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Elizabeth puts her hands out, gesturing to what's happening in front of them. I never thought I'd miss this.
The two galoots.
Still working on the bike, Bash?
Ah! He jumps! Okier. Oh god, Ricky's back.
Missed you too, Okier.
Kids! He turns around! Colt, what the hell happened to you? Oh, dumb decisions.
His bird got taken down.
Shit! Sit down, sit down! He comes over, pulling out chairs. Come on, here, we can't sit over there. They see an under construction sign. right here. No equipment yet, just the area's paved off. But here, sit. And I'll get you some brewskis. He'll
Yeah.
help me over, honey.
Soul will help him over. Balancing him.
He'll pat his lap.
She'll gently sit down on him.
Look here, throwing out chairs. Memory Ann will... Sit, Carter!
He sits.
Done with this horse shit of sitting on your lap. It's still the work week.
Well, for one, you sat on my lap for like 20 minutes. That's all I'm gonna say about that. And two, yes, it is the work week. I apologize, my goddess.
Oz will pat his lap for Laz to sit down.
And she will.
Oh, I never thought I'd be happy to be back here in Woodbury. As Sam and JJ sit down, Sam's gotta gently sit on JJ's lap.
JJ tries to make it as comfortable for her as he can.
Oh, looks like you guys are pretty banged up. Bash has a hand on his cheek. Oh god.
Yeah, I still got all my teeth. I think I got out of it with just a couple scars, and I think I got a concussion. I just don't know.
Memory Ann looking at her wrist computer. I got hit. Benjamin got hit. Colt clearly. Samantha. Ricky got hit multiple times by some large muscular man, and this guy, okay, huh? Looking around, just looking over the kids. Soul's fine. Elizabeth is fine. And Oz and Laz are fine.
JJ was fine too.
You fought? He looks down at JJ.
Well, I had to save my girl.
And he did it in style too. She plays the clip of her first-person footage view. Is that a Ranger Warthog A10 going off around you, kid?
Yes, it is.
Why did you fall to the ground? Oh, I buckled at the knees. Oh. Bash smiles. I get it. Opening a beer, handing it to JJ.
JJ does a little cheers to him and takes a drink out of the beer.
Here, Ricky. Hands Ricky a beer. New brand we've been trying here. Ricky sees his face on the can.
Oh god. You think that might be a bit bad given the DUI?
He starts laughing. Bash. Oh, I didn't even think of that when Mr. Wiseau came down with this test run of the X. He calls it the Ricky generation of beer. It's called X beer. He says something like X Games. Ricky remind him of X Games people. So X beer. Ricky New Saint. Try beer. It's really good.
You know what? That's the least of my problems right now. He's gonna open it and take a drink.
Memory Ann will reach out for a can, take it, hand it to Carter. Drink, Carter. You've earned it.
Only if you take a drink of it as well, my goddess.
Memory Ann opens her mouth.
He'll pour some into her mouth.
Oh, that is good.
He'll drink some. Yeah, that ain't bad.
This is his new brand. Bash, it's handing one to Elizabeth. Well, two. One for Benny.
She'll hand it over to Benny, lift up her mask so she can drink out of it.
It's a test run of beer. It hasn't hit the market yet, but yeah. See, Ricky's face is on there, but there's an umpire mask on his face for some reason.
I'm supposed to be the next saint, remember?
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Memory Ann, turn the can around, Carter.
She does. Or he does.
Memory Ann will start slapping Carter's lap, laughing so hard because she's looking at the logo. Oh my god! It looks like St. Buck's logo, just with Ricardo's face under the mask.
Oh god.
Colt. As Soul is handing him his can, Colt opens it and tries to let her drink first.
She takes the drink, then she'll gently take it from him. Like I said, I'm going to baby you. And she'll have him take a drink by her giving it to him.
He takes a drink holding her hands as she's holding the beer up to him. trying to rub her hands for her. Bash, well, yeah, I think you're in good hands there, Colt. He's taking the sip, and, yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense given the DUI thing the more I think about it, as Benny starts laughing.
Yeah.
There's no way you could have posed for this. Do you know where he got this picture from? Like, obviously he edited it on the catcher's mask, but anyway, he could have gotten this picture.
The day after you guys left, we were in your father's office because you guys aren't here, so he's working up on Gateway, and we were depressed that you guys were gone and worried about you. We were watching movies, and Mr. Wiseau came in and said, "Give me a picture of Ricky now." And your father's always told us, just do whatever he says. So we gave him Ricky's dossier photo.
Yeah, that's my enlistment picture.
She laughs very loudly, and then, ow!
Oh, honey. He rubs her thighs a bit and gives her a kiss on the ear.
Imagine that, love. Look at this. He's twisting the can like, you too. Drinking this may cause you to not be able to get your license for 6 months. They should put that somewhere on this fucking thing.
Drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive.
Or steal airplanes, man.
Or beat up amusement park attendants.
I'm gonna save one of these cans, love, if you don't mind.
I think they're gonna be collector's items, I can guarantee it.
Now here, I won't open mine. Let's just put this one in your knapsack there.
She'll put it in the knapsack.
Benny, he hasn't opened his yet. Just let me drink out of yours and we'll save this one.
Yeah, of course. She'll put the drink up to his mouth.
Marianne, what's all that nonsense up there? Pointing up this direction. Oh, the closed off area? Is that what you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a statue of the Saint erected in the town.
So he did put it where I said he should. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be erected and construction starts tomorrow.
Well, if he's gonna put it there, at least he picked a good spot.
Marianne looking around. Well, what do you think about having a concert in the town, Bash? Bash, concert? Just looks really confused.
Yeah. Me, Marianne, Sol, Benny, Laz, Oz, Elizabeth, and Colt, we're gonna start a band. What if we hold the first concert here?
Bash looks around. I mean, given the fact the Colonel is your father, I'm sure he'd allow it. I mean, if you look at that, where your mother used to hang out and sunbathe and Laz does now, it does kind of look like an amphitheater theater stage where the elevator lifts up from. You could probably do it up there, and then you'd be up in the sky up here. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you pop some lights up there, smoke machines, maybe some pyro, and it looked like they were rising out of hell or something.
We could help build it easily, and I know where we could get the materials. I don't know about any of the music equipment. Marianne, we have that covered.
And I mean, if you need anything else, you can always just ask Tommy.
That's what I was gonna do for the equipment to build the stage. Bash, that's what I was thinking. Looking up here.
I'm down to help you guys build it.
I always need some manual labor. We could do that easily. That's what we're good for.
Cutter knots, and I definitely help out. Most definitely. Many hands make the work light, right?
Oz, I've got all the electronics covered as long as this one comes in the mini skirt.
Oh, the mini skirt with a little blazer for the top half? Most definitely.
Nibbling on your pen cap.
Do you want a clipboard as well?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'll have to do it, and put my hair up in a messier bun than usual.
Absolutely, love. Kissing her on the cheek. Benny, it was a weird experience. Bash, I'm sorry, what? Being in combat. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you all came out okay.
Yeah, we did. It was, interesting.
All came out with wicked suntans and burns, too.
Bro, it was like 110 degrees every day during the day, and then it wouldn't cool off below 90 at night.
Well, thankfully you'll be back here now. Won't be doing too much, but we're glad you're back.
Happy
Yeah.
to be here.
We're happy to be back.
I don't know. We'll find something to do. Maybe some light PT jumping jacks, and maybe Carter and Ricky can teach me to shoot for a change.
Maybe. How hard of physical training am I allowed to get?
Here, as much as you want.
I want you to bust my ass harder than we were before.
Okay, something happened out there? He's looking around.
First off, the big dude.
You should at least take a week off.
If you want me to. The big dude we fought, he kind of picked me apart. And, I just want to keep learning.
Okay. Give yourself 7 days to recoup and reacclimatize, acclimate, and yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Your father's coming to get you guys, but we don't know when he'll be here, so. You got some relaxation time, and Yuri's coming to pick you up, points down to Ricky, to take you home to your mother.
That sounds nice. I've been missing Mom in the shop. Dad's out about and about, I'd assume.
I assume so. I don't know where your father is. But I assume so, given who he is.
Yeah, I think so. Especially with, what we were doing, he's probably busy.
Watching the combat footage that Sam sent him. You trying to be a movie star there, JJ?
Trying, please.
It was planned.
It was partially planned. Okay, partially.
Bro, you looked away from the explosion and posed.
And who? Okay, it was mostly planned, but that was only to get Sam weak in the knees, thank you.
It worked. Smiling at him, trying to scratch his chin with her bitten hand.
JJ smiles at her, leans in closer so it's easier for her to scratch his chin.
And how'd this happen, Soul? Points down to, gestures down to Colt. What'd he do, jump in front of a tank for you?
His Verdi that he was providing lookout on was shot down by an EPC.
Bash shakes his head. Look here. Aha. Just staring at the back of Colt's head. Colt, dumb decision. She's gonna call the shots now, sir. Good. Just staring at the back of Colt's head.
She smiles at Colt. Yeah, he's not gonna do anything like that from now on. She gives him a kiss on the nose.
You took out this big guy you were fighting. He was Kai fighter.
Yeah.
That was who? You two? You and Memory at?
Me and Carter.
Oh, nice. Tag team him.
Yeah, guy knocked my ass out twice and Carter finished him off.
What'd you do? Chop his head off?
We were supposed to bring him in alive, so I just pommel struck the back of his neck.
Not bad.
Nah, Carter took everything the guy had in stride like it was nothing.
What's that glowy thing on your chest, Laz? It's her Nighthawk emblem. Glows with every kill she got.
Oh, this is my Nighthawk emblem. She'll take it off her chest real quick so Okir can get a better look at it.
Aren't those really prestigious or something? Bash, the more glows mean the more kills. What the hell were you doing there, darling? As Oz starts laughing. She was slaughtering them!
There was a lot of kills to get, and I was just so happened to be there for most of them, thanks to my wonderful husband.
He will slightly bow, sitting down. He bows as much as he can. As Bash will look down at Elizabeth. And how about you, honey? How did it go?
It went pretty well. Didn't get hit at all, and I got some kills under my belt.
Pretty stylish, too. Speaking up, pulls them towards her and then shotguns them right in the face. Benny, that is pretty cool.
It's pretty sick, man.
Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, just my Elizabeth saying, "Get over here!" my, Elizabeth, she says under her breath.
Carter leans in. Benny's pretty smooth and he doesn't even know it.
No, he does not. Kissing his ear for her, Carter's ear.
Elizabeth is staring up at Benny with a hand on her chest. And my Benny, he was very helpful. He got himself a kill and healed basically everyone that he could. Very helpful. I'm very proud of him.
And took down a space pirate. Huh? I thought they were fighting like magic-hating paramilitary people.
Well, yes, we were fighting them, but we were also fighting some space pirates.
Space pirate just loafing around the town that decided to join the bad guys because he didn't like Earthguff. It happens.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Remember? The most deadly of space pirates.
It was pretty deadly. He saved Memory and Sam all by himself.
All at once. Pushed me out of the line of the space pirate's flintlock pistol. That stroking his beard, looking at Betty.
JJ laughs. Very heroic, Benny, might I say.
And he did it despite everything going to shit on the first day.
How many days of combat you see? You look pretty weathered. 2. Oh my god.
2, but one of them went late into the evening.
Memory Ann, very, and Colt will finish her sentence, intense fighting on day 1. That APC trick was still pretty badass, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, Carter the APC destroyer.
Carter gives him a thumbs up. You can thank Uncle Scar for that one.
Fixing his belt. Well, you'll be seeing him soon, probably, Carter.
Oh, well, I'll have to thank him.
And he is ripe and not in a good mood. I don't know what's going on, but he came storming in here. I don't know. Was it last week? Okay. Maybe like 7 days ago or something. Just screaming, something like, Hunk is a dumbass and Davine should know better. Then he pounded your dad's desk and it cracked. And we had to get a replacement before your father, came back. Home Depot. Bash just smiled.
Oh. So, odds are things aren't fixed back at home.
I don't know. He shakes his head, but we asked him politely not to come back and crack a desk, and he told us to fuck ourselves. Yeah, among a couple other things, Carter, yeah.
That sounds like Uncle Scar, yeah.
So we both were dealing with pissed off muscle-bound dudes.
Yeah, I'd say you probably had it worse. This guy wasn't looking to hurt us, he was just looking for somewhere to rant where nobody could hear him.
That's fair. It was something else. I mean, first day we're out there, everything's going fine, and then bird gets shot out of the sky, and me, Colt, and Carter get separated from everyone else. Took what was it, like, I don't even know, more than 5 or 6 hours to get back to the crash site, right, man?
Ow! Yes, we went the long way around. He's trying to reach to kiss Soul.
Soul leans forward. You just need to tell me, okay, honey? And
Just
she'll give
keep
a
your
kiss.
face close. Keep your face close.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, we had to take the long route around, but we made it.
And thank God we did in a quick fashion, as he'll rub Memory Ann's thighs because he's sitting on her lap.
Memory Ann, I don't want anybody to get hurt, but in a strange roundabout way, I would take the mission we just did, minus the deployment to the Death Trap Sunbox planet, over our first mission we did together. I didn't leave feeling creeped out. She looks over at Soul.
Yeah, I left this mission feeling, sort of weirded out and accomplished, in a way. The other one I just felt very, scared.
was confused and, like you said, kind of scared. This one, feel pretty good about it, but I guess complicated.
Okay. Complicated?
I mean, you guys are cleared to know you'll find out either way. We found out the person that was in charge of it was, the Lazuli that trained me.
Who? He just looks around confused.
The woman who taught me everything I know about fighting, sir.
Oh. Just staring over at Ricky. You sure about that? He looks down at Ricky.
100%, sir.
That is a fucked up coincidence, don't you think? Apparently she doesn't like spellcasters in this group, Auntie, as you said, Okir, and yes. Oh shit.
She put a bounty on the Rainfall's heads.
Is she stupid? We don't know the woman except Ricky, so I don't know.
I don't know, sir. Honestly, at this point, I don't know much. Don't know.
Putting a bounty on the Rainfall children's head is basically signing your own death warrant.
She didn't seem to care.
Shit. Just strokes his beard.
Carter nods. Yeah, it just seemed like that guy just really wanted me dead.
Yeah. Told me to stay out of it and stay down, and really was trying to take out Carter.
Good! That is good. Big hands come down on Colt's shoulders. Oh! Good to see you, rubbing his shoulders. Good! Grabbing Soul, giving her a hug. Oh, God!
Soul pats him on the back. Uncle Harry, gently, Colt's really hurt.
Oh! I am sorry. I. Good! Just starts doing it to Rick.
Hey, Uncle Yuri. It's good to see you. He's gonna...
That is good. You see the new beer?
I did, need to talk to Tommy about it as he hugs Yuri really tightly.
Good to see everybody. Everybody okay? Sam just lightly waves at the guy. Oh.
Everyone's fine, except for some of us being a bit banged up. Nobody's badly hurt.
That is good. Very good. Comes over, starts rubbing Elizabeth's shoulders. Happy to see everyone. Miss you guys.
We're happy to see you too, Uncle Harry. We did miss you and Mr. Wiseau.
I get message on Risk Computer from Ranger General. She say she want to rent out restaurant next week. Squad Victory Lunch.
Yes.
He starts laughing in pain. Marianne, I suppose you have something to do with this. Looks at Soul.
Soul smiles. I just so happened to manage to convince the Ranger General to let us up on Gateway and have a victory lunch at Mr. Wiseau's. Oh, and I believe she will be joining us.
Yeah, Mom said she'd come. And of course Dad's gonna come because chicken quesadillas. You guys will enjoy those chicken quesadillas.
I'm sure we will. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, Soul, how, reluctant was she to say yes?
Well, it depends. She said yes pretty quickly to me, but you can always see the reluctancy in her face when it comes to Tommy.
She promised not to bring the gun, right?
Oh, I didn't mention that. She might bring the gun.
Poor Tommy.
I sure you want to see Tommy. I know you do, Ricky, and everybody else who have to talk to him about this beer. Tommy very busy right now trying to find ways to help Julius. Your aunt will be dead soon. Huh? Wait, what? Which he takes off his glasses. Just glaring at him.
Carter stands up. Excuse me?
She will be dead soon. I don't know all the details yet, but somebody's aunt, I don't know. They just said this aunt is going to die soon. And so Tommy said to me, have to help Aunt Nicole. She's going to die. So I have to find a way to help. Can't let Julius down. Something like that. He puts his hands out. Oh my God, this is not the news I expected.
as both of her hands are covering her mouth, JJ suddenly has a 1,000-yard stare, and Elizabeth, shaking her head, I'm sorry, Nicole's going to die.
Penny's jaw is like open and tilted to the side. What? That. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. This is just what he told me. It's why he's not here to come greet you upon your return. Sometimes you always say too much. Ricky, time to go. Let's go. He's waving. Come, Ricky. If you don't leave now, you're not going home to see Mother. She has steak salad for you. I see you kids later.
Yes, see you guys. He'll start catching up, stop, and go, up. Tommy, it's Tommy saying it. He might be exaggerating. It might be nothing.
No, she's going to die. That's why he's trying to find. He's on a Nova right now, trying to find magic trinket to track her.
Uncle Yuri. Come on.
JJ looks at Yuri. Uncle Yuri, if I might call you that.
Of course.
Would you mind just leaving us be?
Yes, come on, Ricky. I take you home.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'll see you later.
Find this magic trinket. I wish he would have let me go. Yes, he has no faith in me. I could solve this. They still hear this as they get into the car and fly off.
Kinda wish he'd taken you too.
Bash, look, we don't know anything about this. He shrugs. We weren't keeping anything from you guys. Just glaring at the car as it drives away.
Soul giving Colt a very knowing look as she's pursing her lips.
We'll try to stroke her chin or cheek with his finger or thumb. It'll be fine. Whatever it is. Rainfalls have tons of money and resources.
She was forgetting a lot.
Dementia? He looks around at that age, though. That's weird.
Yeah, that doesn't seem... Plus, she could just heal it.
I'll show you a magic trinket. He watches the car go fly away off over the horizon. Next time I see you.
Carter's still standing up. One of his hands, like, encompassing his head, just shaking. Well, this was certainly a way to find out about that.
Memory ends. Jaw just agape, tear coming out of her right eye. The other one is tearing up as, just in time to take them home. Julius has arrived, hearing most of the conjecture.
Julius, with his hands in his pockets, walks up. I'm guessing you found out about Nicole?
Yes, sir. Looking up at him, trying to comfort JJ.
JJ, both of his arms have just gone limp and he still has a 1,000-yard stare.
She'll kiss him on the cheek. We heard a little bit.
Right.
Apparently Mr. Wiseau's trying to find a magic trinket to help you find her?
I'm not sure what Tommy's doing right now. I can tell you guys more about it, but I would like to go to the lane to tell you more. Carter looks at him and nods. Sure, Dad, yeah. What's wrong with her? And Julius puts his hand up. I'll tell you at the lane, son, okay? Family meeting type thing. Alright? He looks around. All I'm gonna say is, it's my personal belief, everything is going to be okay. Things will be rough for a bit, but everything's gonna be okay. I'm sure the whole family would love to see you all as soon as possible. Julius looks at Elizabeth. you are going to give Mom and Dad a hug when you get there. Okay? And Elizabeth nods. Okay. So when you guys are ready, I'll be downstairs to take you guys to the lane.
Sam, straight away, let's go.
Alright, follow me.
And the kids will. They'll all head down with Julius to head to the lane as Ricky is coming. They're not in yet. He's still mumbling, "You know he don't trust me. I am capable of solving this problem. He should have sent me.
I know you are, Uncle Yuri.
I would have fixed this. I find this trinket, find Nicole. I think that's her name. I don't know. So many beautiful women in that family. Have you noticed that?
Yes, I have, sir.
You see what? You walk around with Boner if you walk around Rainfall Lane. I go there once. Everywhere I go, beautiful women. I say, what the hell is this?
I mean, I've been around the Rainfalls a bit, and every Rainfall woman I've seen is gorgeous, sir.
Okay, I'm going to leave you here. Your mother and some girl are in there. I'm going to Anova to solve this problem.
Good luck, Uncle Yuri.
I will see you later. As he walks, still mumbling to himself.
He's gonna chuckle, walk to the door, take a deep breath, and walk in. Hey, anyone here?
In the dining room.
I'm coming. He will walk in and, hey, guess who's home?
Eating their salads. I set the table for you. Pequod called and said you guys are on your way home.
Yeah, thank you, Mom. He'll come up.
They both start clapping, golf clapping lightly.
Oh,
Congratulations on your first deployment.
thank you, Ellie, and thank you, Mom. I had a decent time. He'll come up and hug Saris from behind.
She'll give Ricky a hug. Sit, eat with us. They're from Tommy's. Yuri dropped them off. I didn't home make them. She starts laughing.
Will do. He'll move into his seat. So, how was your guys' month and however long?
Mundane, really. Saris, yeah, a lot of catering jobs, but besides that, kind of slow foot traffic, so busy, but a lot of dead time too.
Yeah, same here. I mean, up until today and yesterday, we did nothing. Basically, just sat on the base waiting for something to happen.
Well, you came back relatively unscathed. She's looking Ricky up and down. You look good. You look fine. Sarah's, yeah. So, tell us all about it.
Well, like I said, the first part was a lot of nothing. You know JJ, right, Mom?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen him, knew him when he was a kid. Never seen him in person as an adult, but I've seen, he was on, the commercials and stuff for the ODM Academy. So yeah.
Well, he just showed up, yesterday, early in the day, and, found Samantha, you know, Dad's, the ranger girl, Sasha's niece, and he...
Yeah, your babysitters?
Yeah. He proposed. They're getting married.
No shit. He came all the way out to her deployment zone?
Yeah, and then after everything went...
He's definitely his father's son. But, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I never met that, hunk guy, so I don't know, but I'll take your word for it. He doubled down on it, though. Things went kinda sideways in the actual mission. Some of the squad got hurt, and me and a couple of the others got separated. We got back, we're holding out, because, defending a crashed Verdi, and JJ just showed up, killed a bunch of dudes, and then posed as a, warthog came through and took out a bunch of the baddies.
Posed? She looks over!
He'll play the footage, posed.
Saris, well, he is definitely his father's son with his own pizzazz, I'd say. But coming out to save the woman he loves, yeah. He learned well from Dad, I'd say.
I'd say so. I mean, from my point, she literally had her knees buckle, Ma.
She starts laughing. Samantha's a good girl. She's been down here before. Um, I'm happy for them.
Me too. I mean,
They didn't. You, your father and I actually used to think she was like, and you know what? It's fine, Ricky. We don't care. But we used to think she was like a lesbian just because she showed no interest in any men, ever. Yeah, I remember discussions like that. But I would tell them no. She's probably just waiting for the right guy.
I mean, fair enough. If it was that bad, I might have thought the same thing. I mean, I'm happy she found the right dude.
No, yeah, I'm very glad. We thought, because we tried to hook her up with some of the guys, that work down at the beer distributor and some of the nice guys, no interest at all. So we were like, well, okay, maybe she wants to do her own thing, and that's fine. We won't impose. But your father and I didn't want to see her alone.
Nah, I can't blame you. Her and I didn't get off on the best foot, but she's cool.
Well, given who raised her, she's probably cool and scary at the same time. This is the big question. In our old squad, it was like a tradition. How many kills you get?
You can see him stop and think for a sec. 13.
Not bad. Who got the most?
Laz.
No, she is the pilot, right?
Pilot.
Okay. Alright, so her kills count, absolutely. But let's take her out of the equation and just focus on boots on the ground.
Oh, jeez. Soul. And it's not even a competition.
Goddamn. She starts eating some of her steak salad.
She had what they were calling a freak out.
Okay, I don't know much about magic. I assume it's... yeah.
Oh, well, does he have the footage of their POV of what happened, or just his?
It just hit.
Well, I didn't get to see most of it. I only got to see some of what they showed me, but here's from my perspective, running up and look at that. Point out the beams coming down. That's her.
Sarah's watching it and everybody else okay? Banged up, but okay, or...
They were there defending another crashed Verdi, and it was Colt was in it when it crashed. He's alright.
He's good? Okay.
He's alright, he just was messed up a bit.
Good. Good.
And me and Carter caught the guy who was kind of, his name was Crash, he was kind of in charge of the area. We fought him, and Carter knocked him out.
Kai fighter?
Yeah, a lot stronger.
How'd you know? She speaks up.
Yeah, how did you know?
Why don't you leave, Ellie, for the day? Take your salad with you. All right. She'll pick it up. Ricky, if you want to hang out tomorrow, I'll be here. I'll bring my game man. I can show you some RPGs.
Yeah, I'd like...
Final Fantasy? Have you ever heard of these games?
I heard of it, never played. I'd like that. Ellie, let's do it.
I'm glad you're back. She'll come over and hug him. Sitting down, of course.
He'll return the hug. I'm happy to be back, and it's good to see you.
She'll smile, wink, and leave. Hearing the door close. Pie fighter, huh?
Yeah. Way stronger than me.
Sliding the steak salad over to Ricky.
I think you, already know... I'll say it anyways, but I think you already know. We caught him talking on a holo communicator to Miss Lazuli.
So I hear. She took her steak salad. Sit here and we'll sit back down.
I got a lot to think about, Mom.
I might not be in the military, but I'm friends with the Primarch of EarthGov and the Ranger General. And Julius, but I keep in closer contact with Pequod and Sasha.
They told you as soon as they found out? I'm guessing.
You're sure you heard what you heard?
100%. And...
Because the holo communicator Sasha got, he wiped it.
He said the name Laz. I heard her voice, and honestly, His style reminded me of her, too.
They're recalling your father. Apparently these guys, all these soldiers, had, I don't know, Rick, some type of chip blocker in their brains, so they can't, their minds can't be read. And so they're recalling your father. He'll be home, probably relatively soon. They recalled him from the frontier to interrogate this guy.
Well,
Because your father is very adept at interrogation. He's done quite a few over the years.
I would assume so. It sounds like Dad. I hope he's able to find out what happened.
You know what this means. If you heard what you heard, and this guy coughs up the goods, you know what this means.
She's gonna die.
She put a bounty on children's heads.
She did, Ma.
She knew them when they were kids. Some things happened, events came between, your father and some of the rainfalls, and all that's water under the bridge, clearly given his standing and how they treat him. But what I remember was she had a big issue with spellcasters. I don't know how much I want to talk. Their Aunt Icy?
Yeah.
She only accepted her presence because of their presence. Let's just put it that way. Because she's a spellcaster. And she throttled Grandma Laz, she'll air quote, in one-on-one combat. And that never sat well with her. And when I say throttled, I mean basically a teenage girl throttled your idol.
I didn't know that. Well, I knew she wasn't the biggest fan of casters, but I just thought it was some dumb grudge. I didn't know it was that bad.
It goes beyond a grudge if you're talking about skinning people alive. I heard about that too. You saw the bodies?
Yeah. They skinned them and then put them up on, like, buildings and pikes and shit.
She shakes her head. I don't know how she managed this, but, she's the recluse woman? I think that's what people basically thought she was up until recently.
She said, someone gave him money. She didn't say who, but someone.
To do what she did.
I think so.
Probably, and they're, trying to acquire those RC crystals, taking over the mines and stuff.
It explains a lot, because, I'd hear...
They're gonna kill her, you know that, right? Even if they didn't, even if she didn't put, extra money on the heads of people's children, she's responsible for the deaths of over 10,000, and they're not EarthGov citizens, but still innocent civilians.
I know. It's the right thing to do, Mom. She isn't a good person.
This is why I want you to listen to your father and me from here on out, because we told you not to go around this woman. And you did. And all you got out of it was some training that you could have got from Julius. I am sure if your father, given his standing as it changed over time, had come to Julius and said, "Would you train Ricky, please? Just a little bit if you have the time," you would have got it. He would have actually cared and wanted you to get better. And you wouldn't be where you are now. Or where you were. You sure as fuck probably wouldn't have the DUI. Coming out of a bunker, wanting a girlfriend, and fucking everything up left and right. And this is why she's finger on the table. We did not want you around that woman. Ever. But since we were good parents, and you chose to ridicule your father all these years, since we were good parents, we gave you what you wanted. And now you're getting it.
I know.
Well, you're infatuated with somebody in the Archfiend incursion. Who in the fuck gives two shits about the Archfiend incursion? Do you think that girl gives two shits about the Archfiend incursion? Or what happened? Some demons came to the planet, they beat them back, heroes were born, people moved on. They didn't save the universe like the Rainfall seniors, air quote, I don't know what to say, did. Your father did.
I know. I made the wrong choice.
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry.
I wish it wasn't like this.
I do.
But the fact she turned out to be a genocidal fucking maniac really makes me quite angry. Because now I feel like I was a bad parent because I let my idiotic son chase his ambitions to be with this woman who I knew had no good intents with my son.
No, you're
And
not.
wait till your father finds out. If you think, wait till because your father is going to feel more responsible because your father was the one that got in contact with her. I never wanted to hear this woman's name again. Your father had this woman's last name for a time. And I told your father, if you want to be married to me, I am not taking a Lasley last name. That's why we're Valorious.
I didn't know that, Ma. I'm, I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't want this either.
I don't know if your father's going to be angry at you. I think he's going to be angry at the situation given this woman turned out to be a genocidal maniac. But you be ready when he comes home. Because he's going to get out, he's going to get every drop of information out of that cocksucker. Who Crash, whatever Sasha said his name was.
He will. And, I don't know, Mom. You're right about everything. She needs to die. It's not easy to say it, but you're right. What she did was unforgivable. Now I just don't know what to do.
Leave her training and teaching behind. Find somebody else. Find somebody better.
Okay. I'll try. I'll try to find someone who will put up with me. I know it's
You got
not
the
easy.
Tortolan guy, right?
Yeah,
Focus with him.
will do. I'm gonna make it mine, not hers.
Yeah, you better. Because hers is the legacy of a genocidal maniac.
You know, I never told anyone this, but do you know why I didn't do well with Pop training me?
No, you never talked, so how would I know?
I wasn't trying. I wasn't. I don't know. I was an idiot, but I thought I was sticking something to him by not putting in the effort. I threw my training and it got me here.
And then when you applied yourself with the Delta guys, clearly you were capable, right?
Yes, Mom, I am.
So you can be whatever you want to be, and make your own way.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to live. She points at Ricky now for the rest of your life, in the back of your mind, knowing that you trained under that psycho. Who? They're your friends, the Rainfall kids. Is that correct?
I'd like to say so.
Yeah. Okay. Knowing that she would have skinned two of the three of them alive, counting Memory Ann, and put them up on a pole.
You're right. And now I'm just kind of scared because I spent so much time with her. I don't. Don't you pick up bits of the people who teach you?
Nope, that's up to you to decide.
I. I'll have to figure that out. I'm sorry, and you're not a bad mom. Dad's not a bad dad. I'm sorry I've been a bad son.
Apology gladly accepted. But I will not protect you from your father's wrath when he comes down. She starts laughing, though I don't think he'll be that angry at you. But when he finds out her, he might be.
I understand. Whatever he does, it's warranted. I deserve it. I fucked everything up.
Did you get any kills with the gun? The
Most-
M4 they gave you?
6. 6 of them came from the gun.
Not bad. She smiles.
Not bad at all. And, well, look. He'll lift his shirt up to show the healed marks where he got shot all the way through, but I actually got some real scars now, I guess.
A bullet magnet just like your fucking father.
You wanna know what's funny? Colt, Carter and I were the ones who got separated, and guess who the only one to get shot was?
You?
Yeah. The only one
Did
on
you
the squad.
did you run in?
I ran in. It's all I can do, right?
Maybe more time with your dad, you'll pick up more of his more calm and calculated movements. She starts laughing.
Maybe. I don't know. Kinda gonna knock on his head. Too dumb to stay back, Ma.
Understandable. Well, I'm glad you're home. I'm glad everybody's okay. When I heard from Sasha what you heard, I saw red. Our history with that woman, there's a reason I never came to the bunker. There's a reason your father was almost hardly ever around her.
I understand. What did she do to you? You haven't talked about it.
Just scratch your chin. She's a sick woman. She's a sick woman who wanted to live in her delusional fantasy world and take certain people with her.
You and Dad and the rain falls?
Most likely. And they're spellcasting children if, she could look the other way. Yeah. Because they were spellcast. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Not only that, son, but it was complicated back then. But what I will say is she left once, like just vanished. And it really upset the colonel. And it really upset your father. Okay. Because she was like a mother figure to them. She's the one who trained them when they were fresh in the military. While I was in ranger selection and training, they were training with her. She disappeared and they got her back. And then she tried to do it again, only this time take them all with her, and no.
That's what Miss Sasha said, too. I guess I gave her what she wanted, didn't I?
You did. Yeah, you did. But honestly, why people always said you gave her what she wanted. She's a user.
And she used me, and I gladly let her. It explains a lot, because there were times where she'd just kind of vanish into other parts of the bunker, and I hear her talking on her holo communicator, or she'd shut it off when I walked in the room, and I don't know, I just look the other way, because, she's nice to me. What bad could she be doing?
She presented the old Yoda-like lady very well, I'm sure.
Yeah, even with her kind of being on a cane towards the end.
Well, like I said, she's going down hard, and anybody that's associated with her is gonna go down hard. Who helped with this? Whatever the name of her little fan club group was that killed all those people. And I'm sure your father will be pulling the trigger on some of them.
I'm sure he will. I don't know. There's part of me that almost wants to be there when it happens, but I know I shouldn't, and I know I won't be allowed to.
She'll shrug. I don't know about that.
I don't know why. I just want to ask her why. I don't know what I'm expecting. I just want to know.
If you want to ask the colonel. I'm sure they'll bring you along, but don't get in their way.
Not a shot. I wouldn't want to get in the way of, the colonel, probably one of the scariest men to ever live.
Oh, he's gonna be even scarier once he finds out that she put bounties on his children's head.
I'm sure he will be. I would too. I know you would.
And Pequod's got that big dragon.
With how mad the colonel's probably gonna be, I don't think he'll let her use it.
Probably not. Either way, at least now you see why we did not want you around her.
I do. And, Now
Though we never would have thought this.
Yeah, I think you guys wouldn't have let me if you'd thought this.
No, not at all. But from here on out, once she's dealt with, do not ever bring her up around me or your father or in my house or my shop ever again. Because if she wasn't dead to me before, oh, she's dead to me now.
I understand, Ma. And, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not the only other person who uses her, Mushin style. It's just jujitsu.
There you go. You learned from Okir.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep what she... He's gonna hold his hand up and look at it. I'm gonna keep what she gave me, but I'm using it for me. It's mine, not hers.
Use it for good. Because a couple... I don't know the particulars of this person, but a couple missteps on the road and you could have been on the receiving end of Carter's sword today. That would have been you. Instead of whoever this clown was.
If I had...
If she sunk her claws into you long enough, that would have been you. And I would have been ashamed of you. And more importantly, your grandmother would have been ashamed of you.
That one, he just starts breaking down. I know she would have, Ma. And I probably would have turned into that if I didn't have parents like you and Dad who taught me the right way to look at things.
She would have tried with the Colonel Julius, but he's too smart for her shit. But if she would have tried, I'm sure.
I think so. It's a shame I'm not too smart for hers.
Well, he wasn't naive to the world. He grew up a hard way, so... But that could have been you, and remember that.
Don't think I can forget it, Mom. I think hearing you say that's gonna stick with me forever.
Good. Eat your salad.
Yes, ma'am.
Eat your salad, and then she'll gesture on all these ways. You're gonna help me with another catering job because I sent her away, and I kind of actually needed her help, but this is not her business.
No, I'm happy to. We'll get it done quick, and then maybe we can just sit and watch something together.
Yeah, and we'll wait for your father to come home.
Sounds nice.
Once he's done bleeding that pig dry.
I hope he does. And again, I'm sorry, Mom, for everything.
Apology, as she'll come over and hug him as said. Gladly accepted.
He's gonna hug her back and start crying into her shoulder.
She'll rub his head trying to comfort him as coming to Rainfall Lane. They've all come through. They're banged up. Pequod's looking Sam over. Oh, honey. Looking at her hand. I'm good, thanks. She's gonna come over. She hugs all the kids once over. She has, Jace. Jace has been brought with the hover chair over to Laz. Does she grab him, pick him out of the...
Oh, yes, 100%. She grabs him, picks him up, and gives him a big kiss on the cheek.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. She's smiling at Jace as she just goes into Oz's personal space and leans onto his chest.
He kisses her on the head. A little slice of family. And there he goes, as Pequod will take him out of Laz's arms. You don't want to be holding a baby when you hear this.
Is it about Aunt Icy?
Julius. As Elizabeth notices Hunk, never seen a look like that on Hunk's face. He just looks broken. You are gonna come sit down. She'll help Colt waving for Soul to come sit.
Yeah, she follows after.
Right there, honey.
She'll sit down next to him, gently holding Colt's hand.
Banged up idiot. She plays with his hair. He laughs. Alright, kids. Come sit next to Grandma and Grandpa.
Julius steps out of the way as the kids will all go and sit down. Elizabeth, doing as was told, puts an arm around Hunk and gives him a hug.
Memory Ann, hand on her temple. I need to sit down, Carter.
Carter will immediately pick her up and carry her over to sit her down.
Oz coming this way. Pequod's got the baby over here. Alright, we'll just stand here, love. It'll be fine. Samantha. Oh! Stepping down off the platform.
JJ clicks his tongue twice. Let me carry you, love. As he'll pick her up, carry her over to, let's just say, right there.
Alright. Come on, Julius.
Julius walks in front of everyone. So, have you all gathered here today to discuss some pretty important family stuff? Specifically that of Nicole, or Aunt Icy, as most of you know her. He puts both of his hands together, gripping them very tight, as he just shakes his head. Your aunt is planning on doing something called ascending, where she leaves the, how did she put it, honey? Meat bag or meat shell?
Yes. Corporeal prison.
Yes, exactly. The corporeal prison that is humanly flesh, and she will ascend to the mana plane where she can, to our knowledge, basically become omniscient. This means she will die.
What? Memory Ann.
Carter, both hands on his temples, rubbing them. Lass just shaking her head. None of the kids I play are reacting well at all.
No. He starts crying.
Oh, Elizabeth hugs him from behind and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Sam's just running her hand on her chin with a shocked expression. Oh, at least I got to meet her.
JJ, still has that 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, he just has the 1,000-yard stare.
Quite so. I'll blaze it.
The only reason here, I should preface with this. All extremely powerful spellcasters, I'm talking the Yens, Master Yen. I'm sure she's told you all about him. Lorelei, you've pretty much all met her. Anne herself. They feel a need or a draw to do just this. Ascend to the mana plane. The only reason she hasn't yet, she hasn't sought this out, she hasn't wanted to do this, was because she had a reason to stay. A reason that was taken away when we took a little trip to Cancun and she was left behind. He puts both of his hands together, wringing them, shaking his head. I don't know how much I should exactly tell you, but she doesn't feel like a rainfall. I'm sure you pretty much all remember the little conversation we had on the beach.
Hale didn't have a scarf on the weekend we took her. Pointing a finger at Carter. I thought that was weird.
Oh my god, I thought she just had lost it. She seems mischievous enough to lose it. Exactly. She would go to a private apartment that Uncle Blades helped her buy down in Cancun, where she would take Banksy, Hale, and herself, and she would stay there, while also taking off her scarf Anne Hale's scarf. He just shakes his head. She feels like she's been a burden to the family. And she feels as if she's gone, the less powerful Hale would be. Which, albeit true, she feels it would be better if she just left.
It would give Hale a chance to be a true rainfall, you see. So let us speak. That's not helping. Looking down at her lap.
Exactly. A true rainfall. A chance. Because, she was grandfathered into the rainfalls. That's the word she is. Grandfathered in. Because Davine and Hunk got together, and Hunk was... She basically had baggage of Icy, and she got in there. That's what she believed. Even though it's 100% not true, that's what she believed, because... Julius closes his eyes. You know what? Fuck it. Because those two made her feel that way. So, that's what's been going on with your aunt. Soul raises her hand. Yes, honey, what is it? Is that why she was forgetting?
Yes. Pequod speaks up. More or less. Yeah, today she came into the office and was reliving a moment from Carter's youth. Saying things like, your life essence is bonded with Memory Ann. One day you'll be together and happy. Memory Ann starts crying.
Carter puts an arm around Memory Ann and holds her tightly. I think I remember that. It happens when you're about to ascend. You forget things. Very close to dementia. From all that we can gather. He just shakes his head.
Suletta walking up this way. I don't know much about it. She'll put her hand out. Nobody here has to ever worry about this. But it's a way of stripping one's... preparing them to leave behind what they're going to leave behind, from what little I know.
Julius puts a hand on her shoulder and nods. Thank you, I didn't know that.
From what little I know.
Yeah.
If you think back to Master Yen, he left after Nicole's wedding. And she had her family and was fine, and it was time for him to go. He had no reason to stay, so he saw it. I would argue he did, but... Yes. And the kids are grown now, so there's really no reason for her to hang around. In her mind, it's justified, though I disagree wholeheartedly.
Julius just nods. But that's what's been going on.
Well, I refuse to stand for it. Remember? Ow! Grabbing her side!
Carter, motions for her to sit down and stay still. Yeah, is there anything we can do? Like, try and find her or anything? Julius shakes his head. Me and your mother, we had a nice and long conversation with her yesterday, in fact. Neither of us could convince her to stay. And trust me, we tried. It does not seem like a brother and sister type thing that she needs to be told. That she's valued. And she is a rainfall through and through. And she is cared for and loved for and needed. And if she would leave, it would devastate us all. And he's looking directly at Hunk and Davine.
Already has.
Julius just looks down at his hands.
Factually, these reasonings are incorrect, though. Judging by what I heard, somebody had an incident, so a lot of air quotes, a little birdie might have told me, and you actually do, in fact, need more teaching and training, otherwise you'll never be able to harness what happened today, pointing at Soul. I talked to Sasha.
Yes, I need to learn from her.
Well, maybe reiterate that to her the next time you see her.
I tried.
When she's in better mindset. I'm not good at this comforting thing.
Julius pats her on the back. It's okay. From what we can tell, when she's around Hale, she is coherent. She's lucid, if you will. So, as Lorelei has told us, we will most likely, those two will most likely get a chance to fix this.
Well, you better! She gets real. Fuck! Grabbing her son. Unc, I promise I will.
I will as well.
Quad's gonna. Okay, now that the shock is over, and Jace back to Laz, come over, get on her knees, and just lock eyes with Davine.
Davine locks eyes with Pequod. Julius smirks a bit. I'm sorry all this information had to come right after your deployment. It isn't easy to hear, but we all felt that you had a right to know. You are all Rainfalls, through and through. He looks especially at the men and the men and ladies that are just now joining the Rainfalls. All of you are Rainfalls through and through. We always want you to know that. So you all had a right to know.
Anybody who is given a scarf is one, and if you're having any issues, just please come to us.
JJ just shakes his head. JJ looks right at Julius. Give it to me straight, bro. Odds aren't great, are they?
Wouldn't bet on him. Just staring right down Davine's eyes, putting her face closer to Davine, Honk holding Davine and Hale.
Davine's lip starts to quiver as Pequod is staring at her. Like Pequod just said, I wouldn't bet on him. JJ just nods to himself. Okay. And Elizabeth, who is hugging Benny can feel tears start to hit his shoulder.
And he's crying too, rubbing Elizabeth's head.
She hugs him tighter, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and just rests her head on his shoulder.
Memory Ann raises her hand.
Yes, sweetie, what's up?
Why does Hale get stronger being around Aunt Icy? So that I don't know. Points at Julius, trying to be comforted.
From what me and Pequod could gather, it has to do with Anovan human blood. The closer she is to a strong Anovan, I believe that's how you say someone who's from Anova. Anyway, the closer she is to Icy, the more powerful she becomes. That's how people from Anova work, I suppose. That's what we figured out, right, honey?
Pequod nodding her head, but not leaving eye contact with Davine. It's some type of hormonal trait, children and parents. It's how they propagated so many powerful spellcasters. Mother. Looking right at Davine.
Davy nods, continuing to keep eye contact with Pequod.
Hunk, well, we have an ace in the hole. Nicole, Sasha, Colt was hurt, right? And she was there, and the Pequod sent her. So hopefully your mother, Colt, will bring her back. As Towns comes out of cloak, hand on Julius's shoulder, whispering something in Julius's ear.
I can already guess what it is, so Julius just cracks his neck as Towns is telling him.
Towns, sorry, and walks off. Pequod, what Towns told Julius, word for word basically, was, we had her, then she said she had to go do something else. I chased her around Gateway for 20 minutes and she teleported away.
Julius claps to the point that like a mini sound wave comes out of the clap.
Oh my.
Nicole will not be joining us on this day.
Starts crying into Davine's head. Won't be joining us, mother. Staring Davine down.
Davine can't hold eye contact anymore, and she starts to cry into Hunk's chest.
Pequod will make that exact sound and stand up and come stand next to Julia.
So, I suppose today is just not that day for you two to get the chance to fix it.
I'm not sitting on my hands. The thing. The plan. Oh god, I can't think. Grabs her temple. The concert. We were planning to do a concert at Woodbury. Points over, with your permission, Uncle. And we were going to write a song for you. I was going to write the song. We would perform it. We'll write one for Aunt Icy. And we find a way to get her there. Bash and O'Keefe said they would help us build the stand for the band stand, whatever the wording is.
The stage, honey.
Stage! And that should show her we still need her and want her here. Blaze, the first good idea I've heard in a long time.
Julius smiles at Marianne. You have a very beautiful mind, Marianne. A wonderful idea.
I'll begin penning the song tonight. I just hope she doesn't leave within the week. Starts sobbing. Well, he moans, basically.
Davine hugs Hunk tighter and starts to sob harder into his chest. No, don't. I wouldn't worry about that. We will let you know. Sweetie, don't worry.
Good. Marianne, I don't think I'll be getting any sleep this week.
Oh,
This is depressing.
I don't think so either. I'll stay up with you. I have to write the melody anyway.
I had an action figure of her when I was a kid. It was my favorite. Crying loud. Betty crying.
Elizabeth just starts crying even harder.
I like All the Rain Falls a lot, but she was the one I always kind of wanted to meet. I mean, I got to meet her in the office, but meeting her in casual time was kind of like a dream come true. And I fucked it up.
I fucked it up, thank you very much. JJ puts both of his hands onto Sam's shoulders, rubs them gently as to not hurt her. I would say you are both to blame in this situation. A series of mistakes happened. Ones that must be repented for. He looks down at Sam. I, too, refuse to lose my sister. JJ looks up at Marianne. Is there anything I can do to help?
I'm sure we could use manual labor. uh, erecting the stage and any... Oswald, how much do you know about electronics, JJ? I can always use a hand.
I know a fair bit about electronics. Probably not as much as you, but I can help you.
And I say we're the technicians on this job.
Deal. Anything that I can do to help.
Sam, I'll help with manual labor as long as I'm able to use my arm come next week.
As long as you aren't hurting, yes, you may help, but as long as you are, I refuse. You need some rest, honey.
She'll kiss JJ on the chin. I'll try to get it. Everybody's so depressed. Suletta, and, on a somewhat of a similar notion here, calling the power of the moon is what you did today. Yes, looking at Soul, that is what you would acquaint it to.
I would acquaint it to that, yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's very good. But if you don't understand how to harness it, it will most likely kill you. Oh god.
Julius does the clap again.
And
Wonderful.
no, Lorelei doesn't know anything about this. Lunar attunement doesn't happen often.
Julius starts to laugh.
But you can avoid it by just she never casts spells again. You understand, of course, Hooligan? Putting her arm around Julia. So she could just not discharge. She'll point at Soul.
All great options, Auntie. He pats Soletta's hand. We'll figure it out. If it comes down to it, that's what will happen. He looks at Soul, and Soul looks down at her lap and nods. But I would like to think, Mom and Dad, that it won't come to that, right?
I promise, as long as we get the chance, we'll fix it. I promise everybody here, I give you my word. We will fix it.
Good. You better. Because if she leaves, not only does it fuck up this family that I love with my whole heart and soul, but it will also fuck up the entirety of EarthGov.
Huh? He just looks confused.
Right. If you didn't know, good old Nicole, she's our trump card. She's the big reason why we've had so many years of peace in a row. If she dies, we lose our biggest trump card, and as an example, let's say the UIR suddenly becomes mega powerful on the scale of old Max Tech. Except, hostile to us. We wouldn't be able to defend from a large-scale invasion on that level.
The example I like to use is the one from when we were your ages. My biological father's biggest fear was an invading alien force. Who knows? It could be out there. And if it showed up, we wanted to be prepared. Well, and we tried our best. But you can't really know what to prepare for. But you know what? If you have a cute redhead ginger who can just throw a sun into this invading alien fleet, we're kind of safe. Oh, oh god. My stomach's sick. Cold hand on his stomach.
Soul holds Colt's hand. Do you need a bag or anything?
No, yeah. Hunk will pitch a bag over to Soul, because he has them for Davy.
She catches it, opens it up, and puts it in front of Colt.
Pequod just long strides, arms crossed, staring at Davine over here.
Carter rubbing his forehead. Yeah, we're not getting any sleep this week.
No, but I will write the best song ever. Stiletta, I'm in dire straits too. I've lost my writing partner. I wish she would have seen me as a mother. I would have done a better job, person. Sorry.
Davine just straight up sobs very loudly.
I always wanted another child, that's the thing, and she was the Okay, Mom, that's enough. Let us stop talking.
Julius looks at everyone.
She had to pick the swords, woman. Not the ice wizard with the cool animals.
Auntie.
Huh? She looks over at Julie. Well, I'm angry too!
I understand.
I just don't flex my fist and act all tough, Mr. Clap. I can do it too. She'll clap her hands and send out a chilling ice wave that gives everybody goosebumps. See?
Julius just stares at her. Fine.
I'm livid, actually. And so is Mr. Snuffles. Now, just staring at Davy.
Julius just shakes his head. Anything anyone else wants to add? Or any questions that anyone might have? You can ask them at any time, but it's open at this point.
Remember, nope. Just, I will call Bash and Oak here and tell them you give the okay, and then we will put on the best performance possible as whatever our band name is. She looks at Carter.
Carter shakes his head. It's usually a band decision. We can make that later. The song comes first.
And we will put on the best concert possible.
Julia smiles at her. And I know you will. I have full faith in you both. All of you in the band.
Pequod, arms crossed, raising her head, looking at Davine, lip quivering. Now you kids can hang out here for a while. Uncle Scar would like to see you as well as Blaze. And then Uncle Scar and Mr. Snuffles and Blaze will take you to the lakeside Uncle Scar shack. Scar actually looks scared looking at Pequod. He takes a step back. Stands about behind him. Hunk and Davine, Mom and Dad are coming with me and Julius.
Julius nods. He'll walk over to Pequod. Yep. Yes, they will.
When you're done crying, because you're going to continue crying, Benny, bring Elizabeth to Aunt Icy's game room. Same for you, JJ. When you're done with Blaze and Scar, bring Samantha to the game room.
JJ looks at her and nods. Yes, Mom.
Fabulous. Scar, oh god. Just staring at her. Hunk will stand up. Let's go. I am sorry, kids. I know it doesn't mean a lot right now, but I am sorry.
Laz, Carter, and Soul nod at him. Elizabeth actually smiles up at him and nods. JJ looks at Hunk. Thank you, Dad.
Smiling at me, he'll look down at Elizabeth, because you know I'm gonna fix it.
Sort of. I'm smiling at you because I feel like it might make you feel a bit better.
He'll give Elizabeth a hug. It does make me feel better. And I will fix this. Mom and Dad will fix it. Grandma and Grandpa to some. Okay?
Okay, Dad. She pats him on the arm.
We'll see you down in the game room when you're done. They'll walk off. Siletta, I'm coming too. They'll disappear. Alas, she's staying with the baby. Oh, and by the way, as they're leaving, Pequod, you're adopting him, right?
Yes, we are.
Good. I'll call Lorelei on my way and finalize it.
She smiles. Thank you, Mom.
They leave as Scar. Holy shit. Going on. Meow, 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 meow.
Elizabeth goes back to hugging Benny as she
smiles at Mr.
All we'll
Stubbs.
have left is the card.
Oh,
Scar. Got a beer in one hand, gesturing with his paw to Carter. Come here.
Carter will stand up, walk over to him.
How you doing, big guy? He gives Carter a hug.
Carter, who I would like to think this is only like the third time ever that Scar's hugged him in his memory, hugs him back. I'm doing good, Uncle Scar. You know, a little trick you taught me helping me out in combat.
He sees him crying. Oh yeah, what's that? He wipes a tear from his eye. Been a rough couple weeks around here for me, Carter. I knew your aunt when she was basically a kid.
He nods at him. That old trick with the APC, electrical wiring underneath, with a titanium plate covering it.
Yeah, in the front housing.
Well, I slid under an APC, stuck my sword into the titanium plate, and shorted out.
Marianne pulling up footage on her wrist computer going,
Got quite a few of them, and took out an APC single-handedly.
no shit. Scar watching the footage, Marianne, he did an excellent job. Colt, he fried them on the, inside.
Soul rubbing Colt's back.
Oh, take it easy, honey, okay?
Yeah, well, it's hard to take this news easy.
I know. It's very hard.
Try living with it for a month. As he stands up.
Soul, still holding Colt's hand, will stand up, walk over to Blaze, and give him a hug.
I am glad you're back, madam. Hugging all of you. I don't like seeing you this way. As he looks down, he's looking at Colt, Blaze. Scar looks at Marianne, grabbing her side. Yeah, you kids need to... Oh my god. He sees the damage there. You kids need to wrap this thing up and just do this band thing. Anything I can do to help, I'll help with. It in all circumstances, not just the concert for Nicole. But this one I'll definitely help with. Blaze, as would I.
Laz puts her hand up. We can always use a power loader and a power loader pilot.
I'm down, darling. Anything for you. Blaze and I can help with electronics if you need a third hand. JJ, Oz, the more the merrier, in my opinion.
We'd love your help. Blaze, thank you.
You kids look like you had it rough.
JJ chuckles. I feel like it too, sir.
You were fighting out there? What the fuck?
Yes, I was. Believe it or not, quite adept at combat.
You came to save me. Scar, goddamn. Rubbing the back of his neck, wiping a tear away. Blaze, I'm very glad I can feel the emotions of sorrow, grief, depression, but I cannot cry. Many tears have been shed the past few weeks here.
I'm sorry you all had to go through that.
Yep. Oh, and yes, Jace can now use a can opener. Well, there's one bit of good news, love. Patting him on the head.
Laz gives Jace a kiss on the head, holds him tightly.
You're my little boy, okay? And nothing is ever gonna change that.
Who should grow up with his aunt. Scar saying it under his breath and then finishing the aunt word loudly. Marianne, I agree. Give me that. Starts drinking his beer. That ain't gonna help you write a song. She just starts chugging it, or whatever.
Elizabeth shakes her head.
Oh, I'm sure everything's gonna be okay, alright, Penny?
I hope so. She's the coolest. Rainfall. Adult.
Elizabeth turns his head.
I would feel like I've been a letdown my entire life, basically. I would feel like the biggest letdown if I didn't get this card back to her.
Elizabeth
turns his head to look fully at her. And we are going to. It's gonna be okay.
You think you let down. Krellin coming out with Frederick and Samuel. Big letdowns all month. Lot crying, lot sobbing, go Cancun. Big house, want to stay there. They make us leave. Oh, he groans! Oh, look who's here. Normally they raise my spirits, but not this time. Sorry. She looks over at Frederick.
It is okay, Memoyan. He just shakes his head. It has been a tough month for all of us. What was the work of the fairy tale aid for anyway?
Nothing. Goddamn nothing. Horse shit. We try all this stuff. Secret meetings and halt production on all children's shows.
All to help the family come together, and then boom! It all gets destroyed again.
By those two morons. Fairy Tale 8? Excuse me? Yes, he looks inquisitively over at Frederick. The fairy tale who, exactly?
Frederick sighs. They all immediately see him start to perspire heavily.
The Fairy Tale 8! Yeah, Frederick, you got this.
The Fairy Tale 8. They were a book club.
Aha.
Of course, it was just
Max
me.
Tech Hyperdyne Model 742, made for corporate espionage. Only sweats when they do not have a response that logically makes sense. I know your make and model. I've known it since I first laid eyes on you.
Frederick squints his eyes at Blake.
Oh shit! He actually sounds normal for a second.
You are someone to keep an eye on, boys.
The Fairy Tale 8 was a group we made, okay? We made it. It was me, Frederick, Krellin, Samuel, Mama Lan, Zap, and Tommy. And Tommy helped. And basically, it was when the kids were, you were having some trouble, Carter, causing little issues here, but nothing as bad as what's happening now, Carter, okay? But you were having some problems. Everybody was having some problems. Some issues with having a last name. We got together and coordinated how to bring you guys back together through the use of tactical guilt tripping. She starts laughing. Scar, that's basically what we did, but it was Frederick's planning and precision that really nailed it. And it's all his, really it's all his, not blaming him, it was a masterful. It worked, right? And yes, it did.
Carter, laughing, Laz, looking very inquisitively at Jace. That's only 7.
Who was the 8th? I can't fucking remember.
Frederick looks at Samuel as to what to say in this situation because it was Mother Goodash.
Really, who was it? I don't fucking remember. Looking around, Samuel starts beeping, waving his hands at the kids. Krellin, oh, 8th member. My mother. Nods his head. Oh, right, the fucking, under his breath, the mannequin of Ash with the lipstick and shit. Scratching the back of his head. Aha! Tapping the side of his head where his ears would be.
Boys, please, you got to keep this one under the wraps.
He puts up both his hands. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, Frederick. I just want this situation resolved.
Frederick drops to his knees. Thank you so much.
I would like to meet your mother. Getting to meet a Star Child was like something out of a comic book adventure. Mother very busy. Nodding his head! All times. I thought you were the last. Isn't that what he said, love? Looking at last.
Yes, Krellin is the last Star Child.
Adopted mother. she adopt me. Davine didn't want Davine to adopt me, cause see, Davine not very good at job. Oh,
Soul looking at Krellin. Do you think I can meet him, Krellin?
absolutely. Most open-minded. Have to give up spellcasting soon. Be useless, really. Looking at her, but always love you.
Soul gets a very depressed look on her face.
Lunar attunement. Don't know much about, but well studied. Maybe find some archives. Help you out if Aunt stay, but we'll kill you.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
It's gonna kill her, but if stop casting, no kill. If it comes to that, you're done.
She nods. Yeah, I understand. I won't cast anymore if it comes to that.
Taking a PT job here at the academy. Glaring at her.
I will.
It won't come to that. Have faith in grandma and grandpa and mom and dad, respectful.
Elizabeth looks up at JJ and JJ just shrugs at her. Yeah, that's all we can do at this point. Have faith.
Fucking mannequin of fucking ash. My mother. He's still just mumbling it. Have to go. You see, turmoil times. Stop production on Transformers.
Carter looks at Krellin. How's production on Transformers going?
Not good. Stop production. Cause wah wah wah, quiet all day. Everybody quiet. Even me, depressed.
Even me, depressed. I didn't even really know I could cry, and then I started to cry, and it's been a very confusing time.
Keep eye on Nicole long time. She one who find me.
Carter nods. Well, I'm sure everything is gonna turn out okay, Krellin.
If need seek comfort, come Wazzy Womb. We show you them. Oh, I guess it couldn't hurt. He shrugs, kissing Jace on the head, holding laugh.
I suppose. She just looks at Jace. I don't know if he's ever seen the Wazzy Room.
We show him already.
Did he enjoy his time there?
He just fucking laughed the whole time.
So I think that means he enjoyed his time there.
Very proud of his uncles. He gestures around to Frederick himself and Samuel. Accomplishments. Blaze, time to leave. Fine.
Frederick gives them all a bow, and as he bows, he sort of slips forward and almost falls on his face. He stands straight up quickly. Goodbye, everyone, as he quickly runs out, falling after Krellin.
Samuel coming over, wagging his finger in Elizabeth's face. That may look like Davine, but it is not Davine. Inquisitively tilts his head at Elizabeth, then shakes it, lightly hugs her, and walks.
Has he been doing that to Mom?
Yes, all month. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that's understandable as to whatever he was just doing.
Scolding her for being a poor mother. In his own Samuel way.
Right, yeah, because none of us can really understand him when he just beeps.
No, we can't. Well, JJ, Samantha, Elizabeth, Benjamin, why don't you report to the game room? We'll take the rest of you. I don't know why Mr. Snuffles is placed in charge of you, but we will feed you for the night. Yeah, I'm gonna throw on a lamb, Carter.
Thank you, Uncle. And Uncle. And I suppose... Uncle? As he looks at Mr. Snuffles?
He says thank you. I can understand him now.
Oh, well, that's good. No problem, Mr. Snuffles.
Leave for a month and the cat becomes an uncle. And we're gonna lose the coolest aunt. Makes memory and start to cry. That's a trait I don't want, honestly. The cat, meow.
Laz starts to tear up. I don't want that trait either.
Nor do I.
Soul helps Colt stand up as JJ will pick Sam up. I love you, ready?
Yes, let's go.
He'll pick her up and start carrying her out. Elizabeth pats Benny on the shoulder. Are you ready, Ben?
He has to wipe his nose with his shirt sleeve and just nods.
Okay. I can hold your hand all the way there if you want.
He'll nod his head.
All right, honey. She'll hold his hand, leading him to the game room.
Watching them leave in his hover chair. Let's go have some lamb.
Yeah. Soul just nods. Let's go have some lamb.
And they'll set off for Uncle Scar's abode. As up on Gateway, Ash, coming up an elevator, the elevator door opens with a certain buddy of his. You're more like this, really. I can't believe you talked me into this.
I'm very sorry, but I have work to do and we're kind of chained at the hip at the moment.
Last time I share a ship with you.
It's not that bad, come on. You get to come to Gateway and you're completely safe.
Who called you back?
The Ranger General.
So you report to the top of the top.
Yes, I do. I report to basically no one but her, Colonel Rainfall, and, well, the Primarch, and I don't even know, the head wizard, I seem.
I didn't know I was in that much of an illustrious company. All of these people being former members of your squad, I know for a fact.
Yes, sir. The best of the best, after all.
You know, if you wanted to do me in, you could have just used the railgun you showed up with at the beginning of last month. Would have easily pierced. He'll knock on his chest armor, this armor.
I know it would have, but I've said already, I don't want to do you in.
He looks around. I should have stayed on the fucking ship, then stole it.
Come now, it will be fine. You have my word. On my life, nothing will befall you.
You'll be going in first.
Very well. Follow me. I think the door is right here, right?
Yep.
He's gonna walk through. Make his way up to Sasha and salute. Ma'am?
Ash. She turns around, gives a salute, waves Ashes down, and friend.
You have not been properly introduced. Ma'am, this is Kaz. Kaz, this is Sasha Browse, the Ranger General.
He'll stay standing behind Ash. Just nods his head. Sasha will gesture for him to come out, and they will shake hands. She'll put her hand out first. Pleasure. Likewise. He looks into the room. It's an interrogation room. I'm sure you guys were busy, Ash, as he's shaking Towns' hand, but that cocksucker, pointing in at him, is the man Carter and your son apprehended.
Oh. So that's him. Now at this point, how much does Ash know other than he was apprehended by them?
Oh, she's about to tell him.
Will do.
So it got pretty hairy in the Moog. He turns and starts looking in at this guy. It got pretty hairy, Ash. It got so bad, your son started shooting his gun.
Really?
5, 6, 7 kills with it.
Huh. Well, I have to tell him how proud I am of that. But is everyone all right? Did anyone hurt? I mean, you said it got hairy.
Yeah. We lost 2 birds total. Day 1, we lost a bird. Day 2, we lost a bird that had my son on it. He's fine. He's banged up. Sam, banged up, but fine. Ricky, he got banged up in the fight, but nothing serious at all, thankfully. Same with Carter. Little nicks here and there. Elizabeth fine. Benny got hit. He's the medic. The pilots are fine. Laz and Oz. Memory Ann took her around to the side, but she's good. They're fine. Yeah. Everybody's okay, but she can't take her eyes off this guy.
Well, that's wonderful, but if you're calling me in to do the interrogation, I get the feeling there's a lot more going on than just whatever these fanatics are.
Your son and Carter were sent to apprehend this man. We had them surrounded in the northwestern and eastern coordinates of the city. I sent those two, and I was gonna go with them. When we landed, we engaged with they're called Zarkon, something like that, forces. I stayed on the front lines. Your son and Carter handled him easily. Upon entering the building, apparently, from what your son heard, this man was in contact with Laz, not Julius's daughter.
You can see him kind of take a step back. You put his hand up to where his chin would be, where the mask not there. In contact as in working with or for?
The way your son tells it, working for.
Right.
He's not taking it well, but yeah. Here, she pitches him the holo communicator. He wiped it. He was apparently using this when he walked in. And if you want, the reason how I know what your son heard was here. She'll hold up her wrist computer, transfer Ricky's footage and Carter's. You can hear what he's saying, but it's hard. We haven't had time to clean it up.
He's gonna take a close listen to it. Does he, other than what he's saying, does he recognize Laz's voice?
Hairs on the back of Ash's neck stand up. He recognizes.
That's her.
Sasha, you sure?
I know that. I was around that woman for almost a quarter of my life. It's her.
Kaz, maybe I'm just not up to speed, but what is the significance here?
To put it rather simply, that woman trained me, and she trained Colonel Rainfall. We were very close with her. I even took her last name for a while, and then a severe falling out occurred. She left, and we didn't chase her.
This is the business on that rock colony, the desert colony. Sasha the Moog. Yeah, there's over 10,000 confirmed frontier citizens. He kind of grumbles under his breath.
And beyond just that, a rather personal grudge, I suppose we could say.
She put bounties apparently on Julius's children's head. Now, we haven't told Julius or Pequod this because I want you to get it out of him.
You can see he takes a step back and you can hear him chuckling. He did that now.
He put bounties on their head, and from the footage, if you scroll through, he was telling your son to just stay out of the way, stay down. He knocked him down a couple times, calling Carter a freak. It all lines up too perfect for me. It has to be her. Who else would put bounties on these children's heads? You know, and also shows some semblance of mercy towards Ricky, because Ricky trained with her.
Oh no, it's her. You see he's looking at the frame where Ricky gets knocked out, the punch. Well, it would appear that Ricky has a little too much of his father in him for his own good.
Yeah, well, they got him. They got him without my assistance. Period.
I'm incredibly proud, and I may not be able to give it to him in person anytime, but if you do see Carter, give him my regards and my compliments.
Likewise. Or I will, but I want you to bleed him dry of any information he has, because none of this makes sense to me, Ash. I mean, the hating of spellcasters, it lines up. But what doesn't line up is how the hell she got a paramilitary unit worth of soldiers, which cost money, and they were well equipped, Ash. They had multiple APCs. No air support, but multiple APCs. These were well-equipped guys. This wasn't the UIR.
Look at his gear. Look at the way he fights. The way he's equipped and the way he's seemingly trained. I'd say it put the UIR when we were first coming up to shame.
Always enjoyed an interrogation or two myself. He ignites a very small beam knife, whistling. Sasha, oh, you don't have to get involved if you don't want to. He shrugs, looking at the gun.
You're welcome to, limits, ma'am, on what is allowed to be done.
Oh, anything and everything. Get everything out of him and then kill him.
Understood. Just wanted to make sure. You know how it is. I have to get your go-ahead before I go completely savage.
She doesn't fuck around, does she? Sasha, no, I don't.
You heard the tales of General Lorelei and her willingness to get down and dirty?
Yes, she was a much feared figure in the former circle I ran in.
General Browse is willing to get dirtier.
Trained under her. Oh my. He'll step back! Well, I'm glad I'm in better company now, standing next to Ash.
I'd say her and I are quite good allies, would you not?
Nods his head. Sasha, any leads on this dude posing as the SIS, the Constance, whatever? We've been checking the normal places I met this guy. We have one more place to check. It's an old Max Tech outpost that I took my first job from them. It's called Yankee Outpost. It's a floating, I can't really remember. It was a floating refueling station and some type of deep space observation platform. And we plan to head there. He looks at Ash, but sometime next week.
Yes, ma'am. We probably would have headed sooner, but we have previous engagements, I suppose.
No, this is going to be more pressing. She's looking in at this guy. I told Saris, Ash. She starts scratching the back of her head. I let her know, because I knew Ricky was coming home. Everything went well down there. They had a nice long talk, apparently. That's how I know Ricky probably isn't taking it great. But I think he wants to ask her why, from what I hear.
You could see him stop for a moment. Do you think that something like that would be allowed?
I am sure as long as he stays out of the way and doesn't get himself involved fighting her, he'll be allowed to come ask.
Good. I know I likely cannot be there for her. He's gonna lean his head towards Kaz. Pressing matters, but I'd like to see the footage of whatever happens.
Well, we'll see about that. She'll cross her arms. We'll see when schedules line up. Looking in at this guy, we're not gonna make a move until they decide how they want to do it, so there's time. Kaz, I am not going down to Earth. He looks at Ash. No, thank you.
No offense, my friend, but I would not prefer you be there anyways. This is a very personal matter. No offense.
He'll nod his head. Sasha, you don't like Earth? Kaz, never did. No. Spacer myself. Born and bred. He'll come to the door, igniting the knife again.
Well, I suppose it's time to get to work. Thank you, ma'am, for everything. And I promise you, we'll get everything out of him, although, you might want to send in a cleaning crew or two.
Town's got one on standby. The robot's downstairs waiting. Sasha, yeah, she'll sit down in a chair and watch. I'm gonna enjoy this, actually.
As am I. Shall we?
He'll open the door.
He's gonna walk in, just silently, and sit at the table.
We'll walk behind him, with the knife in his hands.
Hello there.
Looks up at Ash.
Do you know who I am?
Take off the helmet.
Very well. He'll take it off and set it on the table.
A Sherion Valorius.
Well, it would seem my reputation precedes me.
Shame you weren't there. Price on your head, too. And your vampire wife.
Oh, I can assume so, given whom you're working for.
And who do you think that is?
Lazuli.
Your son is smarter than he looks.
Oh, he's very intelligent. He may make mistakes at times, but well, he's smarter than you.
You don't say. He looks around. He's chained. He has the Kai negation handcuffs and straps all over him.
Yes, he's smart enough to know that bigotry of any form is foolish, but doubly so. He would never
Bigotry. That's what you call it?
How is what you do, key fighting, any different from what spellcasters do? You both manipulate something beyond the normal order of things.
Well, for one, if somebody wants to achieve this with enough hard work and practice, they can. We're not born with this.
That is true, but
This isn't anointed onto us by some, I don't know, deity, whatever you want to call it.
but are some not born just as gifted? And as for magic, he'll actually snap his fingers and make a little minor illusion of himself walking.
Oh, you're a piece of work.
Did you know that anyone can learn to be a powerful caster with enough hard work and dedication? At least where I came from.
He'll tilt his head. Who would want to?
Who would want to do what you've done? He's gonna stand up, walk around the table. Now, normally, I'd be more cordial about this. I'm not normally one to like to hurt people, but you see, he's gonna turn, unholster Ravage, and hit the guy across the face with it. You hurt my son, but doubly so. I'm gonna let you in on something. Those Rainfall children. Me and their parents have had our differences and are not quite as close as we once were, but those children are as much family to me as my own flesh and blood, and I don't take kindly to what you did. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask, and you're going to answer.
He will spit out teeth across the table and then whip his head around onto Ash, spit on Ash's breastplate. Easy, friend. Hand on his shoulder.
I think I made him mad, Kaz.
Yeah, you did. Getting all perked up like a little prom queen.
Now, our first question. You are working for her. Where'd you get the money?
He'll inhale slowly. I got the money from her.
Where did she get it? You know what I'm asking.
Spits right on Ash's helmet. Uh-oh.
Right. He's gonna bend over, put his hand on his shoulder, and then slowly move it to one of these the slash marks from Carter, stick his thumb into it, and where did she get the money?
He just starts chuckling. I don't have an answer for you beyond a childistic description. Are you ready?
Oh, very.
Some clown in a ski mask with goggles. He was dressed for the Antarctic front. But we didn't meet him on Earth. Some snow planet.
He'll quickly remove his thumb. Really? Would it happen to be this man? And he'll pull up the picture of Ripper.
Yeah. He squints at the picture, then looks up at Ash. Yeah. Some dickwad. Some goon, like you. An EarthGov something. Your Bureau of Intelligence? I don't fucking know.
He's gonna look up towards Sasha, and then back down at him. Earthgov.
She needed money.
And she never stopped to think about how ridiculous it would be for Earthgov to give it to her.
I don't know if she even believed the guy. And there was some other guy. Never saw got a good look at him. Tell us the best description you have, my friend, as he ignites the small knife and it goes towards his neck, burning his skin. He smoked. He was in the shadows. Always in the back, surrounded by EarthCov guys, I thought. Tack gear, like what I had on before those kids beat me the shit up. Surrounded by us goons of them and some type of clowny robots, I don't know. And he used the shot caller. I figured it was your Bureau of Intelligence chief or something. I didn't grow up in your space, I don't know EarthGov term.
Right. He's gonna look at Kaz, and then look back. Alright.
Kaz shakes his head because he's never seen the smoking dude.
Alright. How much did they end up giving you?
Adjacent 200 million. We needed a lot of money.
Okay. Where'd you get your recruits from? And whom did you get the armaments you were using from? Because I've heard they were custom built.
We got them from the recruits Laz got. Paragus 7 is the name of the planet. Kaz, you see his head go up. It's where she cherry-picked people. Tried to... I don't know, you would call probably us a cult. But yeah, I'm just a bunch of racist idiots. He glares up at Kaz, but the knife's right on his neck.
You can glare at him if you want, but he is not wrong. Alright. Now I know why she put the bounty on people's heads. Any other cells we should worry about?
No. One of your freaks wiped us all out.
A freak, you say? I'm sure.
I assume so from what I saw, what little I saw, and the chatter I heard while being detained.
Well, that is good to know. Well, is there anything else you feel you should get off your chest?
Fuck and you. Caswell, what was the endgame goal trying to take over a colony? Ask him that of RC Crystals. Friend.
It's a good question. I assume I've got an inkling, but please, do lay out the brilliant plan.
There's enough RC Crystal under that planet, if you harvest just a third of it, to make a big enough bomb. Think the way Laz would describe it was EMP. Just the EMP of a nuke. That's how she would describe it. And you could send that out, and it would kill the vast majority of your fucking kind. He points at Ash, and the strong ones would most likely survive it, but we'd find a way to deal with them later. And our plan was to detonate it down planet side down there, Earth.
Like an anti-magic field.
We never got that luxury because you EarthGov fucks came strolling along.
I mean, you had to expect it. Another one. Why can't we read your minds? What kind of implants you got there?
I don't know. He'll point to his forehead, and Kaz has his wrist computer up, and he can scan and illuminate the inside of his skull, and it's this huge gnawing chip on his brain that's like pulsating. It was given to us by you, by the ski mask guy, and the smoking dude. Multiple, all the soldiers had them.
It doesn't look like it's very safe. Well, so you were planning to harvest RC crystals, detonate a bomb, and either kill or heavily injure any spellcaster within a certain radius.
Laz said if we set it off on Earth, it would get the vast majority of the ones she wanted, and there was a couple she said it wouldn't do anything to, or at least she thought it wouldn't do anything to. But we'd figure out a way to deal with them later. Some other rainfall bitch, and some elf.
Well, it's very funny you say that. There was no chance of that ever working. There was nothing you could do to them. It was a fool's errand from the start. The two you're talking about, I've seen in action. The weaker of the two can bend reality. Could have put you into a torture you cannot imagine. You fell for smoke and mirrors, my boy. Well, I'm starting to have trouble thinking of anything else. What about you, Kaz? Can you think of anything else?
He'll take the blade away and he rests his blaster. He has a blaster pistol on the guy's shoulder. Is there anywhere you remember meeting this ski mask dude and smoking dude? Yankee Outpost was what Laz called it. Kaz looks at Ash and nods his head. They had a ship, some type of private Enterprise EarthGov ship. Laz said it was old. And it was old but still unique, special, advanced.
Would it happen to be, and he'll bring up a picture of the Halcyon class ship. This.
Yeah, all those things at the front kind of look like a floating gun. That's what we would call it. Kaz, and where did you see it? Docked at Yankee Outpost. I think it was Yankee Outpost. That's where we'd meet. While that woman was training your fucking son, we were building to this. And if he had stuck around instead of joining the military, he would have been on the right side of history.
Yes, that's a very funny joke. Now, first off, you're here, beaten, broken, and dismantled. The right side, yes. And doubly so. My son, like any man, has his faults. He would not have sided with the likes of you.
Nobody remembers the loser's friend.
They do if you learn from their mistakes. Now, normally I'd not want to do what comes next, my friend, but, well, you see, you've committed, some of the worst atrocities of any men to ever interact with EarthGov.
He's turning up the voltage on his blaster pistol and he'll pitch it to Ash.
He's gonna look at it. What you've done, he'll take a couple steps away, is up there. Well, what would you say with what Max Tech did all those years ago, Kaz?
I'd say so. Looking down at him. Then again, we didn't kill. And what was it? Skinned spellcasters alive? Is that what we saw on the news broadcast at that truck stop bar?
Oh, yeah, skinned and seemingly hung from different structures. You see, what Max Tech did, it was, I don't know, what would you say, indiscriminate so long as you weren't in their way.
Kaz will nod.
What you did is worse. What you did was a targeted purge. And so, I'm sorry to say, my friend, but, well, he's gonna turn around and shoot him.
Takes his head clean off, clean cut because of the overcharged nature of the blaster. There's just smoke where his head used to be, and blood starts squirting out as he falls onto the table. Messy.
He's gonna turn the blaster around, hand it back. I'm sorry to say, but I will be seeing you in hell.
He looks over at his body slumped on the table. I think we got out of him what we needed.
I would say so. Thank you. I almost wish I'd used mine, because I think that was over a little too quickly for him.
I prefer clean myself. Looking down at the blaster! If you had aimed just a little lower, it would have been no blood on the turbo.
That's a good point. Normally I'm the same. If you watch my style, it's normally quick and painless, but, as I said, this is a bit personal, so I apologize for showing you that side of me.
He shrugs. Not much money in anarchy, remember? Not much money in genocide. Looking over at that guy, gestures wildly with his hand on his dead body, and will walk out with that.
He's gonna take a breath, walk out to Sasha, and salute.
Well, she stands up. I'd say it's all recorded. I will show this to Julius and Pequod, and then they will make their... Whenever they plan to... They're not going to take this well, so...
No, they won't. Let's say this, if I weren't in front of colleagues, I probably would have taken it worse, ma'am.
Understandable. Looking at it as dead body.
It's just our luck, ma'am. Everything ties back to that gentleman. Constance Ripper, whatever you want to call him.
Towns stroking his chin under the balaclava. That chance meeting the kids had, yeah.
And it all ties... it all ties, in a way, back to Max Tech. Through both you, he's gonna point at Kaz, as well as different things we found. But I don't know. Something about this feels off, ma'am. If Max Tech had implants like that, they would have used them long ago.
Shaking his head, we had nothing like that.
I probably
Nothing even close. I wasn't privy to R&D. I was just a paid gun. But, yeah, that we would have had them for sure.
Right. Now that I think about it, apologies, ma'am. I should have aimed lower.
Sasha laughs. Well, we've got a lot of bodies of those clowns that the soldiers, the rangers, and the kids stacked pretty high. So we can get one out if we need one.
I would say that would be a good idea. I don't know. You, heard anything else Max Tech may have had that's similar to what they're describing?
Shakes his head. Max Tech had everything in development, but he shrugs. A lot of stuff got, for lack of a better term, shit-canned when the crazy deity void-fearing Kool-Aid drinkers took over. There was two factions in Max Tech, essentially, for a time. There was the psych jobs when they showed up, and then, I guess, the normal people. And then more normal people started to be psych jobs, and those of us who had brains left.
Sounds about right. He's gonna look at Sasha. Do we have any information on what they may have been R&Ding all that time ago?
Sasha, I mean, most of it's employed nowadays. The armor, the weapons, yeah, I mean, we have it, and most of it's been employed, deployed, and researched and developed by us. I can look, but I don't think there was any psi-blocking chip tech.
That's what worries me, ma'am. Because with Max Tech gone and them not having something like that, I can't think of very many factions with the resources needed to develop something like that.
Max Tech was always looking for ways to, he speaks up, deal with spellcasters. Problem is, they didn't know a lot about spellcasters. And in general, I don't think most people do. Sasha, that's exactly correct, yeah, save for a few.
And even those that know might not know how to make something like that. It's worrisome. Because this means there's at least one player out there, and there has to have been, that we know nothing about. Because
Smoking man. She gestures to the dead body.
Smoking man. Because there's no chance something like the UIR could have made this, and Lazuli band of misfits had no shot of developing anything like this. He even admitted it. But that man has the resources to make things like this, to give hundreds of millions of credits away on a whim, to create those weapons we saw, to steal a Halcyon-class vessel, I'd assume steal, and gods know what else. We're dealing with somebody with reach more similar to our own than it is to most other factions, I'd say.
She's playing with her lip with her fingers, looking at the body. Yeah. But one problem at a time. First thing Monday, hit this Yankee outpost, the two of you. Kaz, now I'm taking orders. He starts chuckling.
Well, there's a lot of good pay in it.
Yeah, you'll be paid more than handsomely for your assistance. But be prepared. Take whatever you need from JD and the armory upstairs. Looking at the body got me thinking. Fucking JD's armory.
I will, and if it's alright, I may grab... If you want anything, Kaz, may I grab things for him as well, if he wants them?
Thermal detonators. Sasha, whatever he wants.
You heard? Whatever you want. Well, welcome, I suppose I should say welcome to being an honorary member of the squad.
He chuckles. Here we go again. Sasha, it's not that bad. We pay a lot better nowadays, trust me. Besides, I looked you up. Huh? Looks over at her. Yeah, we figured out your real name. Former shock trooper ranger, is that right? He starts chuckling.
I'd assume a good soldier, just based off the way I've seen you move.
She nods. He had a few commendations up his sleeve. Couple throwdowns with the UIR here or there.
Well, I'd say good pay's in order, and hell, maybe we could extend this to a longer-term working relationship should everything work out.
Don't get too far ahead of yourself. How am I getting home? If it's the weekend. Actually, yeah, he's got to go home to see his son, because there's a lot going on. As you can... She gestures to the body again. Just like, tell. We'll get you a drop ship. Where did you leave your ship? Back where I'm based. We'll get you a drop ship back there. You can just punch in the coordinates and the robot will take you. This is the first class treatment.
Pays to be in the good graces of the Ranger General.
Seems that way. Looking at her, just tilting his head in confusion at this woman.
We'll figure out a meeting point for Monday later.
Yeah, I'll contact you. I'll contact you Sunday. I have some jobs to do over the weekend anyway.
Will do. Keep safe. Don't do anything too dumb.
He'll wave over his shoulder as he leaves, and Sasha sends the doc he needs to go to on his wrist computer. Well, if Ricky wants to be there, I'm sure Julius and Pequod will let him be. So it's up to him, really.
Thank you. You know, we shouldn't have... I'm an idiot for thinking she ever would have gone quietly into the night.
She has not crossed my mind in 20 years, Ash. I figured she was done.
The only reason I've thought of her, aside from reminiscing about the good old days, is, Ricky. If it weren't for him, she would have been nothing more than a distant memory.
And the whole time she was working with that clown, doing all this behind the scenes.
You know, I really did try, but I suppose I'm not that good of a parent after all if I've fucked up this royally with Ricky.
He made his own choices, Ash. Now it's on him to make better choices. He made his choices.
That's true, but I was the grown-ass man whom let his foolish not even really teenager, child make those choices. I should have said no.
Towns, fucking this one right here, pointing at Sasha, let Colt get on a vertibird to go into a city where a vertibird had already been shot down to provide sniper support because he wanted to protect the squad from an aerial platform, and this dumbass let him... You know what? She glares up at Towns, who starts cowering.
I'm sorry, you let...
Everybody makes mistakes, Ash. That's the moral of the story, okay? She looks over. He argued good points. If he wanted the control of windage and the best elevated point and the least Coriolis effect of the planet, it was from that platform.
He's just chuckling. You know, I'll have to have a drink with Colt someday because that's something stupid I would have done.
Yeah, and it could have ended very badly. He got shot down, but thankfully, it didn't.
It could have ended worse, but, well, it couldn't have been that bad of a choice if it's something that the top ranger captain would have done.
No. And if I had been a little quicker on my shot with my railgun, it never would have happened. But either way, we need to stop bringing it up. She glares at Towns and move on for the weekend. We got a lot to think about.
Yes, we do. My poor boy. You know, when I first heard, I thought I'd be mad at him, but I'm not. I know the claws that that woman has.
Well, she'll stand up, looking at her wrist computer. We'll see how schedules line up, and if you want to be there, I'm sure they'll have you. I'm not going to be there. I don't want to see that woman ever again.
I want to see her die. I feel like I'm owed that closure.
Then you will. She looks at Ash. You will.
Thank you, ma'am. And, given everything we're hearing, if you want a drink, we will gladly have the two of you down to the house.
Likewise, we'll stop down at some point. Maybe we'll see your buddy there, too. She gestures to where the dude walked off.
He's a little rough around the edges, but I think I can fix him, ma'am.
She shrugs. As long as he doesn't knife you in the back, whatever. We'll keep paying him if he wants to help.
I don't think he's the type. I think he's a bit too, how do I put it? He's your old Western bounty hunter, you know what I mean?
Once a ranger, always a ranger. Somewhere down there in there. You know?
I was gonna say too much of a code of honor.
Exactly.
Well, maybe we could convince him to come back into the fold. I'm sure we've done worse things.
Wouldn't mind. She looks off where he walked. Alright, we're out of here for the weekend. I have to figure out a way how to tell Julius and Pequod this. And they're going through some shit right now, so very delicate timing. But I will figure it out. Either way, get down Earthside to Ricky and Saris. They're waiting for you.
Don't have to tell me twice, ma'am. And, let them know I'm there. I know they don't, but let them know I'm there if they need me for anything.
Will do.
Thank you, ma'am. He'll salute one more time. Towns, a pleasure as always.
He salutes back.
Goodbye, my friends. May things go smoother for us.
Hopefully. Looking at the body one more time, crossing her arms, as flashing to Scar's house. Here are the kids. Scar's got Hale and Integra in their hover pods. Blaze just arms crossed behind his back, mumbling, looking down at the water. Scar's got the lamb up. Everything looks beautiful and tasty. Jumping over Laz's head.
Laz has to duck out of the way. That is a very interesting frog.
Is that a retarded frog? Scar. Thank you for making me laugh. I needed it.
Laz chuckles a bit. She pats the frog on the head. Your eyes are very large.
Colt. Oh, trying to lift the beer can.
Soul lifts it for him, puts it up to his mouth, and lets him take a drink.
He takes a sip. Scar, Aunt Icy brought it back from one of her adventures. She goes out to the frontier and yeah. She brought it back for Carter. Jumping over to Carter. Looking down at the frog.
Carter looks at the frog. That is a very Aunt Nicole gift, might I say.
Yeah, it's, hey, I mean, he's kind of cute. Remember, and he's adorable in a stupid kind of way. Smiling at it.
Yeah, a very stupid kind of way.
Reminds me of Davine. Mumbling to himself.
Carter just looks at Marianne, raises his eyebrows, and takes a sip of his beer.
Marianne, well, it's nice to see Jace. Yes, yeah. Oz will guide them over. Hold him for a while, honey. Go ahead. Laz will let you. Marianne will put out her arm.
Laz will let Marianne hold him.
He is adorable.
Yes, he is. I especially love that little nose of his.
You see, Carter, we can adopt if we'd like to. In the future.
Carter puts his head on her shoulder. Do you want to adopt?
At some point, yes. I don't think we're quite cut out for it yet. I need some time. But I would like to reproduce as well. Ready, willing, and able.
Anytime, honey. Just let me know.
Yeah, well, kind of like starting a band and all this type of stuff, getting pregnant, like, maybe not the best timing. Man, well, I'm behind the scenes, so. Colt not gonna stop us.
Soul shakes her head. No, it will not. She looks around, leans over to Colt. Everyone's pretty down in the dumps, huh?
Yeah, well, he looks out to. He's doing well. He's happily chirping, but I am too. Yeah.
She gently holds Colt's hand as she waves over at Charles. You are doing, feeling okay physically, right?
Physically, I'm fine. I can take as the dolphin comes over for her to pet. He smiles seeing the dolphin. I can take physical pain. It's Marine Scout Sniper School is gonna teach you that, honey. But emotional pain is worse.
She nods. Emotional pain sucks a lot. She starts petting Charles's head. And then he sees it. The most mischievous smile she's ever smiled.
Maybe. Jumping this way, he looks at the frog and then at her. Oh. I see those gears turning in that beautiful head of yours.
Have you ever heard of the saying, kill two birds with one stone?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, and you know how my brother can handle a lot of physical pain?
Yeah. He nods his head, looking at Carter.
Soul smiles, gives him a kiss on the cheek. I'll be right back. I have a plan that might increase everyone's spirits. Hopefully. She shrugs, stands up, walking over to Carter as she just puts her arms out for him.
Marianne,
Carter looks at her, sets the beer can down off to the side. He stands up. Yeah, I know. It's tough. I miss Aunt Icy too. As Soul rears her leg back and wham!
Oh my god!
Right into Carter's crotch.
What is wrong with you?
Carter drops to both knees, lays down in the grass. That was a good kick!
Jesus H!
Soul covers her mouth, snickers a bit. Are you okay? Carter, are you okay? I didn't kick you too hard, did I? It's good. That was a good kick. I'm just gonna lay down for a bit as he turns his face into the grass and you could hear him scream a bit.
Marianne will, with Jace, come sit down next to Carter, rubbing his back. Oh, poor Carter.
Oh God, I'm sorry. She turns around, looks at Scar and shrugs.
Scar, I was gonna give it to you anyway, honey. He has it right inside the front door. I had actually forgotten I asked you to do that.
Oh.
You asked her to do this? Scar, this was months ago. He starts chuckling.
Well, yeah, after I kicked Uncle Scar in the nuts.
You gave him the Samantha, I see, yeah.
Yeah. He told me to kick Carter in the nuts to get Mom's old uh, Agent P armor. I think that's what they called it.
And it's all yours, darling. He props it up. He still has it on the stand. Even the gun she had, a phased FAMAS, is slung across the armor. But it's all here for you, honey. I was gonna surprise you with it after the lair. He starts laughing at Carter.
Carter just gives her a thumbs up. He turns his face. It's a good deal. It's good. It's a good deal. That he's still in the fetal position.
Poor guy. He's grabbing his crotch.
Laz has been laughing this entire time.
Colt laughing, but he wants to get closer to Soul, so he's been trying to crawl his way over. The cat, meow, dismissively looks down at him and then up at Soul, extending some of his claws at her.
Soul runs over to Colt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stay away for so long.
That was amazing. He starts laughing.
It was pretty good, right? That was a good kick.
Well, it raised spirits for a short while, I think.
Carter twists his head. I'd say it was a good fucking kick. Jesus Christ.
I'll take care of it tonight, Carter.
Thank you, goddess.
I bet you she will. Nay! That thing is incredible.
Laz starts to laugh. She wipes a tear away and gives Soul a little golf clap. It was a very good kick. Soul, I'm very proud of you. Soul gives her a little bow as she starts helping Colt along wherever he wants to go.
He's just sitting on the ground, basically, like a little kid.
Then she'll sit next to him.
Scar, sorry, Carter. I forgot I asked her. This was a while ago. It was when you and Memrian were out on your thing with the hail.
Carter sits up, resting both hands behind himself, staring off into the lake. It's good. It's good. I understand. I'm glad everyone was found it funny, though. That makes me happy, at least.
Oz, she looks good with Jace, doesn't she, darling? She would look good with a child of her own.
She would, 110%.
Just might need to do a little maturing before having one. What do you mean, maturing? I'm older than you.
The point still stands, Memory, and maybe a touch more maturing first.
She scoffed.
Carter chuckles. Again, anytime you want to, I am willing to have a child with you. Anytime.
Once we're out of the military.
That sounds good to me.
Eventually they'll stop giving out the golden ticket deal that Samantha, JJ, and these two got. Can't have the whole squad never there.
Yep, and given our luck, it'll probably be us two who's forced to stay there.
She nods her head at Scar. Yeah, well, it'll be nice to have you two around the lane more. Yeah.
It'll be good to be around more. Once, everything is... She just looks down at Chase and rubs the back of her neck. Fixed.
Here's a beer can open, Blaze opening one, just looking at it. Marianne, oh my.
Soul looks over at Blaze. Uncle, I thought you weren't able to, ingest that kind of thing.
I'm not. Opening a hole in his mouth and pouring some.
Oh, okay. Well, she just sort of shrugs. Oh, here, let me get that for you. She'll get the Colt's beer for him and give him a drink of it.
A true angel.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the cheek.
So, JJ proposed to Sam. That's good news. maybe, we can have the most depressing wedding ever. Yeah. Memory looks down at her hand.
Laz just shakes her head. I hope not. Those two deserve a good marriage. Or ceremony, I should say.
Scar, it was one thing to... It was, I understand, Carter, I do. The troubles you had gave you too hard of a time when it came to them. But this would really fuck up the family. Is like a major fuck up. Because, when you guys were kids, like babies, and the rainfalls were a thing, it was your parents and Nicole. They were the original, he gestures with his arms, Blaze, the original rainfall children. Trio, we used to call them.
It does seem they've always been really close with each other.
They have. I'm sure you noticed your mother locking eye contact with Grandma. He chuckles slightly, drinking more of the beer. This does nothing for me.
Soul shakes her head. How could we not notice that?
Well, that should be an excuse not to beat yourself up over it anymore, Carter, if you still do every once in a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that is a pretty damn good excuse. He chuckles to himself, rubs the back of his neck. He looks up at Scar. I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds, Uncle. Are you doing okay? Like, you can talk with us anytime you want.
No, I'm not doing well. Not at all. I knew your aunt when she was a little girl. And when I first met her, she was going through a lot in her life. And then she got through it, and we would hang out. As ridiculous as this will sound, we had a diary club. Memory and what? Starts laughing.
A diary club? Soul perks up.
Yeah, Scar stroking his chin, sitting down, trying to fight back, sobbing. We would stay up late at night and write fanfic about your grandparents. Because that was before they got together. And Nicole was doing everything possible to get those two together, and I think she helped.
Carter blinks a couple times. I never knew this about you, Uncle.
Yeah, no, I still have some of the writing. We had a big following on, I think it was called, Reddit or something like that. And we had a huge following. We stopped doing it after they, got together, but it was just... And I wanted to see them together, too. It was better for Hunk, and Davy needed something in her life.
Soul just shakes her head. I bet you've done a lot of things in your life that are really interesting.
Oh, I've been around a while, yeah. I've done a fair bit. I mean, hell, the only reason I'm here is because I got the dream job of dream jobs for dock workers after breaking my back in Mexico for about 20 years. And I got stationed at this place called Sword Base. And this crazy guy named Malcolm, who you've seen and heard about, basically shanghaied me on the ship. I was setting down a box. Malcolm came aboard, closed the loading dock, said something like, "You're coming with me," or something, and that's how I ended up getting to know your family. At least Julius, Davine, and Ricky's father. We were all trapped on the ship together. And then I found my way back to the apartment and met everybody else, and the rest was history. It's all gonna come crashing down, I suppose.
Laz looks at him. Not necessarily. From what Dad said, there's a slight chance. A slight chance, at least.
We must have faith.
Carter nods. Yeah, exactly. We have to. If you don't believe in something, then odds are it isn't gonna come true. If I didn't believe in myself that I could learn magic. Bad example. You know what I mean. If you don't believe in yourself in something, it won't come true. So nods. If you can't learn how to, if you don't think you can learn to swim, and you never try, then you'll never really know if you can or not, right? Yeah, sort of. What I was getting at.
Hey, in times like this, I think all you can do is focus on what you can do. And what we can do is put on a good show. And it's our first show, so it has to be rememberable. And what better type of show than dedicated to one of your family members? Your aunt. Beautiful woman, beautiful soul. Best way to have a first concert.
Les nods. Yeah, that and this part really isn't that important, but since we're holding it in Woodbury, it is a bit cheaper, so we can go more all out on like pyrotechnics and uh anything else that we really want to set our mind to.
I have done it! Coming through the door with some object in his hand.
Carter turns around quickly. Tommy?
I have found the device that will help us track her down. Scar, you were down there for hours. That's big subterranean complex. Tommy only one guy. Fixing his memory end. she's. You found something to help find her. Yes, magical device. I think this is it. Blaze. Looking at it.
How does it? Carter looks at it. It's a tuning fork.
Very astute, sire. This you'll tune and you'll find things like a magic user, right? Something like this I see in Bookmaster Yenhad. Look kind of like this, but from a Nova. The subterranean complex is not a Nova, but kind of look like this. So this is the same thing, right? You're supposed to do. It came with this little manual said from this cult called Heaven's Gate. They all kill themselves. You ever heard of these people?
No.
I remember when Pequod bought that fucking thing years ago. Went to an auction for like oddities and collectibles and made Julius bid $50,000 for that fucking thing. Oh. He looks down at. You're supposed to put it through your head like this. He puts it through his head. Can you sense her, sir? No. He just looks around.
Then I guess that isn't it, Tommy.
Throw that fucking thing in the river! Wow. No, fucking. Oh, Tommy tried his best. Nobody fucking helped me. Throws it in the river. I'm going back downstairs. I will find something that will fix this. He just disappeared. Remember, Ann, you have an entrance to the subterranean complex in your home? Yeah.
Is that how you got the armor out so easily, Uncle?
Yeah, and I know the place like the back of my paw. So, he came here covered in fucking feces, said he was on a Nova, got chased around by some animals, and then he said something like, what did he say? Blaze can imitate his voice. There has to be somewhere safer to do this. I'm going downstairs. I will fix this. And he disappeared downstairs, sire.
Soul starts to laugh, and as she's about to say something, she looks over at Mr. Snuffles. Is he drinking that beer?
Yes, he is. It's open in his hover chair, and he's just lifting his head up, licking out of it slowly. Blaze, even the cat has the right fucking idea. He cursed.
That's not something you hear very often.
No, but it's a cursing type of day, Carter.
Yeah, it definitely is a cursing type of day.
Remember, Ann, well, I refuse to stand for losing Aunt Icy. So we're not going to. And that's it.
I second it. I won't. I'll do everything in my power to keep her around.
I refuse. I stand for it. So much like your mother. He just walks off, disappearing. No.
He's just angry right now. Understandably so.
Yeah. Never seen him kind of like this before, though.
No, neither have I. It's actually sort of interesting to see.
Scar, alright, kids, gather around. We'll have some lamb, and, I'll go bring Blaze back after I cut you some lamb here.
Okay, Uncle. Soul smiles at him. I'll get you a plate, okay, honey?
Sounds good.
She'll smile, walk up, and get Colton herself a plate.
He'll put some lamb on the plate, handing out to everybody. He gives her and Colt a lot more than he gives everybody else, though. Here you go. And a little bit for him. He's got some teeth he can eat.
Thank you so much, Uncle.
You're welcome. Stroking his chin, looking in the direction Blaze walked up. I've actually never heard him mock somebody before.
No, neither have I. It's actually sort of scary to me.
Scar, well, none of us are handling this well. Either way, I'll get him back. Mr. Snuffles is in charge of you guys till I return. Oh, and whatever we choose to name that thing. Gestures to the frog and walks off. We'll let Aunt Nicole name it.
Yeah, great idea. Aunt Nicole is going to name the big-eyed frog.
She's feeding Colt, he's eating slowly. Oz will sit down, darling. Take Jace back and I'll feed the both.
She'll pick up Jace, set him on her lap, and then sit on Oz's lap.
Memory Ann will wrap her arms around Carter, rest her head on Carter's back, and just start sniffling a little bit, as I guess the realization took some time to set in, but yeah.
Carter will put both hands on her thighs as she's doing what you just described and rub them. As he'll whisper so only she can hear. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna do all we can, and we're gonna get her back.
She'll let out a weak okay. Keep sniffling as Mr. Snuffles is now protecting and residing over the children. Memory Ann will kiss Carter on the back of the neck. Flashing here. Pequod, Julius, Siletta, Hunk sit at this table up here. Elizabeth's hitting the ice hockey puck to Benny, and he's just letting her score. Just kind of looking down at the table. Peach is here with JJ and Samantha. Samantha looking out over the table. I show up as part of your family, get accepted, and then everything goes to shit. I'm not blaming myself, poor timing.
Gigi looks at her. Oh, well, I suppose I'm partially to blame there as well. I just had to introduce you to my family as soon as things went to shit, didn't I?
Do events like this happen often?
No, they really don't. He chuckles. Just bad luck this time around, I swear to you.
You think they'll fix it?
Well, I'd like to think they're able to. I don't want to lose Nicole. As much as anyone else wants to lose her. So, I sort of have to hope that they can fix it, don't I?
She looks down. He's sitting on the bar. She pats the dog. I hope they do too.
JJ nods. I was always a touch closer to Elizabeth than I was to Nicole. But I still love her with my whole heart, and I would hate to see her go.
I know the feeling when I saw that vertebrate get hit today with Colt on it. Going through my mind was a lot of regrets about wishing I had spent more time, been closer. Yeah.
JJ holds her hand. We just gotta hope against hope, you know? And hope that optimism attitude and a bomb-ass song by the twins in the band, it's gonna work.
I look forward to seeing Elizabeth sing. She's so introverted.
Believe it or not, she is an amazing singer. Yeah, me and her, because I had wanted to help her get out of her shell. I didn't really succeed, but I still tried. Me and her would sing karaoke together.
Really? She looks at JJ. Did you use your Brooklyn accent while you sang?
Only for Beastie Boys songs.
Only Beastie Boy, really?
Oh yes, yes. Everything else, I am not a good singer, Sam. I am not a good singer, but I will try my best, and usually my best is with my normal tone of voice. Other than Beastie Boys songs, which is Brooklyn Nine-Nine, JJ.
Well, you can sing karaoke for me. I'll sing with the two of you.
We would love to have you. And I'm sure Benny would love to join as well.
If he ever stops crying, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a big prerequisite. you need to read the words on the screen, and you can't necessarily do that with tears in your eyes.
Poor guy. She's looking down at him, just letting Elizabeth win.
Yeah.
Your aunt has fabulous taste. She looks around. I think Sasha, she's just my mom. My mom told me that most of these were pillaged, basically plundered.
Oh, you should. Her and my brother, and my sister-in-law Pequod, they stole most of the things in here, yes, like that. I believe they stole that. And then the Dance Dance Revolution machine. That's where my brother learned about Stephen Hoshigoshi. And pretty much any arcade cabinet you see here, it was stolen.
He went from creating Dance Dance Revolution machines to a famous artist in his twilight years.
Honestly, a real Renaissance man. I would have to call him a real Renaissance man.
Browse. I always would think my last name was kind of lame, but I'd rather have Browse than Hashagashi.
I would rather have.
I mean, I'd prefer Rainfall. She plays with the ring on her bitten hand finger.
He holds her hand, and Rainfall you shall be. But yes, I would prefer pretty much any last name other than Hoshigoshi.
Sounds like you just throw a bunch of letters into a blender, hit blend, to come back 20 minutes later.
It sort of does. It sounds like a smoothie that you make when you just have like no yogurt left, no milk left to make it good.
Before she laughs, she looks over and looks at Hunk, who just looks complete a wreck. Hey, he's not blinking.
Gigi looks at him. Oh god, he isn't.
I would be fine with postponing the trip to New York until everything gets settled. I'd rather be around here.
I think that's what we're gonna do. That's what I would like to do, at least. I need to be around for my family, and I know I said I was gonna work less, but obviously with the two of them, how they are, and on Soletta, I think I'm gonna have to take a bit more of a workload.
I'll be here to help.
He smiles at her, gives her a kiss.
I mean, I can't really teach the ODM gear, but I can teach general education and math and stuff. I was a straight A student.
He smiles at her. You are just so amazing. Every single time you open your mouth, I fall more and more and more in love with you.
She'll give JJ a kiss on the lips. I just don't even like the vibes are completely different. It was weird to get acclimatized to, but love is in the air around here. But now it just feels like death.
Death and decay, I would call it.
She looks over at Hunk. Pequod has not broken eye contact with Davine. Am I making you uncomfortable yet?
Davine looking at Pequod. Only a little, honey.
I want these eyes burned into the front of your brain. Because should you fail and let me and Julius down, you'll remember these eyes. Probably Nicole's first. She'll pull out a pack of cigarettes. Hung, looking at it. Maverick 100s. She'll jiggle them in her hand. Integra's brand, yeah.
Julius nods. Integra's brand. He looks at the two of them. Pequod can feel his knee bouncing.
Wonder what she'd think of this mess. I was pondering that today, actually. She'll pull out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Are you gonna tell me to not smoke?
I would prefer if you didn't smoke.
She lights up the cigarette as Davine says. You see, children listen to their parents because we have confidence in our parents. We entrust, no matter how old we get, we entrust that they're always going to be there for us and not let us down. My biological parents did nothing but not be there for me and always let me down. And tried to cover up they tried their best. I don't hold a grudge against them. But all they could do was throw money at me. To let out groaning. Then comes along you two. And you're the best. I feel blessed up until recently to have you. Uncle looks down at the table holding Davian's hand.
Davine holds Hunk's hand tighter and just nods at Pequod.
What are you going to do? Throw money at this problem? It's not gonna work. I have more money than both of you. All the money is mine. Except your salary paid by EarthGov. But you know what? That's mine too if I choose so. So. And you know what? Thinking about it today. First major deployment in 20 some odd years, and we didn't deploy any of your cadet squadrons. Sure, JJ was there, but he really wasn't there. He was there for Samantha and the family. One ODM guy. Okay, that'll bring more recruits to your academy when you already have a backlog, because everybody wants to join. So, really, we don't need that academy. Not that I want to get rid of it, but...
Davine holds Hunk's hand tighter. I understand, darling.
This, she reaches into her pocket, is what Rainfall Lane was predicated on. Okay, you might not be familiar with it. Very old piece of paper, all beaten up, so I'll slide it over to you. Please try not to cry on it as you did Nicole's adoption papers.
Davine nods as she'll do her best not to get any tears on this paper.
See that square? That poorly drawn square that I drew? And then those 4 other squares that look a lot better drawn because Julius drew them?
Davine nods.
That was the original idea for Rainfall Lane. We had it at General Lorelai's, at Tommy's restaurant when just me and Julius went for lunch one day. I had the idea in my head. We elaborated on it. You can see right there, M and D in that square means Mom and Dad's house. AS stands for Aunt Suletta. JP, take a guess. Julius Pequod. And then NB. Can you guess, Mom? Blowing some smoke near Davine's face.
Nicole Banksy.
Spot on, Mother.
Spot on indeed. Davine just stares at the drawing of.
Of course, we could do this. She'll take the drawing and rip the NB portion of the paper off and crumble it up and throw it over his shoulder. There you go. Is that better?
No. No. Pequod, no, it isn't.
Well, that's what you've accomplished. You know, we had this discussion a long time ago, woman. Some young girl shows an interest in you, and you hide in the gym. What the fuck goes through your mind, woman? I mean, really. Especially now knowing everything about you. How many people get given a second chance? Like, actually given one? Not many. Especially not many who traveled through time. We should have ended up churning around in the belly of some fucking void monstrosity. So I'd call that 2 chances. That 99% of us, like me, normal people, will never get. Gilletta, she's got you there. Looking at Davy.
Davy nods. Yes, she does. Julius looks at the two of them. Do you want to know a fact, Mom and Dad?
Yeah, son.
Icy is going to tell me and Pequod when she is gonna ascend. And not you.
What? He looks at Julia.
Julia shrugs. And we're not gonna tell you too. Just so, in the back of your mind, as he puts his index finger up to his head, you will always have the question of, where, oh where is my daughter, whom I didn't treat as she deserved? And eventually, centuries into the future, because the spell that I see cast on us is gonna last. Centuries into the future, when you two are old and gray and dementia-ridden, as Icy is now, and alone, not living on the lane because you will leave it, you will come to the realization that she is never coming back. And maybe you realize this part now, but it will set into you fully and completely that this is all your fault.
Hunk staring right at Julius, tears forming under his eyes. Pequod you'll be needing those. He will take the pack.
Smoke up, Dad. Julius crosses his arms.
I already talked to your mother about it today. It boils down to me. It was my fault.
Davine shakes her head. I never said I agreed to that. It boils down to me.
We agree to disagree, but I had her first and didn't know what I was doing.
And she showed an interest in me, and I completely failed her.
Well, lucky for you, now she has no interest in you. Pequod shrugged. It would break my heart to see this family broken up. I beat the shit out of my own son because he fractured it for a while. It would kill me to never speak to you two again, but I'm already dying inside. You are killing me. I'm your daughter. You realize that. From an emotional standpoint, you are killing me. Our children went into a war zone, and there's no stability at home.
Davy nods. I understand.
Why do anything? What's the point of all this? The charade of making movies, and why do any of it? I'm sure you have money saved away. I've got all the money in the world, in the universe. Why do any of it anymore? Because this, she points to the paper, it was the whole genesis of the idea. Mom, Dad. Okay? And without that, she points to the missing torn part of the paper. What's the point? Tell me.
She shakes her head. There is no point without Nicole and Banksy.
Well, he'll still be around. You can watch him probably, I don't know, meander around and protect the place with nothing else to do.
Julius nods. That sounds like fun. Real good trade-off. Ooh, awesome. Davine rubs her face, shakes her head. There is no point without Nicole.
Then just please fix this for me. For your son. For everybody, but for us. Me, your son, and Nicole. We were your original 3 children.
Julius looks at them. We are putting our faith in you. We are trusting you as our parents. For which could be possibly the very last time to fix this. So please, from the bottom of mine and my wife's heart, fix it.
Hunk will light up a Maverick cigarette. We will. I will. I just need to talk to her. I need to see her, be able to touch her.
I need to hug her and call her my little girl again and call her my Istro. I need to tell her how much I love her. We just need to talk to her.
Do that, and then everything can go back to normal, and everybody can be happy. And if this house at Cancun's really that nice, I would love to go there for the weekend and actually enjoy myself with my family, and most of all, you two, this time.
Julius nods. I would love to visit Cancun again, give it an actual chance. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff me and Nicole can get up to there.
And just so you know, once you fix this, I am socking you across the face, Mother. And we will never have this discussion again, because we had it once, and now we're having it a second time. There will not be a third. And this punch you get should cement that this time. Because I should have hit you when I screamed my head off at you on that ship. On the Nova, all those years ago. After she freaked out. Should have hit you then. I'm gonna hit you for it this time. And you deserve it.
I do, and you may. I won't retaliate. I won't defend myself. You will get a very clean hit. Trust me.
Hunk looks at Julius. I already know it's coming.
Julius thins his lips and nods at him. Yep, it's coming.
He nods his head as many times as you'd like.
I'll settle for once. Maybe twice. Depends on how I'm feeling.
Don't really want to hit my parents. He doesn't want to hit you. But you deserve it this time around. It should cement the fact that this never happens again.
It will. It will cement the fact.
It's already cemented, in my opinion.
Everything that's been happening has definitely cemented the fact.
Now these kids want to do a concert for her. My intrepid children and yours, who I see them as my children too, gesturing back to sad Betty and sad Elizabeth and these two over here who are clearly just eavesdropping in on what's being said. So you're going to have to will yourself up over this weekend. And Monday, they're going to put on a show for her. God, I hope she shows up to. Because if Towns and Sasha can't keep her locked down, then who can, Julius? I don't really know. What are we going to do? Strap Hale to Julius's chest and just hope she shows up with Hale there? And That sounds like a great plan.
Davine shakes her head. It's the only plan that might work, though.
Pequod will shake her head. Maybe. But either way, Monday you're gonna have to come to the concert to see our kids, the family, perform. And I hope to God I see Nicole there.
As do I. Davy nods. As do I. Julius nods. Good. Then, when we see Nicole, say what you need to say to her, and everything can go back to normal.
Pequod, honestly, I don't think you need to say much. Once we kind of got through to her. A little bit. I felt anyway.
It definitely felt like she was thinking about some of the things we said.
Like, well, I just need a chance to hold my little girl. That's it. Okay, he starts crying.
Davine hugs onto Hunk. And I just want to hold my little girl as well.
Then do so, and solve this, and I can finally relax, and we'll go to Cancun, and I'll bring the gyro truck.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, and I can finally stop debating on whether or not to smoke a smoker's choice.
Hunk, yeah, if you're gonna smoke Integra's brand. And I've been thinking about her too, what she would think of me. Pequod, well, good. That fact should bounce around your brain over the weekend, and we will try to do everything in our power to make sure she comes for her own concert, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Pequod.
No matter what happens, I will always love you as my parents, but this is just... Well, I've said what I need to say, okay?
Okay. She looks at Pequod, nods. We're going to fix it.
I trust that you will. But I'm still gonna fucking crack your jaw.
As I expect you to.
I will get it on tape. See, that's what we need more of, more laughter.
Davine lets out just the slightest chuckle. As I would expect you to, Letty.
Pequod will lean back into Julius, kiss him on the cheek. That's all she does. She just sighs. She's said her piece.
Julius puts his hands on her hips, gives her a kiss on the cheek. He looks at the Lost World cabinet. Yep. Let's... Oh yeah, let's hope against hope that she actually shows up to her own fucking concert.
Hunk, well, you do everything you can to get her there, and we'll do the rest.
Who knows, maybe she'll be 16-year-old Icy, and I can take off my shirt and lure her to the concert. Who knows?
So let her do what you must.
I will, because I too refuse to sit back and lose Icy.
As do I. She tries to smile at Davy. Hunk, come here, honey, let me hold you.
Davine leans into Hunk, letting him hold her.
He pulls out a couple bags. Feeling any better?
I am. You should probably keep the bags on you, though.
All weekend. It's gonna be a long weekend.
A very long weekend, I have to say.
He will kiss Davine on the head, and we'll cut there.